Chapter 22:48 Betrayal. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian quickly headed back to where Ao Feng and the rest were. Due to his disguise, the raging phantasmagoric spirits did not recognize him as an intruder and attack him. Soon enough, he arrived back at the mountain forest. He was still thinking of how delighted Ao Feng would be after relaying his intentions to the latter when he suddenly felt shockwaves diffusing from the area ahead of him. Dashing forward, he saw that Ao Feng, as a golden dragon, was currently brawling with a ferocious tiger. Ao Feng, it has only been a few days since we last met, but why does it seem like you have weakened a lot? If the others saw you in your current state, they would probably laugh their teeth out. The tiger roared in laughter. Two forces clashed relentlessly against one another like fireworks in the sky, causing brilliant flashes of light to appear here and there. A conferred god king of the sky of adamant gold? Zhang Xian frowned. The ferocious tiger was likely a conferred god king of the sky of adamant gold, but it was just a little weird how they suddenly came to blows with one another. You be *starred. Ao Feng roared as he activated a secret art that caused his entire body to glow scarlet. Once again, he dashed furiously toward the tiger. Boom, boom, boom. Under the collision of the two blows, dimension rifts appeared all around the area. Zhang Shi, Luo Qiqi called out as she walked over to Zhang Xian's side. She knew that he had something to do earlier, so she had chosen to leave the mountain stream together with Ao Feng earlier so as to not slow him down. What's going on? Why would the two of them suddenly fight one another? Zhang Xian asked. Shortly after we came out earlier, conferred God King Hu Shao of the sky of adamant gold suddenly stopped us. I reckon that he probably knows that about the condensed earth essence as well, so he intentionally camped outside to snatch it from the wounded Ao Feng, Luo Qiqi told him. I see. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. What all cultivators had to be most wary of in the flooding sea were not the natural traps, nor the spatial turbulence, but their peers. There were plenty of people who would lie in ambush, waiting for someone else to brave danger to obtain the treasure they wanted before assaulting them and stealing the fruit of their labor. It seemed like that was exactly what the conferred god king known as Hu Shao was doing. If not for Ao Feng's injuries, he should have been more than a match for Hu Shao, but in his current state, things don't seem to look too optimistic. Luo Qiqi shook her head. If not for Ao Feng sustaining severe injuries from the relentless attacks from the phantasmagoric spirits earlier, no matter how formidable Hu Shao was, he would only be equal to him at the very most. Unfortunately, Ao Feng was not in a good condition, so the result of the duel was determined right from the very start. Boom! A deafening sonic boom exploded in the air, and Ao Feng plummeted from the sky. His massive body was filled with wounds, and golden blood flowed profusely from his body, creating huge craters beneath him. Zhang Xian hesitated for a brief moment before he began collecting the dragon blood that was leaking all over the area. The blood of a conferred god king pure-blooded dragon should be able to sell for a decent price. Hu Shao transmogrified into a middle-aged man as he demanded with a wintry voice, "Hand over the condensed earth essence." Ao Feng gritted his teeth indignantly. You know how many conferred god kings died in the previous flood of spiritual energy. Don't push your luck. Hu Shao harumphed as he took a step forward toward Ao Feng. Knowing that the other party would not hesitate to make a move against him over the condensed earth essence, Ao Feng could only reluctantly hand a jade container over. Hu Shao caught the jade container and pried open its lid to check the contents. A moment later, he asked with a deep frown, "Why is it so small?" Given how many phantasmagoric spirits there were around the mountain stream, the condensed earth essence should have been a decent size. It was unimaginable that it would only be the size of a mere bean. The energy probably leaked out earlier while I was breaking the barrier around it. It was already this big when I first laid my hands on it, Ao Feng replied, not revealing what had happened with Zhang Xian earlier. Leaked out? Hu Shao frowned. He kept the condensed earth essence into his storage ring before directing his eyes back to Ao Feng. Since that's the case, I'll just take something of yours in order to make up for it then. With a flick of his finger, the storage ring on Ao Feng's finger immediately flew into Hu Zhao's grasp. He tapped on it lightly to clear away the soul imprint before taking a look at the items within. His lips crept up in delight as he remarked, Not bad. You have done well this time. It looks like you have been working hard since entering the flooding sea. I'll be taking all of this. Since he was already there to rob Ao Feng, there was no reason for him to leave anything behind for the latter. While the items inside Ao Feng's storage ring could not begin to compare to the condensed earth essence, it was still highly beneficial for conferred god kings. Seeing how all his possessions were taken away by the other party, Ao Feng gritted his teeth furiously, but he could not say a word. This was simply how the flood of spiritual energy was. If one lowered one's guard for a moment, a plunderer would appear to snatch one's items. If he fought with Hu Shao over this, there was a good chance that the latter might just kill him. So, he had no choice but to tolerate it. As long as he was alive, he could always earn those cultivation resources back. After snatching Ao Feng's items, Hu Shao turned his gaze toward the other god kings in the group. The same goes for the rest of you. Hand over your stuff. I might still hesitate a little before Ao Feng due to the backing of the Sky of Cloud Dragon, but I can't say that the same goes for the rest of you. If you don't wish to die, you'd better make a move fast. His voice was laced with threat. The Sky of Cloud Dragon was known to be excessively protective of their kind, and Ao Feng was a conferred god king on top of that. As long as Ao Feng was willing to obediently hand his stuff over, there was no reason for Hu Shao to risk killing Ao Feng only to have the Cloud Dragon Monarch exact vengeance on him. However, the other god kings did not have the same backing as Ao Feng. Even if he killed a couple of god kings, there would be no one to fault him for his actions. Facing the pressure from Hu Shao, the injured god kings glared at him indignantly, but there was nothing he could do. They might have tried to escape if they were not injured, but in their current state, there was no way they could outrun a conferred god king. If they did not hand over their possession, there was a good chance that the other party would do them all in. God kings might be highly respected figures in the firmament, but in the flooding sea, they were nothing at all. Here, I have only collected these. Soon, the god kings had handed over all the storage rings with them. Looking at their harvest, Hu Shao nodded in contentment. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a god king suddenly gritted his teeth, stepped forward, and said, "Conferred God King Hu Shao, I am willing to serve you if you could return my treasures. I can tell what happened in the mountain stream that caused the condensed earth essence to disappear. You wish to become my follower? That's not completely out of the question, but that depends on whether the news you have to offer is worth your life and the treasures you have," Hu Shao said nonchalantly. "You will be pleased with what I have to offer," the God King said with a glint in his eyes before pointing toward Zhang Xian. It was that fellow. He was the one who reached the condensed earth essence first, and it was the size of a palm when he entered. However, shortly after he entered, the condensed earth essence grew smaller and smaller till it reached its current size. I believe that he's the culprit behind the disappearance of the condensed earth essence. That fellow possessed the strength to deal with the phantasmagoric spirits, but he had watched idly as they got injured, and he had even run to the light barrier to steal the condensed earth essence. To be honest, he had been extremely annoyed and dissatisfied with the young man for some time. Through this, not only would he be able to teach the young man a lesson, he would also be able to keep his treasures. It would be killing two birds with one stone. You are the one who stole the condensed earth essence? Hearing that the condensed earth essence had actually been the size of a fist previously, Hu Shao assessed Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes. If he could obtain the condensed earth essence from the other party and present it to God Monarch Fuming, he would surely be able to win the God Monarch's favor. Chapter 2249 I always repay my debt. I have come here with conferred God King Ao Feng in order to obtain the condensed earth essence, and I didn't have any intention of taking it for myself. It was an accident that led to this. With Ao Feng, who was lying on the floor, looking his way as well, Zhang Xian awkwardly explained himself. He had thought about it for a while, but he still felt a little embarrassed talking about it. After all, the fault was on him. Seeing the young man admit to it, Hu Shao burst into laughter. It looks like I have really struck gold this time. With cold eyes carrying unquestionable authority, Hu Shao demanded, "Hand the condensed earth essence over right now, and I can spare you from death." "I can't," Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly. He had already absorbed it into his body, So how could he present it to the other party? If he could, he would have already returned it to Ao Feng. Look here, the reason I am still talking to you right now is because I am in a good mood. If you keep pushing your luck, I can just loot the condensed earth essence from you after killing you. Despite Hu Zhao's threat, Zhang Xian maintained the same nonchalant look on his face. This truly angered Hu Xiao, such that he raised his palm and struck down on Zhang Xian, creating a massive palm print in the sky. Kacha! A burst of force swept all over the surroundings as the palm print swiftly descended upon Zhang Xian. Seeing how Hu Xiao had made his move, the God King who had just offered himself to serve as Hu Zhao's subordinate raised his head with a smug look on his face. You should learn your place. Do you think that we are still in the firmament, where everyone has to follow rules? They were in the flooding sea, a place known to be the graveyard of God Kings and conferred God Kings. Yet, the young man still dared to act so conceited. Such actions were no different from courting death. Facing Hu Zhao's attack, Zhang Xian shook his head helplessly and lamented, "Is there a need for us to do this?" These God Kings were just strangers whom he had met, so he did not feel any obligation to protect them. I can turn a blind eye to you robbing them, but don't you think it's too much for you to rob and make a move on me? Zhang Xian raised his hand and flicked his finger. Voila! The massive palm print in the sky shattered like glass, and before Hu Xiao could even react, he was already struck square on his glabella, and he flew dozens of meters before crashing heavily onto the ground. Huge mouthfuls of blood coughed out from his mouth. Conferred God King Hu Zhao's attack was undone with a single flick, and he was even sent flying on top of that? Am I seeing things? The God Kings in the area shuddered in fright at what they had just witnessed. Even Ao Feng's bell-like eyes were widened in shock. His body was trembling so much that he looked more like a gutless python than a massive dragon from afar. From how the young man was able to travel among the phantasmagoric spirits and break open the light barrier, he knew that the young man was not an ordinary individual. But who could have known that he was so powerful? He would have difficulty subduing Hu Xiao even if he was at his peak. But such a formidable opponent turned out to be nothing more than an ant in the eyes of the young man. Was he not just a God King? Hu Xiao struggled to his feet as he glared sharply at Zhang Xian with bloodshot eyes. How could he, as a conferred God King, be severely injured with a single strike from an ordinary God King? He could not have imagined such a thing in the past. Even though he did not put his full strength behind the earlier attack, the fact that the young man was able to overpower his palm strike so easily meant that he was stronger than most conferred God Kings that he knew of. Damn you! Cursing loudly, Hu Xiao morphed his palm into a claw and swiped down at Zhang Xian, exerting a might comparable to the weight of the mountains. Seeing that Hu Xiao was still persistently coming after him, Zhang Xian shook his head before placing his hands behind his back. Before the swipe could even land, the force was suddenly dispersed in midair. Following that, a cold harumph sounded. "This is the last time I'll let you off for daring to raise your hands against me." A series of spatial ripples swiftly appeared in the air, and Hu Xiao, who had still been striking ferociously a moment ago, had already fled into the distance. As soon as his strike was dispersed, he had realized that he was no match for the young man. So, without any hesitation, he had turned tail and fled. In the flood of spiritual energy, the ones who were able to obtain treasures and walk out with their lives intact were the true victors. As for his reputation and the like, that was of secondary importance. After all, given Hu Zhao's standing in the firmament, who would dare talk CR*P about him? Besides, who would believe such words? Zhang Shi, Luo Qiqi called out. She knew that Zhang Xian could have stopped Hu Xiao from fleeing, so she was perplexed as to why he did not stop him. "It matters not. None of us were injured anyway," Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. His current priority should be to raise his cultivation and push for a breakthrough to the God Monarch realm. Conferred God Kings no longer meant anything to him anymore, and they were not worth his time. But he stole Ao Feng's treasures. If you retrieved them for him, you would have been able to even out the debt from the condensed earth essence, Luo Qiqi replied. Having been together for quite some time, she had come to understand Zhang Xian's character. He was not a person who liked to owe a debt to others. If he felt that he owed someone a debt, he would try to repay that person in his own way. That was also why he had felt so awkward earlier when he was asked if he was the one who had taken the condensed earth essence. Given what had just happened, this was indeed an ideal opportunity to repay the debt he owed to Ao Feng. If he could exact vengeance on Ao Feng's behalf while getting his stuff back, he would be able to even the scales. This way, he would not have to feel awkward around Ao Feng. And those words made Zhang Xian's eyes light up. He had been so caught up in trying to figure out how to stop Ao Feng from fainting from happiness when he offered to take the latter in as his student that he completely failed to consider such a possibility. If he resolved the issue in such a manner, he would not have to take the other party in as his student anymore. What a relief! With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian glanced in the direction that Hu Xiao had escaped in, only to see that he had completely disappeared from sight. It's already too late. He's gotten away, Luo Qiqi said with a bitter smile. While conferred god kings were incapable of teleportation, the speed of their movements was almost as good as that. Hu Xiao had already run away for 7 to 8 breaths, so it would be nigh impossible to track and catch up with him anymore. It's not too late yet, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. He raised his hand and reached forward. At the same time, the space in front of him began distorting. As if layers of paper had been compressed together, a distance of several hundred li was suddenly pressed together, allowing Zhang Xian's arm to stretch over this long distance to grab his target. What? How is this possible? With a cry of agony, Hu Xiao was pulled over to where Zhang Xian and the others were before being slammed heavily onto the ground. Seeing such a sight, Ao Feng's mouth fell open, compressing space in order to capture someone. This was supposed to be a feat that only god monarchs were able to pull off. Was the young man before him actually a god monarch in disguise? Hu Xiao was also on the verge of losing his mind. He had thought that he should be safe after flying so far away, but who could have known that the other party would be able to grab him so easily? Even grabbing a fly would have been harder than this. I just remembered that you haven't returned what you stole from them. Take out everything you have, Zhang Xian said as he glanced down at Hu Xiao with an impassive look on his face. Having received the world conferment and absorbed a great deal of spirit essence earlier, his soul was already strong enough to manipulate the spatial laws of the firmament. Even though Hu Xiao had escaped beyond his line of sight, it was still within the range of his spiritual perception's detection. All it took was a mere thought for him to identify where Hu Xiao was and grab him. It was nothing at all. Yes, Hu Xiao nodded vehemently as he retrieved everything that he had taken away from them. Against an opponent who could grab him so easily, he knew that he did not stand a chance. After placing everything on the ground, Hu Xiao turned to Zhang Xian and lowered his head subserviently. Elder, may I leave now? He no longer pulled his weight before the young man. I said take out everything that you have, didn't I? Where are your own possessions? Zhang Xian asked. Since he was already doing this, he might as well take away everything that Hu Xiao had. He did not feel any pangs of guilt taking stuff away from a guy who went around robbing others anyway. Chapter 22 50 Exact Vengeance for Me, Zhao Ya, why yes. Not daring to argue with the young man, Hu Xiao quickly handed his storage ring over. Zhang Xian wiped off the soul imprint on the storage ring to take a look at the contents within before nodding in satisfaction. As expected of a conferred god king, there were quite a number of good things in there. While they were not too useful to him, they should prove to be quite useful for his parents, Luo Qiqi and Sun Chong. You can scram now. Zhang Xian waved his hand dismissively. Elder, thank you for sparing my life. After kowtowing thrice, Hu Xiao immediately ran away as quickly as he could. He understood that the flooding sea was a place that preached the survival of the fittest. He might have had all his possessions taken away, but he could still recoup his losses as long as he was still around. The antagonists usually lost their lives for spouting too much nonsense, so he would not make such a mistake. After Hu Xiao left, Zhang Xian looked at Ao Feng and the other god kings and waved his hand. Take back whatever belongs to you. The crowd looked at one another, and after a moment of hesitation, they finally stepped forward to take back whatever belonged to them with reddened faces. Initially, they had been a little displeased at how the young man was able to watch nonchalantly as they were getting extorted, but such a thought had already been vanquished from their heads. They were only strangers, So why should the young man help them? They should be grateful that he was willing to return their possessions to them. Elder, thank you for your help. Ao Feng quickly reverted to his human form before bowing deeply to express his gratitude. There's no need to stand on ceremony, Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. It wasn't my intention to absorb the condensed earth essence, but that doesn't change the fact that I have still done so. I hope that we can call it quits after I retrieved your possessions for you. Definitely. Ao Feng nodded vehemently in response. He fell silent with a conflicted look on his face for a moment before he asked, Elder, by any chance, is it possible that you are the conferred God King of the Nine Skies? Given the huge commotion that had happened during the world conferment, there was no way he would be oblivious to it. It was just that he did not think that he would meet the other party there. Furthermore, the other party was also much younger than he had expected. Yes, I am, Zhang Xian admitted frankly. These are the conferred God King of the Nine Skies? The next, Heaven Subjugation Monarch? No wonder he's so powerful. So, the red clouds that appeared 2 days ago was caused by that young man over there? Hearing the conversation between Ao Feng and Zhang Xian, a huge uproar broke out amid the crowd. It was only at this moment that the God Kings realized why the young man was so powerful despite only being a God King. That explains why you were able to absorb the condensed earth essence. Ao Feng struck his fist against his palm in realization. The spiritual energy contained within the condensed earth essence was so pure that even he, as a conferred God King, was unable to absorb it carelessly. Yet, the young man was able to use it for his cultivation. All this while, Ao Feng had been thinking that it was weird that something like this could happen, and just as he had thought, the young man was indeed no ordinary person. The conferred king of the Nine Skies, a person who was destined to become a god monarch. It was no wonder he could absorb the condensed earth essence easily. At this moment, Ao Feng suddenly thought of something and said, Elder, I know of a treasure here that will likely be useful to you. Oh, Zhang Xian asked. Roughly 5,000 li away from here, I saw some monarch spirit grass in a dimension rift. I didn't dare enter the area with my current cultivation, but if it's you, Elder, I think that you should be able to do it easily, Ao Feng said. Monarch spirit grass? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. Are you referring to the legendary medicinal herb that is useful even for the cultivation of a god monarch? He had read about the medicinal herb in one of the books that Kong Shi had left behind. Most medicinal herbs were useless to him, so he needed something of that tier in order to raise his cultivation quickly. Ao Feng nodded. Lead the way, Zhang Xian said. In terms of effectiveness, it went without saying that the monarch spirit grass was far better than that of the condensed earth essence. He might just be able to push for a breakthrough to conferred God King Realm Pinnacle or even God Monarch. What do we do with him? Ao Feng pointed to the God King who had given away Zhang Xian earlier to Hu Xiao. I don't think that there's any need to keep him alive anymore, Zhang Xian said as he flung his sleeves coldly. Please, spare my life. The God King was in the midst of begging for mercy when he suddenly felt himself losing control over his body. Then, his body began swelling up as the zhenqi in his body became erratic, and the next moment, he abruptly exploded. Just like that, his body and soul were utterly obliterated. If Zhang Xian had not been strong enough, that God King's betrayal would have cost him his life. In a place like the flooding sea, it was foolish to show mercy to one's enemies. Others would simply take one's compassion for granted. Ao Feng and the other God Kings recoiled in shock from the sight. When they saw how the young man let Hu Xiao get away, they had thought that the young man was still too young and good-natured for his own good. But after witnessing such a sight, indeed, it would be foolish to get on the wrong side of someone they could not afford to mess with. Ao Feng felt extremely grateful that he had stuck to his principles and had not betrayed the young man, or else that could very well have been his fate. Let's go. Paying no heed to the rest of the God Kings, Zhang Xian urged Ao Feng to lead the way. Hoo-hoo. With a livid face, Hu Xiao gnashed his teeth together as he muttered hatefully, There's no one else. He must be that conferred God King of the Nine Skies. It was not too hard to deduce the truth. Other than the conferred God King of the Nine Skies, who else, other than the God Monarchs, could possess such frightening strength? He might be formidable, but so what? Our conferred god King Zhaoya, who was groomed by god monarch Fuming himself, is nowhere weaker than him. Hu Shao thought of the silhouette of that valiant lady as he clenched his fists tightly. Over the past month, god monarch Fuming had paid a heavy price in order to groom conferred god King Zhaoya, and fortunately, the latter had not let him down. Conferred god King Zhaoya had displayed exceptional talent that far surpassed any conferred god king that he had seen before. Hu Shao did not mind losing his own items. He could always recoup his losses easily by snatching the possessions of others. However, he could not forgive the young man for the humiliation he had suffered. And if he enlisted the help of conferred god King Zhaoya, he might just able to return the favor to the young man. With such a thought in mind, he quickly took out a unique communication jade token that had been bestowed upon them by the god monarch. It was an artifact that could be used even in the flooding sea. After sending out his message, around 10 minutes later, the space around him wavered, and a person appeared before him. Dressed in silver armor was a valiant young lady, who, despite her great beauty, commanded a cold and domineering presence that no one dared look down upon. "Zhaoya, what business do you have with me?" the young lady said with a cold voice that seemed to distance her from others. It was due to god monarch Fuming's help that she had been able to attain the strength that she currently possessed. Before entering the flooding sea, god monarch Fuming had told her to take care of the god kings and conferred god kings from the sky of adamant gold. It was for this reason that she unhesitatingly parted from her juniors to rush over upon receiving the message from Hu Shao. "Conferred god King Zhaoya, I was robbed by another conferred god king just a moment ago. And the condensed earth essence that I went to great lengths to prepare for god monarch Fuming has been taken away. I beseech you to help me apprehend that insolent fellow." Hu Shao bowed respectfully as he spoke. Even though the other party was much younger than him, he did not dare act too haughtily in her presence, especially due to the vast disparity in their strength. "Who was it?" Zhaoya asked coldly. She had never been one to beat about the bush, so she got straight to the point. "I don't know what his name is, but he's very likely the person who received the world conferment a few days ago, the conferred god king of the nine skies," Hu Shao replied. Even though everyone knew about the conferred god king of the nine skies, his identity remained a mystery to everyone except the god monarchs. After all, this was a matter of grave import. "The conferred god king of the nine skies?" Zhaoya repeated with a cold glint in her eyes. Prior to entering the flooding sea, the god monarchs had instructed her to be careful if she encountered the conferred god king of the nine skies. Since then, she had been wanting to meet the other party, but who would have thought the fellow would actually make a move on one of the people on her side? He sure was brazen. It seemed like someone was asking for a lesson. Chapter 2251, Can I Take Back My Words? Where is he? Zhaoya asked with a wintry aura around her. "He's currently at the mountain stream north of here." Hu Shao pointed in the direction. "Lead the way." Hu Shao hesitated for a brief moment before saying, "That person is quite strong. I fear that we might be in danger if we head there by ourselves." "Don't worry and lead the way. I won't let him touch a single strand of your hair as long as I'm around," Zhaoya replied coolly. Hearing those words of reassurance, Hu Shao heaved a sigh of relief before excitedly leading the way. Soon, they arrived in the vicinity of where the condensed earth essence was located. However, only the god kings who had been injured by the phantasmagoric spirits earlier were left in the area. When they saw Hu Shao returning yet again, their faces immediately warped in fear as they cowered backward. Paying no heed to the looks on their faces, Zhaoya asked, "Where did the conferred god king of the nine skies go?" "He has already left with conferred god king Ao Feng. We aren't too sure where they are." This was the response that the most senior god king of the group gave. It was not that they were intentionally concealing the truth to protect Zhang Xian, but the conversation about the monarch's spirit grass earlier had been held privately to avoid the information from leaking. As a result, the god kings had no idea where they were heading. Hu Shao frowned. He did not think that they would leave so quickly, and he said in frustration, "It hasn't been long, so I reckon they shouldn't have gotten far yet." But before he could finish his words, Zhaoya's body suddenly began trembling as she seemed to have noticed something. She immediately turned to the God Kings and anxiously asked, "Do you know what the name of the conferred God King of the Nine Skies is?" "I'm not too sure. However, I think he goes by the surname of Zhang. There's a lady in the group that he's close to that addresses him as Zhang Shi," a God King replied. Facing two conferred God Kings who could dictate their fate, there was no one who would dare lie to their face out of fear of offending them. Zhang. There was a look of cognizance on Zhao Yu's face as she heaved a sigh of relief. She quickly calmed her agitated emotions before turning to face Hu Shao once more. "Tell me everything that happened between you and the conferred God King of the Nine Skies earlier." Not expecting Zhao Yu to suddenly ask him about the details of the incident instead of pursuing the young man, Hu Shao scrunched his face awkwardly. He knew that he was at fault for this matter for attempting to steal from the group, so he had no idea how he should explain the situation. Seeing that Hu Shao was reluctant to talk, Zhao Yu pointed to one of the God Kings and said, "You? Recount what happened earlier to me." "Yes." Not daring to offend Zhao Yu, the God King immediately explained everything that had happened in detail. "Is everything he has said the truth?" Zhao Yu turned to look at Hu Shao without the slightest expression on her face. "This. It's all the truth. There are no rules here in the flooding sea, and it's survival of the fittest. I'm also doing all of this for our sky of adamant gold," Hu Shao quickly explained, but before he could finish his words, a palm had already landed on his cheek. Pong! His body tumbled across the land before crashing heavily into a boulder, causing his head to spin. Conferred God King Zhao Yu, what do you mean by this? If you have any problems with me, we can always talk it out. Hu Shao was on the verge of going crazy. Was this young lady sick in the head? Why would she hit him before he could finish his words? No matter how you look at it, we are from the same team, right? Even if I have done wrong by snatching from those weaker than me, you don't have to slap me like that, right? Pong pong pong. Paying no heed to Hu Zhao's protests, Zhao Yu sent fist after fist toward Hu Zhao's abdomen. Hu Shao, of course, tried to retaliate, but he was completely powerless before Zhao Yu's overwhelming strength. In the blink of an eye, he had already sustained severe injuries, and blood was pouring out from all over. While coughing out blood, tears streamed down Hu Zhao's cheeks. "Didn't you mention earlier that you wouldn't allow anyone to touch a single strand of my hair? Yet, the one who attacked me in the end is none other than you." The God Kings around the area also looked at one another in confusion. They could not understand the sudden friendly fire from the young lady. They had thought that Hu Shao had brought his backup over for vengeance, and their treasures would be taken away from them yet again. But before they knew it, his backup started pummeling him instead. Furthermore, her blows were decisive and vicious, showing that she had no plans of showing mercy at all. "Can anyone tell me what's going on here? Who am I? What am I? Where am I?" Everyone was flabbergasted by the turn of events. Feeling utterly indignant by the sudden pummeling, Hu Shao bellowed, "I am no match for you. So I have no choice but to accept what you do to me. However, the God Monarch has instructed you to take care of everyone from the sky of adamant gold. So at the very least, shouldn't you give me a reason for your actions? This is too much. I called you here to exact vengeance for me, not to beat me up. I should have long thought of it when I heard about the conferred God King of the Nine Skies." Zhao Yu muttered to herself before she directed a cold gaze toward Hu Shao. "That person whom you want to take vengeance on is my teacher. Other than her teacher, who else could possibly cause such a huge commotion in the world?" She had been thinking that she could finally surpass her teacher and be of some use to him after spending so many years cultivating in the space-time mirror, but it seemed like she was still underestimating the capabilities of her teacher. In the end, her teacher was still as monstrously fast as before. In just one short month, he had already risen to become the conferred God King of the Nine Skies. Even Zhao Yu could not help but find this unbelievable. "Your teacher?" Hu Zhao's body shuddered as he spurted a mouthful of blood. "Conferred God King Zhao Yu, what you mean is that he has once guided you? The reason I was able to grow so fast was due to the strong foundation that my teacher built for me. Without my teacher, I wouldn't be who I am today," Zhao Yu replied. "And there wouldn't be Wang Ying, Zheng Yang, Lu Yang, Yuan Tao, Lu Chong, Wei Ruyan, Zhang Jiuxiao, Kong Shiyao, Dan Shout Eon, or by Wanching? Wait a moment. Aren't they the conferred god kings of the other god monarchs? What relationship do they have with the conferred god king of the nine skies? Hu Xiao was a little dazed. It was not that he could not understand what Zhao Ye was saying, but it was simply so unbelievable that he was having trouble wrapping his mind around such an idea. We are all his disciples. Zhao Ye replied. You are all his disciples? But you are all the strongest conferred god kings in the nine skies. If you are all his disciples, then... Hu Xiao exclaimed in a fluster. It was at this instant that he finally understood why the other party had given him a beating. It was fortunate that he had only told Zhao Ye that he had attempted to steal their teacher's possessions. If his other disciples learned of the matter as well, he would really be a goner. What the heck was this? Even though everyone had been saying that the conferred god king of the nine skies could very well become the next heaven subjugation monarch, Hu Xiao himself did not think that the possibility was too likely. After all, the nine god monarchs would not allow the rise of yet another heaven subjugation monarch to threaten their position. With the new batch of conferred god kings that the god monarchs had groomed, he believed that they would be able to stop the conferred god king of the nine skies with ease. But this effectively meant that the 12 strongest experts within the flooding sea at this very moment were the conferred god king of the nine skies and his 11 disciples. They were practically an untouchable existence there. The rest of you should have heard what we said. Tell me where the conferred god king of the nine skies has gone. Zhao Ye turned to the rest of the god kings. A god king hesitated for a moment before pointing in a direction. They headed in that direction. Thanks. Zhao Ye grabbed the tail of tiger form Hu Xiao and swiftly flitted in the direction pointed out to her. Finally, she was going to meet her teacher once more. The more she thought about it, the more agitated she became. On the other hand, Hu Xiao, who was hanging in midair by his tail, suddenly realized that a worse fate was awaiting him. The earlier beating was just a teaser, and the true show would begin once they arrived before the conferred god king of the nine skies. Otherwise, why would Zhao Ye drag him along with her? If only I'd known this would happen, I would have obediently gone around searching for treasures. Not only did I fail to exact my vengeance, I'm even going to be beaten up real bad. To think that I was even relieved for a moment when I heard God Monarch Fuming instructing her to take care of us. Is it too late to retract my words? I don't really want her to take care of me anymore. Chapter 2252 Monarch Spirit Grass. Are you sure that the Monarch Spirit Grass is here? Zhang Xian frowned. The dimension rift before his eyes was more frightening than anything he had seen before. Under the frightening spatial turbulence, everything that entered it was broken down into a 7-colored aurora. Even conferred god kings would not be able to enter such an area easily. Given that the monarch spirit grass was just another medicinal herb, was it really possible for it to survive in such conditions? I am certain of it. Ao Feng nodded. This is the 4th time that the flood of spiritual energy has occurred, and this is the 4th time I have come here. I have been exploring the area all this while, so I am still quite familiar with the terrain here. That is also why I was able to bring people straight to the condensed earth essence. Zhang Xian nodded. He had been wondering how Ao Feng was able to figure out the location of the condensed earth essence so quickly, even though there were so many phantasmagoric spirits guarding the area. It turned out that he had been there a few times, just that he had not been strong enough to claim it the last few times. The dimension rift wasn't that terrifying the last few times I was here. Back then, I was still able to see through the shattered space to see what is within, but it seems like the space has further destabilized over time, Ao Feng remarked with a frown. Destabilized over time? Yes. The dimension rift wasn't this big or violent back then, and I was able to enter it the last few times I was here, but I couldn't obtain the monarch spirit grass. I didn't think that it would become like this in the last decade, Ao Feng explained. Zhang Xian nodded as he examined the dimension rift contemplatively. He had not been there 10 years ago, so he could not tell what the situation was. However, with the current state of the dimension rift, it would not be too easy for him to enter it even with his current cultivation. He turned his gaze over to Luo Qi and asked, "Is it possible for you to stabilize the space in there?" As a manifestation of the dimension silencer, Luo Chichi's ability to manipulate space far surpassed that of any conferred god king. If anyone could do it, it would probably be her. I think so, but I won't be able to sustain it for too long, Luo Chichi replied. How long? Probably around 20 breaths at the very most. That's enough, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. I'll try to get the monarch spirit grass within 20 breaths. All right then, Luo Chichi replied. She walked up to the dimension rift, and her body morphed into a round orb. Wong. A light buzzing echoed from the orb, and the spatial turbulence within the dimension rift immediately calmed down. Even the seven-colored aurora froze in space, not moving in the least. This? Ao Feng blinked in bewilderment. All this while, he had thought that the young lady was an ordinary god king serving the conferred god king of the nine skies, but who could have known that she was a powerhouse herself? Despite being a conferred god king himself, Ao Feng himself was unable to achieve such a feat. In other words, if he battled the young lady, even with the disparity in their cultivation, he still would not be a match for her. As expected of the conferred god king of the nine skies, even the people around him could not be underestimated. Who? As soon as Luo Chichi stabilized the space inside the dimension rift, Zhang Xian leaped right into it. Flitting through the still seven-colored aurora, Zhang Xian quickly observed his surroundings. Initially, he had thought that the dimension rift was just yet another hazard of nature that occurred on this piece of land, but after entering it, he realized that he was underestimating the nature of the dimension rift. If left alone, it would eventually swallow this land whole. It's that same energy from before. Zhang Xian frowned as he ventured deeper in. He could sense terrifyingly powerful energy flowing in the depths of the dimension rift, hastening its growth, and this energy was identical to the gray currents he had seen in the depths of the mountain stream and in the abyss beneath Spirit Origin Royal City. Zhang Xian quickly wrapped his pathos of heaven Zhenqi around his body before proceeding further. Soon, amid the cracks of darkness, he saw 3 stalks of monarch spirit grass floating in midair, seemingly on the verge of being devoured by the darkness. Fragments of broken space that flowed close to the monarch spirit grass would be devoured by it, and the leaves would grow even lusher. Legend has it that the monarch spirit grass thrives through absorbing the fragments of space, resulting in it harnessing powerful spatial powers. It seems like the rumors are true, Zhang Xian thought grimly. Unlike other medicinal herbs, the monarch spirit grass did not grow on spiritual energy but fragments of space, making it quite a unique existence. I feel like someone intentionally planted the monarch spirit grass here in order to stabilize this dimension rift. This dimension rift was caused by the gray energy that could neutralize even the heaven's path Shenqi, so it was inevitable that it would continue to expand exponentially as it devoured the energy in the surroundings. Based on what he had heard from Ao Feng, this dimension rift had existed for 40 years, but if that was really the case, it should have long swallowed the entire flooding sea. It should not have been as small as it appeared. It was the monarch spirit grass that had prevented that tragedy from happening. Its roots were tying the dimension rift together, limiting its expansion. On top of that, through absorbing the fragmented space, it was preventing the fragmented space from destabilizing the surrounding space. This had caused the expansion of the dimension rift to slow considerably. It seemed too much of a coincidence that the monarch spirit grass would appear where it was needed. But if he said that someone had intentionally planted it here, who could it be? God monarchs could not enter the flooding sea, and conferred god kings were unable to pull it off. Jai. While Zhang Xian was still in thought, he could feel the frozen space around him beginning to crack. It seemed like Luo Chichi was reaching her limits. I can't waste any more time here. Luo Chichi could only last 20 breaths in total, and half of the time had already passed. He needed to make his decision quick. His main goal there was to take the 3 stalks of monarch spirit grass away, but if he did that, he would risk destabilizing this dimension rift, which had barely been kept under control. There could be adverse consequences if he did so. It might devour the whole flooding sea hole, and it might even result in the dimension fissure above the flooding sea expanding further, hastening the doom of the firmament. But if he left it there, he could tell that the monarch spirit grass could no longer hinder the dimension rift anymore. This was also why Ao Feng was surprised by how much it had grown over the past decade. Most likely, it would only continue working for 1 or 2 months more before all hell broke loose. This might very well be the last flood of spiritual energy. When he heard that the flood of spiritual energy occurred once every decade, he had assumed that it would continue that way and provide the firmament with resources every now and then. But he was clearly underestimating the severity of the problem. The flood of spiritual energy was an aberrant event, and this was proven by the instability of the flooding sea. It was only a matter of time before this temporary stopgap measure fell apart. By then, not only would the flood of spiritual energy come to a halt, the collapse of the flooding sea might even hasten the destruction. That would explain Ruoxin and Kong Shi's anxiety in completing the War of the Heavens. It was only after coming into contact with all of this himself that he realized just how urgent the situation was. His previous thoughts had really been too shallow. The heavens were far more complex than he had thought. The crisis would not disappear just because he kept delaying the inevitable. Eventually, when the firmament fell to ruin, he would be affected as well. In other words, regardless of whether he decided to join the War of the Heavens or not, he was destined not to be able to live a peaceful life. If all the fragments of the heavens were put together, at the very least, there would still be a sliver of hope for everyone. Chapter 2253 Someone is faster than us. Well, it'll be fine as long as you can last for another month or two, Zhang Xian muttered. Without picking the monarch's spirit grass, he turned around, returned to where the dimension silencer was floating, and said, "Let's go. I can still hold on. Quick, go pick the monarch's spirit grass first," Luo Qiqi said anxiously. Their goal there was to claim the monarch's spirit grass for themselves, so why was Zhang Xian not picking it? "There's no need for that," Zhang Xian replied as he grabbed the orb floating in the air and pulled her out of the dimension rift. Then, the space behind shattered, and a 7-colored aurora burst forth. Why? Luo Qiqi did not understand the reason behind Zhang Xian's actions. "There are plenty of things I can use to advance my cultivation, but there's only one firmament," Zhang Xian said. It would have been good if he could obtain the monarch's spirit grass, but it was not a necessity for him. There were other medicinal herbs he could rely on for a breakthrough to God Monarch. There was no need for him to sacrifice the flooding sea and the firmament for that. As someone who had only arrived in the firmament a month ago, he did not have any deep feelings for the firmament. He also was not as noble as Kong Shi, who harbored great compassion for the entire world. However, at least as a human being, he could not bear to watch as an entire world was torn apart and countless people lost their lives. He was starting to understand how Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin felt. Carrying heavy responsibilities on their shoulders, their hands were tied. They did not have the freedom to do as they pleased. But where else can we find a medicinal herb like the monarch spirit grass? Luo Qiqi asked worriedly. "You have to advance your cultivation as quickly as possible." She was not a person of many words, but she was extremely perceptive of her surroundings. Despite not knowing about the War of the Heavens, she could tell that the young man was in a rush. He had always been keen to raise his cultivation, but he seemed to be more anxious than ever to do so. This made her realize that he was facing some compelling circumstances. But as the young man never spoke about it, she had chosen not to ask. She decided to simply do whatever she could to help him in his time of need. "It's fine. We'll eventually find a way out," Zhang Xian replied with a smile as he took out a Pinnacle God Essence pill from Hu Zhao's storage ring and infused it with his pathos of Heaven Jinqi before passing it over to Luo Qiqi. The young lady had exerted herself beyond her limits in order to stabilize the dimension rift earlier, causing her to sustain some internal damage. "I still know of a few places where there are medicinal herbs that could help a God Monarch advance their cultivation. I can lead you there," Ao Feng offered. Zhang Xian nodded in agreement. As someone who had participated in the previous 3 floods of spiritual energy, even though the treasures he had acquired thus far paled far in comparison to what Kong Shi's direct disciples had collected, he would still have been able to uncover quite a bit of treasure. It would indeed be much more convenient for them with Ao Feng leading the way. It did not take long before they arrived before another area where an invaluable treasure was located. The Midnight Flower. It's a flower that only blossoms on the midnight of a full moon. It has to absorb the essence of the moon for thousands of years before it finally reaches maturity. Even though the conditions in the flooding sea are a little peculiar, the midnight flower only blossoms once every decade in here. The last time I was here, I saw one in the depths of the valley over there, Ao Feng said as he pointed in a certain direction. Glancing over, Zhang Xian saw a lush mountain valley filled with innumerable God-King realm phantasmagoric spirits. I'll head in to take a look. Zhang Xian activated the disguise amulet before flitting into the valley. A moment later, however, he returned with a frown. Someone has already taken it. He could tell that there was indeed a midnight flower growing in there, but someone had beaten him to it. Did someone manage to gather a group to procure the midnight flower? Ao Feng was a little taken aback. The midnight flower, just like the condensed earth essence, was protected by the phantasmagoric spirits, making it nigh impossible for a person to collect the midnight flower by themselves. Even in a group, the chances of success were not too high. So, it was a little hard to believe that someone would actually be able to claim it. Did a group of conferred God Kings work together for it, or something? After all, not everyone possessed unfathomable strength like the young man before him. It doesn't seem so. Based on the trail, it's an individual who snuck into the area and discreetly took the midnight flower away with him. It looks like the phantasmagoric spirits haven't even realized that it's missing, Zhang Xian replied. He would have noticed if there were any marks of battle in the vicinity, but there was no such thing. Clearly, the person had, like him, discreetly snuck to where the midnight flower was and harvested it before leaving without kicking up a fuss. The reason Zhang Xian was able to do it was because he had the disguise amulet with him. How did the other party manage it? Let's proceed to the next location then. I know a place that has desolate iron. This material can be used to forge God Monarch tier artifacts. It's buried in the underground lava, not too far from here. Since the midnight flower had been taken, there was no reason for them to remain there. Let's head over. Zhang Xian nodded. While he already had a weapon in hand, he could still take the desolate iron and trade it for cultivation resources with the other God Monarchs. Swiftly flitting ahead, the trio took roughly 10 breaths to get to the lava pool. Zhang Xian wrapped his body in a layer of zhenqi to protect himself before diving into the lava. Not too long later, he returned with a frustrated look on his face. The desolate iron you spoke about has been taken away as well. That's impossible. Ao Feng shook his head in disbelief. The temperature in the lava before them was so great that even God King realm artifacts would melt in an instant in it. Even someone of Ao Feng's strength would not dare enter it recklessly. Just who in the world could enter the lava and take the desolate iron discreetly? What other treasures do you know of? Knowing their time was limited, Zhang Xian quickly pressed on. I know there's a location that has otherworldly meteorite. Back then, the Heaven Subjugation Monarch and his 3 conferred God Kings tried to claim it, but they weren't able to take it away with them. The last time I was there, it was still around, Ao Feng said. He was starting to lose confidence in himself after those 2 failures. Take me there, Zhang Xian instructed. The 3 of them continued rushing forward, and this time, their destination was an ice mountain. It emanated a chilling frost that would freeze even a God King's zhenqi. I don't think that anyone will have come here, Luo Qiqi said. The frost in the area was to the extent that it was hard for even her to enter the area, let alone the other conferred God Kings. You should wait here for the time being. I'll head in to look, Zhang Xian said. Driving the pathos of heaven, he swiftly acclimatized himself to the coldness before heading in. Around 10 minutes later, he returned with a bitter smile on his face. We came too late again. The ice mountain had only gotten colder the deeper one ventured, such that it was difficult for Zhang Xian to endure the chill. Yet, he was unable to find the otherworldly meteorite that Ao Feng had mentioned. Based on the marks in the vicinity, it seemed like someone else had beaten them to it. They had gone to 3 places thus far, but the items had already been taken by someone else. It had only been a few hours since the flood of spiritual energy started, but it felt like the entire area had already been swept clean. Just who in the world was so capable as to obtain everything so quickly? Perplexed, Zhang Xian turned to Ao Feng and asked, Do you know if there has been a particularly formidable conferred God King who has appeared in the firmament in the past decade? Chapter 2254 Epitome Monarch Pill, be it the midnight flower, desolate iron, or otherworldly meteorite. The environment that they lived in was not one where most conferred god kings would have been able to enter easily. Otherwise, Ao Feng would have already claimed them for himself. Despite that, there was still someone who had consistently beaten them to it. Just how formidable was their rival? Ao Feng pondered for a moment before replying. Due to the rise of the heaven subjugation monarch, all of the god monarchs have begun paying close attention to the flood of spiritual energy. For it, they devoted a great deal of resources in order to nurture a group of talented cultivators. Based on what I have heard, our Sky of Cloud Dragon has groomed 3 of such cultivators. Through using the space-time mirror to warp temporal laws, all 3 of them have managed to receive their conferment from the Cloud Dragon Monarch before the flood of spiritual energy. I haven't met them yet, but it seems like their strength far surpasses that of other conferred god kings. Oh. Zhang Xian frowned. Could it be that the 9 god monarchs knew that this would likely be the last flood of spiritual energy, so they were going all out to ensure their survival? With a perplexed look on his face, he asked, "Do you know the names of the 3 conferred god kings?" "Their names are Kong Shiyao, Lu Yang, and I think there is one more called Zhang Jiuxiao," Ao Feng replied. "It's them?" Zhang Xian was slightly surprised. He had been very worried about his disciples ever since they were taken away by the god monarchs. He was a little relieved after hearing that Wang Ying and Wei Ruyan were doing fine in the sky of Linglong. But based on what he was hearing, it seemed like most of them had successfully become conferred god kings. That was really a load off his chest. But speaking of which, was their cultivation not advancing a little too fast? It was fortunate that he had reached the same level, or else how embarrassing would it be if he was no match for them when they finally met each other again? Indeed, it isn't just the Sky of Cloud Dragon that has done so. I heard that a powerful expert going by the name of Zhao Ye from the Sky of Adamant Gold was conferred not too long ago, and her unique constitution allows her to easily cripple any opponent. Over in the Sky of Blazing Sun, there is a spear expert known as Zheng Yang whose sharp and swift pierces can easily overcome any enemy. Demon Monarch Qianquan seems to have taken in a disciple named Lu Chong not too long ago, and he boasts supreme soul arts that are second only to the god monarchs. The Sky of Linglong has taken in 2 cultivators known as Wei Ruyan and Wang Ying, and one of them is a fearsome user of poison, whereas the other is known to be able to breathe life into inanimate beings. As for the Sky of Acheron, the Acheron god monarch has personally guided 3 cultivators named Yuan Tao, Dan Xiaotian, and by Wanqing, and they have managed to become conferred god kings as well. Even though all of them have only risen to prominence recently, their strength is not to be underestimated. In terms of fighting prowess, they are more than a match for veteran conferred god kings like me. Ao Feng was completely oblivious to the peculiar expression on Zhang Xian's face as he swiftly went through the situation in the firmament. Then, with a grim look on his face, he said, "Do you think that they are the ones who have taken the treasure?" Zhang Xian sighed deeply. From the looks of things, that was likely the case. He did not have a good gauge of how powerful the other conferred god kings were, but if it was his direct disciples, given the simplified Heaven's Path divine art that they cultivated and the strong foundation they had built up over the years, there was no doubt that their fighting prowess would be top-notch. They might even be able to defeat Kong Shi's direct disciples. It was not that Zhang Xian's ability as a teacher was above Kong Shi's, but the fragments of heavens that they possessed were simply different from one another. Heaven's order was an ability that allowed one to manipulate the building blocks of the world and bring one more time to cultivate. On the other hand, Heaven's imperfections was an ability that allowed one to see through flaws and correct them. Without a doubt, the latter was far more powerful when it came to building up a cultivator's foundation. The 11 of them are incredibly powerful. If it's just 1 or 2 of them, you might still be able to subdue them. However, if they team up with one another, I'm afraid that even you will face trouble taking those treasures away from them. Elder, even though you are the conferred god king of the 9 skies, I advise you not to go head-on against them, Ao Feng said worriedly. He had witnessed the strength of the young man when he beat Hu Xiao easily earlier, but those 11 were no pushovers. With the artifacts that the god monarchs had bestowed to them, if they put their strength together, they would form a terrifying force indeed. That was also why the direct disciples of the heaven subjugation monarch had been unrivaled in the flooding sea all this while. Not only were they strong individually, more importantly, their teamwork and coordination were also superb. Unless a god monarch intervened, there was no one in the world who could subdue them. Go head-on against them? Hearing those words, Zhang Xian chuckled softly beneath his breath before replying, "Rest assured, that won't happen." With a wave of his hand, he looked at Ao Feng and asked, "Other than those three, are there any formidable treasures in the flooding sea that you know of?" Whether those treasures had been taken by his disciples or someone else, he had no intention of snatching them. Given so, it was meaningless to think too deeply into this matter. The flooding sea was extremely large, such that it would take quite a bit of time if they had to go around searching the area. It would be much more efficient to follow the wisdom of those who had been there before. In his view, even though Ao Feng's cultivation was the knowledge he had accrued in the flooding sea was invaluable. Ao Feng contemplated for a moment before speaking carefully. "There's one last treasure I can think of. It is the most incredible treasure I have seen in my entire life. If a god monarch obtains it, they will be able to advance their cultivation to a higher level. However, no one has been able to obtain it yet, so it has remained there for decades. A treasure that could allow a god monarch to advance their cultivation to a higher level? What is it?" Zhang Xian asked. If such a treasure really existed, it was something that would make countless experts go frenzied over it. A glint flashed across Ao Feng's eyes as he replied, "It's the Epitome Monarch Pill." Epitome Monarch Pill? Zhang Xian frowned. He had not seen this name in any book records he had read before, but it clearly was not a medicinal herb. "It's a god monarch realm pill," Ao Feng replied. "Pill? Why would there be a pill here?" Zhang Xian frowned in incomprehension. The flooding sea was a chaotic place where no one lived. Why would there be a pill there, let alone a god monarch realm pill? Rumor has it that before the heaven subjugation monarch became a god monarch, he entered the flooding sea, and with his transcendental pill forging skills, he forged the Epitome Monarch Pill. Back then, he managed to forge 2 of them. He ate one of them and successfully became a god monarch. However, as a result of his breakthrough, a cultivation ordeal was summoned, and the already unstable flooding sea became even more so. In the midst of the chaos, the second pill got away. After that incident, the heaven subjugation monarch instructed his direct disciples to find the second pill, but none of them have been able to do it to date. As a result, it has remained here over the years. While it doesn't possess the strength of a real god monarch, there is no doubt that it has already far surpassed the level of conferred god kings, Ao Feng explained. It was forged by the heaven subjugation monarch? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. If there was someone in the world who could forge a god monarch realm pill despite not being a god monarch, it could only be the talented Kong Shi. Since the Epitome Monarch Pill can help one become a god monarch, if I can get my hands on it, won't I be able to successfully make a breakthrough? Zhang Xian thought as he clenched his fists tightly together. Chapter 2255, Taming the Comets. Where is the Epitome Monarch Pill then? Zhang Xian asked. To be frank, I'm not too sure where it is. I have only seen it once throughout the past floods of spiritual energy, and I nearly lost my life to it back then, Ao Feng said. You don't know? The pill possesses sentience, and it is able to transmogrify into a human. It's exceptionally skilled in concealing itself and assaulting those coming after it, making it a difficult opponent to deal with. In the previous flood of spiritual energy, it killed conferred God King Ao Yi of our Sky of Cloud Dragon. Ao Feng shook his head. Even in this land filled with all sorts of danger, what Ao Feng feared the most was still the Epitome Monarch Pill. Morphed into a pill, it could hide in the narrowest of spaces, not emanating the slightest aura at all. It was like the perfect assassin that could silently snipe away the lives of the cultivators in the flooding sea one after another. Just recalling what happened back then made shivers run down his spine. If not for the disciples of the heaven subjugation monarch passing by just at that moment, he would have already been a goner. Where did you meet it last time? Zhang Xian asked. I met it at the Lake of Comets. The Lake of Comets was yet another dangerous land in the flooding sea. There were all sorts of rocks flying randomly in all directions, intersecting one another, forming something reminiscent of a massive formation. If not to seek treasures in there, even the strongest of conferred God King would do well to stay away from it. Let's head over there, Zhang Xian said. After receiving the coordinates from Ao Feng, he quickly tore open a spatial passageway. The first thing that came into their sight after walking out of the spatial passageway was a massive lake that rose all the way into the sky. There were countless comets flying in the area, emanating a brilliant glow. From time to time, these comets would collide into one another with a resounding explosion, and with a series of shockwaves, the surrounding space would collapse into a black dimension rift. What's truly frightening in the Lake of Comets is not the comets themselves nor their collision. It is the ever-changing gravity within that space, Ao Feng explained grimly. Those comets are unbelievably heavy despite their relatively smaller size, and due to their random movements, the gravitational field within the area changes chaotically. Zhang Xian frowned. He had experienced an abrupt change in the gravitational field back at the Azure Bridge. Back then, it had just been a swift 90-degree change in his center of gravity, but it had still left him disorientated for a brief moment. In the Lake of Comets, however, there were all sorts of comets flying in all directions, like a series of ping-pong balls flying all around an enclosed space. If the gravitational field within the area was constantly changing along with the movements of the comets, it would take him a long time to adapt to this new environment. By then, the flood of spiritual energy might have already ended. I'll have a go. Taking in a deep breath, Zhang Xian extended his spiritual perception to perceive the gravitational field within the area, but barely a moment later, his face started to turn ghastly pale. He felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine and tossed around the place like a rag. Just as he had imagined, the gravity affected not only one's physical body but one's soul as well. One would have to swiftly adapt to the constant changes in order to be able to maneuver around the area properly. Luo Qiqi took out a sword and tossed it in. The next moment, it began flying randomly in all directions, as if a fly buzzing randomly around the area. Pong! After moving randomly for a moment, under the relentless pull of gravity from all directions, the sword's spirit finally dissipated, and the sword itself disintegrated. The three of them looked at one another with widened eyes. The sheer pressure from the gravitational force was actually enough to destroy a high-tier celestial god artifact so easily. Just the thought of it sent shivers down their spine. How did you enter the area back then? Luo Qiqi asked. Actually, I never entered the area. I was attacked while I was outside, Ao Feng replied with a reddened face. That explained it. Just looking at this area was enough to leave him with goosebumps all over. It was unimaginable that someone of Ao Feng's prowess would be able to enter and leave such a place safely. I'll head in to take a swift look. Wait outside and don't move recklessly, Zhang Xian said. He channeled his sword intent around his body before walking right into the lake. Tzz. As soon as he entered the area, he felt a powerful pull tugging at his body, trying him to drag him somewhere. To resist the pull of gravity, Zhang Xian exerted the strength of his physical body, causing his muscles to bulge out. The gravitational field around him continued changing, but by stiffening his body, he was able to remain rooted to the spot. He waited for a moment to allow himself to become accustomed to the change in gravity before taking a step forward. So, two comets were drawn to each other by each other's gravitational pull, and they surged rapidly toward him. Zhang Xian quickly drew his sword and slashed at the two comets. The two comets broke apart simultaneously, and a stream of smoke flowed out from them. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. These comets are incredibly tough, are good stuff. Given that a high-tier celestial god sword had been destroyed so easily by the gravitational pull, he had been wondering how these comets were still able to remain intact in such an environment. As it turned out, the resilience of these comets had already reached a level comparable to God King realm artifacts. What a pity that they can't be forged into weapons. However, if I could just collect these comets, it would be a sight to behold once I tossed them toward my enemies. Through his eye of insight, he could tell that these comets could not be forged into weapons. Nevertheless, they would still make pretty decent weapons even if he tossed them as they were at his enemies. The only problem was that these comets were moving way too fast for him to collect. If I store them into my storage ring while they are moving, it will surely puncture a hole in my storage ring and shatter the space within. Due to the pull of gravity, the comets were both fast and forceful. As such, he could not simply collect them into his storage ring in their current state. He would have to first find a way to slow them down, but it was beyond his means to do so at the moment. Under the chaotic pull of gravity, even remaining on the spot was difficult enough for him. It would be nigh impossible for him to stop a comet in his current state. Even though these comets can't be forged into weapons, if I think of them as my bricks, I guess they could kind of be considered as weapons already. If so, is it possible for me to enchant them? His bricks were also good for pretty much nothing except for their exceptional resilience, which was similar to the comets. If his bricks could be enchanted, there was no reason these comets could not be enchanted. Once he enchanted them, he should be able to make them slowly come to a halt before placing them in his storage ring. I should give it a try. So, Zhang Xian gave himself into the gravitational pull and began flying toward one of the comets. As soon as he arrived close to one, he reached out to touch the comet. Outside the lake of comets, there are so many comets in there, and the gravitational field is a huge mess. Will Elder Zhang be fine? Ao Feng asked worriedly. I'm not sure. The forces inside the lake of comets are so chaotic that even I would have trouble freezing the space in there. I'm a little worried about Zhang Shi as well, Luo Qiqi replied fretfully. Dodging those fast-moving comets was already difficult in itself, and the constantly changing gravitational field only made things worse. One would have to be incredibly lucky to survive there. In terms of danger, it was several times worse than facing the phantasmagoric spirits. The fact that even Luo Qiqi, a master of manipulating space, was unable to move freely in such a region showed just how dangerous the Lake of Comets was. It's too dangerous. I wouldn't even last 10 seconds in there. Should we call Elder Zhang to pull back? Ao Feng asked. But before he could finish his words, his face suddenly froze. He had just witnessed the impossible. Deep in the Lake of Comets, a young man was standing calmly on the spot, and several comets were circling neatly around him in single file. From time to time, these comets would leap up a little, as if trying to act cute. They looked no different from a bunch of well-trained performance dogs. Chapter 2256 The Epitome Monarch Pill appears. Ao Feng suddenly felt his mind blanking out entirely, reaching a state of absolute emptiness. So, this was what that would happen when the string of rationality in one's head finally snapped. Those comets flying around the area were supposed to harness boundless might, were they not? Why would such a situation happen? It looks like those comets have been enchanted and tamed. Luo Qiqi also gulped in shock. Enchanted? But he only entered the Lake of Comets a short moment ago. I don't get it. How is this even possible? Ao Feng's cheeks were twitching wildly, a reflection of the state of his brain. God Kings possessed the ability to bestow spirit to objects, and he was able to do the same. However, he would need to spend a great deal of time and effort, possibly several months, while draining him both mentally and physically, in order to do so. Yet, the young man was able to enchant so many comets within like 2 minutes? 3 minutes? Not to mention, he had even managed to tame all of them. What was even more shocking was how lively the young man was despite all of that. It was as if what he had just done was no big deal and did not take a toll on him at all. While the two of them were still in shock, the young man in the Lake of Comets leaped forward toward his next comet, and upon touching it, the trail of comets following him would increase by one. Just like that, the line of comets grew longer and longer. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the comets in the lake were following Zhang Xian. What is Elder Zhang doing by taming those comets? Ao Feng muttered weakly. Bruh, aren't you here to find the Epitome Monarch Pill? What are you toying with those comets for then? I guess he's trying to get the Epitome Monarch Pill to appear, Luo deduced. Ao Feng exclaimed. The Epitome Monarch Pill is able to morph into a pill and hide from the eyes of even the strongest experts. If it's hiding among the comets, biding its time to launch a sneak attack, It would be difficult for even someone as powerful as Elder Zhang to guard against it. So, by taming all the comets, he will be able to seal off the hiding spots of the epitome monarch pill. It is a good plan. Why didn't I think of it beforehand? Once the surroundings had been cleaned up, there would be no place for the epitome monarch pill to hide anymore. That would make it much easier for them to deal with it. He's the kind of person who is always able to find unique ways out of difficult predicaments, Luo Qiqi said with a smile. Who dares ruin my home? You are asking to be killed. While those two were speaking, loud rumbling echoed in the air, and the entire lake of comets suddenly began shaking. Following that, a massive face suddenly appeared in midair. A god monarch? Luo Qiqi narrowed her eyes in shock. She had seen Fairy Linglong using this ability before. It was an ability unique to the god monarchs. That's the epitome monarch pill. How could this be? Even though the flooding sea is rich in resources, it shouldn't have been that easy. It actually managed to make a breakthrough in its cultivation. Does that mean that it's a real god monarch now? Ao Feng mumbled in disbelief. Luo Qiqi shook her head in incredulity as she asked, but don't god monarchs have to govern a certain region or receive the anima of yearning from countless people in order to successfully ascend? How can a pill manage to do it? In order to become a full-fledged god monarch, one had to be recognized by countless people to receive a boundless amount of anima of yearning to pull off the breakthrough. For example, in order to become a real god monarch, Kong Shi had challenged the 9 god monarchs one after another to receive the recognition from the people in the firmament. How could a mere pill that had not gone through anything at all possibly become a god monarch? Ao Feng pondered for a moment before replying. It could be because we are in the flooding sea and not the firmament. Flooding sea and not the firmament? Luo Qiqi pondered over those words for a moment before nodding in realization. The flooding sea used to be from the firmament, but it had torn away from it. As such, a different set of laws might apply there as opposed to the firmament. Furthermore, the heaven subjugation monarch made a breakthrough here before returning to the firmament to challenge the 9 god monarchs and receive the recognition of the firmament, Ao Feng said. It's just that I find it a little weird. The gap between a conferred god king and a god monarch is humongous, such that in the entire history of the firmament, the only one who's managed to bridge the gap was the heaven subjugation monarch. The epitome monarch pill is ultimately just a pill, so how did it manage to do it? Such thoughts were shared by the young man standing in the middle of the lake of comets. Even Zhang Xian was unable to summon a massive face in the sky with his current prowess. One would have to possess a deep understanding of spatial laws to pull that off. Could the epitome monarch pill have succeeded in making a breakthrough? A feat that countless cultivators had attempted and failed at was actually achieved by a mere pill. No, that's not right. It's the special environment of the Lake of Comets that allowed it to do so. Zhang Xian spread his spiritual perception around the area, and soon, he realized the secret behind the massive face. It was not that the epitome monarch pill had managed to become a god monarch. Rather, it had lived in the Lake of Comets for so long that it had gained full control over the area. If the Lake of Comets was a dominion, the epitome monarch pill would be its master. It could manipulate the spiritual energy within this space freely to form whatever it wanted to. You wish to kill me? The least you can do is reveal your main body. This mere will of yours doesn't seem to have the strength to do so, Zhang Xian said before flicking his finger lightly. Gotcha. The massive face in the sky shattered into pieces. You. It did not take long for yet another massive face to appear in the sky. It glared at Zhang Xian furiously, but the young man simply shattered it easily with another flick of his finger before returning to taming the comets. His main goal there was to find the epitome monarch pill and make a breakthrough to the god monarch realm with it. He did not intend to pull any punches in dealing with it. Besides, based on what he had heard from Ao Feng, it appeared that the epitome monarch pill had killed quite a few god kings and conferred god kings over the past few decades. Boom. After the massive face had been shattered twice by Zhang Xian, the space in the Lake of Comets began to distort, and a young man finally materialized. He shared the same appearance as the massive face, hairless and ferocious. You darn brat. I gave you a chance, didn't I? You're the one who pushed your luck. Voila. Zhang Xian immediately felt as if his body was bound by some force. The young man was manipulating the gravitational field in order to seal his movements. At the same time, the young man dashed forward and launched palm thrust to crush Zhang Xian. You aren't a true god monarch yet. Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. While his fighting prowess far exceeded that of other conferred god kings, he could not yet deal with a real god monarch. Although the epitome monarch pill had managed to become the master of the Lake of Comets, it was still some way off from becoming a god monarch. As such, it was unable to fully tap into the energies of the firmament or the flooding sea, thus limiting its strength. In other words, the epitome monarch pill was not a threat to Zhang Xian. Go! Zhang Xian beckoned with a wave of his hand. The comets that were following behind him immediately charged forth like a long, soaring dragon to crash right into the young man. The sudden charge of so many enchanted comets created a massive compression in the space of the Lake of Comets, causing countless dimension rifts to appear in the area. The young man's palm strike was nothing compared to the force coming from the charge of the comets, causing him to be overpowered right away. Just as Ao Feng thought, the epitome monarch pill was initially hiding among the comets, and it was intending to secretly sneak up on Zhang Xian to launch a surprise assault. But never in its wildest imagination could it have fathomed that someone would be able to tame all the comets so quickly and even use them against it. It felt so infuriated that it could just blow up on the spot. At the same time, it could not help but wonder in bewilderment. Are all conferred god kings this frightening nowadays? Chapter 22:57a Legendary Treasure Surfaces. In a moment of fury, the young man raised his hands, and a spatial ripple swept into the surroundings. The comets that Zhang Xian had not managed to tame, yet suddenly changed direction and bolted right toward where Zhang Xian was. The abrupt increase in pressure from the incoming comets made Zhang Xian feel as if his blood had frozen in place. Even with his current physical body and soul cultivation, it would be impossible for him to withstand all those incoming comets. He could use the comets that he had tamed to defend against them, but it would undo all his hard work. Let's see if the comets you control can withstand my sword. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Xian drew the Crimson Heaven Sword. He had not used this sword ever since his physical body, soul cultivation, and Zhenqi cultivation had reached the conferred God-King realm. It was time for him to test out the limits of his fighting prowess once more. He began channeling his Zhenqi and sword intent into the Crimson Heaven Sword, and the sword released an excited cry reminiscent of the roar of a dragon upon receiving all this nourishment. Hearing the sound from the Crimson Heaven Sword, Ao Feng felt his knees turning to jelly as cold sweat dripped from his head. That's the 8 notes of Heavenly Dragon. Meanwhile, the roar made Zhang Xian feel as if all the cells in his body had been revitalized, filling him with boundless energy. Go! With a deep bellow, Zhang Xian executed the pathos of Heaven 4 Dan sword art, releasing a surge of sword chi reminiscent of a stream of white light. It was a strike filled with indignation and yearning, but there was an unyielding spirit behind it all. In an instant, the comets that were streaming toward Zhang Xian were sliced in half, like cloth ripped apart. The half comets ended up passing Zhang Xian on each side. However, the sword chi did not just stop there. It continued to surge ahead to strike the epitome monarch pill. The young man's face paled in the face of such a powerful sword art. He scrambled to the side to dodge the sword chi, but as if the sword chi had some sort of homing function, no matter how he tried to run around, he was unable to dodge it. The wind batters unceasingly on the unwilling tree. A son seeks to be filial, but time slips through his fingers. The conceptualization of the sword art carried a hint of helplessness. It was a feeling of standing against a force that could not be averted no matter how one tried to avoid it. It was a force of karma, and so it could not be dodged. Damn it! The young man cursed as he raised his arms and faced the sword chi head-on. Boom! The Lake of Comets wavered, and a massive dimension rift was torn open. The young man was knocked back several steps before he was able to regain his balance, and he gasped desperately for breath. He lost his arms? Ao Feng bit his tongue in shock. The epitome monarch pill's arms had been severed by that one strike. He was the strongest existence in the flooding sea. How could he have ended up being overpowered? Was the conferred god kings of the nine skies not a little too frightening? Luo Chichi heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing that. Humph! The epitome monarch, Pil harumphed. His relaxed gaze turned grim as he realized that his opponent was stronger than expected. He directed the energy within his body toward his shoulders, and soon, a pair of new arms grew out. In the first place, his human form was a transmogrification, and his arms and legs were nothing more than a manifestation of his medicinal energy. Even though he had lost quite a bit of energy from the severing of his arms, it was not an irrecoverable wound to him. As long as I have medicinal energy left within me, even if you sever all four of my limbs and my head, I still can recover without a hitch, the young man sneered coldly. Let me tell you, I have enough medicinal energy in me to do this more than a dozen times. I only hope that you have enough energy to execute that sword art of yours that many times, or else you will certainly be ripped to pieces. But before the epitome monarch Pil could finish his words, Zhang Xian suddenly raised his hand, and the two severed limbs flew over to him. With a light tap, those two arms immediately morphed into a sesame-sized pill, and he swallowed it without any hesitation. The epitome monarch, Pil, widened his eyes in disbelief. We are in the midst of a life-and-death battle, yet you are actually eating my hands right before my eyes. You are going overboard. They might just have been arms, but that was still medicinal energy coming from a god monarch realm pill. The medicinal energy was concentrated enough for god monarchs to spend days trying to assimilate it, but the other party had swallowed it in the middle of a battle. Was he not afraid of being stuffed to death? With a livid face, the epitome monarch Pil raised his palm once more to strike Zhang Xian. Yet another burst of sword chi shot forth, and the arms of the epitome monarch Pil fell off once again. Just like before, no matter how he tried to dodge it, the sword chi still struck its target. The epitome monarch Pil channeled his energy to his shoulders once more to regrow his arms, but as soon as he raised his head after he was done, he saw the other party turning the severed arms into a pill and swallowing it again. The epitome monarch Pil was really starting to lose his cool. Are you a perverted psycho or something? Are you going to continue severing my limbs and eating me till there is nothing left of me? I am a god monarch realm Pil. To make matters worse, the epitome monarch Pil realized that the zhenqi cultivation of his opponent, after devouring 4 limbs, had risen from conferred god-king realm primary stage to intermediate stage. If this went on, his opponent would only grow stronger and stronger. This is supposed to be a proper battle, but all that's on your mind seems to be how you can slowly savor me in your mouth. Arg, you be *starred. If I don't kill you today, my surname won't be Pil anymore. With a ferocious bellow, the epitome monarch Pil gathered all his strength in his palm to strike down on Zhang Xian. But just as the blow was about to land, he narrowed his eyes and cursed, the freak. This time, his arms and legs were severed by the other party's sword chi, and just like before, the other party delightfully gathered his severed limbs and compressed them into a pill before swallowing it. Boom! His cultivation rose to conferred God-King realm advanced stage. The epitome monarch Pil felt goosebumps rising all over his body. Years of being in the flooding sea had nourished him greatly, allowing him to store huge reserves of medicinal energy. However, losing his 4 limbs was still a huge blow. With veins popping on his forehead, the epitome monarch Pil once again grew his limbs once more. This time, however, the aura that he emanated was far weaker than before. Run! Knowing that he was not a match for Zhang Xian, the epitome monarch Pil immediately morphed back into his pill form before jolting a crack in the space. Then, he swiftly slipped into it. Not expecting the epitome monarch Pil to run away so decisively as soon as it realized that it was unable to win, Zhang Sun swiftly swung his sword once more. Voila! A pair of arms and legs flew out of the dimension rift before it closed, but the epitome monarch Pil had already vanished without a trace. TSK, he got away. Zhang Xian clicked his tongue in annoyance. In the end, The epitome monarch pill still had an advantage in the Lake of Comets, as it was his home. There were some intricacies in the spatial structure there that Zhang Xian was unfamiliar with, which the other party was able to make use of. Furthermore, it was a fact that the epitome monarch pill was stronger than him, so it would be difficult for Zhang Xian to stop him from getting away. Nevertheless, through assimilating the pair of arms and legs, Zhang Xian's cultivation rose once more, and he successfully reached conferred God-King realm pinnacle. He spent another hour taming all the comets before stowing all of them into his storage ring. Then, he returned to Ao Feng and Luo Qiqi's side. Elder Zhang, where should we head to next? Ao Feng had thought that it would be a brutal battle that would end in Zhang Xian's defeat, but who could have known that he would be able to overpower the epitome monarch pill so easily? He was starting to feel like there was nothing in this world that could stop Zhang Xian. We'll head to... Just as Zhang Xian was about to speak, the space around them suddenly jolted a little. Following that, a brilliant light harnessing energy that made even conferred God Kings subconsciously tremble in fear burst out right ahead of them. For an instant, the entire sky was blinded by its radiance. A legendary treasure has surfaced. This phenomenon immediately caught the attention of everyone in the flooding sea. Chapter 2258 The Retaliation of the Veteran Conferred God Kings. Such a powerful pulsation of energy that was not caused by a battle, that could only mean one thing. A legendary treasure had surfaced. Judging from the energy that had been emanated, its value seemed to exceed even that of the epitome monarch pill. Has anything like this happened in the previous floods of spiritual energy? Zhang Xian asked. Ao Feng, who was also dazed by the situation, shook his head in shock. There were countless treasures lying in the flooding sea, but never had he seen any of them releasing such a frightening outburst of energy. Let's head over to take a look. The three of them flitted ahead, and soon, they arrived at their destination. The phenomenon had alarmed all the conferred God Kings and God Kings that had entered the flooding sea, drawing them into the vicinity. Each and every one of them was staring at where the pulsation of the spiritual energy was the most violent, with excited looks on their faces. Their gazes were directed at a massive emerald lotus leaf that looked as if it had been sculpted by jade. It was floating in midair, emanating divine light. Just how powerful is that lotus leaf? Its tier is far beyond what any of us can handle. However, if we can obtain it and present it to a god monarch, we'll surely be handsomely rewarded for that. Indeed, the god monarchs wouldn't hesitate to take us in as their direct disciples and confer us if they could obtain the lotus leaf in exchange. We'll be able to rise through the ranks. Everyone was staring at the lotus leaf with heated gazes as they thought about the countless possibilities that could occur if they obtained the lotus leaf. No one knew where the lotus leaf was from or what it was. However, the spiritual energy harnessed within it was so great that anyone who successfully assimilated it, even if the person was a god monarch, would surely enjoy a tremendous surge in power. Amid the discussion, a conferred god king spotted Zhang Xian and the others. Conferred God King Ao Feng. Ao Feng? You are referring to the conferred God King of the sky of Cloud Dragon? Aren't you asking the obvious? Who else could it be other than him? To Zhang Xian's surprise, the weak Ao Feng was actually highly respected among the God Kings and conferred God Kings. Most of the female cultivators in the area were looking at him with eyes filled with reverence. As it turned out, the conferred God Kings of the sky of Cloud Dragon, due to their noble and powerful bloodline, were viewed to be ideal spouses. There were many people who were more than willing to mate with them. It was also for that reason that the descendants carrying the dragon bloodline were scattered all over the worlds. Conferred God King Luoying. Conferred God King Bai Ji. Conferred God King Lu Yin. Ao Feng also returned the greetings one by one like a true gentleman. Conferred God King Ao Feng must have been drawn here by the aura of the treasure as well. Oh, who are the two companions with you? An elder asked as he looked at Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi curiously. They are God King Zhang Xian and God King Luo Qiqi. Ao Feng had intended to introduce them formally, but the young man had shot him a look. Realizing that the young man was not willing to reveal his identity, he had gone ahead with a simple introduction instead. The elder nodded before clasping his fist to greet them. Paying respects to God King Zhangxian and God King Luo Qiqi. It's amazing how you have managed to achieve so much despite your age. It seems like the era is really changing. News about how Zhang Xian had killed conferred God King Bei Qinghong of the sky of Linglong had spread across the 9 skies, and practically everyone in the flooding sea had heard of that incident. There were even some who had been able to acquire a recording of the happenings back then. Their evaluation of the incident was that the young man did possess the means to kill conferred God Kings, but his strength was mainly dependent on artifacts. Nevertheless, that was still enough for him to be classified as one of the powerhouses of the firmament, and it would be wise not to make an enemy out of him. For that reason, none of them dared disrespect him. "You're too courteous." Zhang Xian returned the greeting. However, the elder frowned in displeasure at Zhang Xian's greeting. He felt like the young man's attitude was a little perfunctory. In truth, the elder had watched the recording of the battle between Zhang Xian and Bei Qinghong, and he felt like he could have done the same with the weapons bestowed upon him by his god monarch, though it would have taken a bit more effort. In other words, their strength was roughly on par with one another. In fact, if they put aside their artifacts, there was no doubt that he was the stronger one. So, why was this young man acting as if he was some big shot? While the other conferred god kings who had gathered around did not say a thing, they also frowned slightly in disapproval toward Zhang Xian's lackadaisical attitude. It was already extremely rude for a junior not to take the initiative to greet a senior first, but the young man's attitude even appeared to be insincere on top of that. Conferred God King Lu Yin? Ao Feng was just about to explain things a little when the elder suddenly waved his hand and said, "All right, let's put aside the formalities for now. Conferred God King Ao Feng, since you are here, I believe that you are eyeing the lotus leaf as well. Since we share the same thoughts, why don't we put our strength together?" "Put our strength together?" Ao Feng frowned. "Indeed. We are all veteran conferred god kings who have survived the previous floods of spiritual energy, and every single one of us possesses our own means. While it would be stretching it to say that our fighting prowess is top-notch, I believe that we don't pale too much in comparison to the others. We have all received orders from the god monarchs to bring the treasures of the flooding sea back to our respective skies, and there is no doubt that the greatest treasure in the flooding sea is the lotus leaf right before us. If we can bring it back, we will surely be generously rewarded by our god monarchs," the elder, conferred god King Lu Yin, said. Ao Feng nodded in agreement to those words. While none of them could use the lotus leaf, there were great benefits to be earned if they could present it to their respective god monarchs. "May I know if you have heard of the newest conferred god king of our sky of blazing sun, Zheng Yang?" Conferred god king Lu Yin suddenly asked. "Of course," Ao Feng replied. "There's no way I wouldn't have heard of him. Even though Zheng Yang is a conferred god king of our sky of blazing sun, he's arrogant and conceited. He doesn't show the slightest shred of respect for veteran conferred god kings like us. In fact, he has formed an alliance together with the other young conferred god kings of the other skies to steal the valuable resources in the flooding sea that we have discovered." The more conferred god King Lu Yin spoke, the more furious he got. "He stole your resources?" Ao Feng was stunned. A conferred god king of the group harumphed angrily. "That's right. I found some sealing yang grass that would have exceptional effects for god monarch Shuayang, but he flew right into the ancient domain and claimed it for himself, not giving us the slightest chance at all." 2 more conferred god kings chirped in with deep indignation in their voices. "It was the same for me. I went through so much difficulty in order to find a sea origin stone, but a person claiming to be his junior suddenly barged in and snatched it. It's really as if they don't have the slightest regard for us at all. It's the same for me. Just because they are a little stronger, they don't show any respect for us at all. This is unacceptable." Having served the god monarchs for so many years, they had contributed greatly to the growth of their respective skies. Yet, instead of taking them as their students, the god monarchs chose to groom a random bunch of youngsters instead. How could they possibly be happy about this? But since it was the decision of the god monarch, they could only swallow their indignation and grudgingly accept the situation. But as if that was not bad enough, those youngsters were actually arrogant scoundrels who did as they pleased. They took treasures as they deemed fit, not leaving anything for them. If they returned empty-handed, would their god monarchs not think that they were utterly useless? If so, they would be in a shaky position once they returned. Their god monarchs might even find new people to replace them. It was for this reason that they had gathered in such a hurry upon seeing the emergence of the lotus leaf. We, the veteran conferred god kings, have to unite together in order to protect our interests. If we can obtain this lotus leaf and deliver it to our own god monarchs, it will prove that we are no weaker than those younger conferred god kings. Conferred god King Lu Yen exclaimed. On the other hand, if those young scoundrels beat us to it, we will have tough days ahead of us. They will suppress us so badly that we'll never be able to raise our heads again. We'll lose even the final shreds of dignity that we have. So, Aofeng, what do you say about that? Aofeng did not expect to suddenly receive such a proposal. So, he turned his gaze to Zhang Xian to seek his opinion on the matter. Chapter 2259A Finger will suffice. Aofeng had already figured out from watching Zhang Xian's response earlier that he had some kind of close relation to Xingyang and the others. Thus, he felt like this fight was kind of hopeless. The veteran conferred god kings were going to suffer such a tragic defeat that they would not even know what had hit them. Putting aside the fact that Zhang Xian possessed the strength to overwhelm the epitome monarch pill, even Xingyang and the others were already more than what the veteran conferred god kings could handle. He had once fought one of them, and he knew that they were not even on the same level. To plot against them right in front of the conferred god king of the nine skies, were they brave, or were they just tired of living? What, you don't dare go against them? Conferred god king Lu Yin scoffed after seeing Aofeng's hesitation. It's just a simple fight over the lotus. Even if those younger conferred god kings are angry at their loss, what can they do about it? As a pure-blooded dragon from the sky of Cloud Dragon, surely you won't be scared by just this much. I'm not scared, but Aofeng said hesitantly. It's fine as long as you aren't scared. This matter is settled then. Conferred god king Lu Yin had no intention of letting Aofeng back out. He then turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and Luo Qiqi and asked, "What about you two?" "We'll pass," Zhang Xian replied. "Well, all he has is his artifact, so I reckon that he won't be much help in a real fight. As for Luo Qiqi, I've never even heard of her before, and she hasn't been conferred. Even if they join us, I don't think that they'll be able to contribute much. What can two youngsters do in a fight among conferred god kings?" The other conferred god kings did not pay much heed to Zhang Xian's rejection. While they were speaking, conferred god King Lu Yin suddenly exclaimed, "Here they come!" There was a slight disturbance in the space in the distance, but taking a closer look, one could see a figure rushing over at an incredibly fast speed. It was a tall and slender young lady with a sword in her hand, commanding a valiant posture. Conferred god King Zhaoya. Upon seeing the face of the person heading over, conferred god King Luo Ying's eyes immediately reddened in rage. It was this woman who had beaten him to the treasure that he had spotted earlier. Voila! So, conferred god King Luo Ying raised his sword and pointed it at the young lady in the sky. "Zhaoya, I know that you possess superior strength, but the veteran conferred god kings have already formed an alliance with one another. Back down now, or you'll suffer." Zhaoya shot a glance at conferred god King Luo Ying before looking away, paying no heed to the latter's words at all. She continued flying toward the lotus with a nonchalant look on her face. Voila! Seeing that Zhaoya was adamant about claiming the lotus, the other conferred god kings immediately drew their weapons before leaping forth to block her path. Over the past few days, Zhaoya had already made her name as one of the strongest conferred god king in the firmament. They were confident that they would be able to defeat her if they ganged up on her, but they also knew that they would not be able to get out unscathed if a battle did occur. Furthermore, this so-called alliance was not exactly reliable. It was informal, and their interests were not fully aligned with one another. There was no saying when they would be betrayed by one another. So, they hoped to just frighten her so that she would back down. "You wish to block my way?" Zhaoya lowered her gaze and looked at them with an air of majesty. Her black hair contrasted with the silver armor she donned, making her appear to be a valiant goddess of war. Conferred god King Luo Ying harumphed. It's all fair competition, conferred God King Zhaoye. I don't have time to waste on you lot. Zhaoye waved her hand dismissively as she insistently advanced forward. Audacious! How dare you? It seems like you really have no regard for us at all. They had made their intent clear, but the young lady still tried to bypass them. Lu Yin and the other conferred God Kings immediately flew into a rage as they made their moves. Channeling their energies together, they swiftly formed a massive barrier of Jinqi in the air to block Zhaoye's path. The destructive energies that flowed through the barrier felt so overwhelming that there were no cultivators who would not feel powerless in its face. Anyone who forcefully barged through the barrier would suffer grave injuries or even death. Zhaoye frowned a little upon seeing their movements. She raised her sword and slashed it down on the barrier. Boom! The barrier was decisively severed before dissipating, and the conferred God Kings were forced to retreat dozens of steps from the rebound. Their faces paled in fright as they stared at the young lady in the air in disbelief. They had known that she would be a difficult opponent to deal with, but they did not expect her to be so powerful. She had already grown to the level where she could sever a barrier they had set up with ease. Aofeng, what are you waiting for? Make your move. Conferred God King Lu Yin exclaimed anxiously. But before he could finish his words, Zhaoye had already descended to where Aofeng and the others were standing, and with reddened eyes, her knees fell to the ground. Unfilial disciple Zhaoye pays respects to teacher. Disciple? Teacher? Silence. Everyone was flabbergasted. This was because the person whom Zhaoye was kneeling before was none other than God King Zhangxian, whom they had snubbed a moment ago. Not only so, she seemed to be so agitated that her body was trembling intensely, and her eyes had grown a little moist. No one would have thought that there would be such a frail side to the valiant young lady. What was going on? Did this mean that the ferocious conferred God King Zhaoye, who was inhumanely strong, was a student of God King Zhangxian? But was he not just an apothecary? When in the world did he become Zhaoye's teacher? Hula! Just as everyone was shocked beyond words, deafening sonic booms echoed in the air as another 10 youths flew over to where they were. *T, this is really bad. It's Zheng Yang and the others. Have they really joined hands with one another? This is madness. Seeing the figures that were heading over, many of the veteran conferred God Kings could not help but retreat a little out of nervousness. Thinking that these 10 youths were coming after them after hearing of their alliance, they immediately raised their weapons to protect themselves. But what they imagined did not come to happen. Instead, those 10 youths descended to Zhaoye's side, and with the same reddened eyes, they kneeled to the ground. With an earnest and deeply respectful attitude, they lowered their heads and said, Unfilial disciple Zheng Yang pays respect to teacher. Unfilial disciple Lu Yang pays respect to teacher. Their voices echoed loudly in the air, jolting the hearts of the veteran conferred God Kings. All of them are the disciples of God King Zhangxian, but they are the strongest conferred God Kings of the firmament, the cultivators whom the 6 God monarchs groomed personally. How could they all be God King Zhangxian's disciples? My goodness, can you pinch me hard so that I can check if… Youch! What are you doing, you dumbass? Conferred God King Lu Yin and the others were going insane. Never in their long lives had they seen anything so ridiculous. Zhaoye, Zheng Yang, and the others were already ridiculously powerful by themselves, but they were actually all from the same lineage. To make matters worse, their teacher turned out to be the humble God King whom they had looked down on a moment ago. Things were really starting to get out of hand. Did we look down on him earlier? Is it too late to start fawning over him now? Is there anything that we can say to reverse the situation? Everyone could already feel tears welling up in their eyes. Earlier, when God King Aofeng introduced him, they did not think that he was anything much. In fact, most of them had even felt that he was a conceited young man. But looking back, they were the ones who were being conceited. Putting aside how strong he was, just the fact that he had so many overwhelmingly powerful disciples meant that it would not be excessive even if they welcomed him with the highest level of formalities. If they had treated the young man better, there might still have been some room for reconciliation. But it was a pity that they had allowed the opportunity to slip through their fingers. There was nothing they could do. Meanwhile, Seeing how much his direct disciples had grown over the past month, Zhang Xian nodded in approval and said, "Rise." They had not let him down. The years he had spent teaching them had not been in vain. "Teacher, I heard that there's a particularly powerful expert known as the conferred God King of the Nine Skies and the Flooding Sea. Have you met him yet?" Zhang Yang asked as he brandished his spear to the side. "What's wrong?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. "I have been hearing how powerful he is from the god monarchs over the past few days, so I have been wanting to challenge him to a battle to prove our teacher's name," Zhang Yang declared haughtily. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian nearly choked on his own saliva. He looked at Zhang Yang for a moment before asking, "You are certain about it?" "Yes, I am," Zhang Yang replied determinedly. The others were also nodding vehemently, expressing their agreement toward Zhang Yang's words. Only Zhao Ye was covering her face speechlessly, as if trying to act as if she did not know those fools standing beside her. "Very well. All of you should come at me together," Zhang Xian said as he placed a hand behind his back. "Just one finger will suffice." Chapter 2269 Sky's Lotus Leaf. Baffled by their teacher's words, Zhang Xian's direct disciples were stunned for a moment before realization suddenly struck them, and their faces started twitching. With a hushed voice, Zhao Ye muttered quietly to the dense Yuan Tao, who still did not seem to understand what was going on. "Our teacher is the conferred God King of the Nine Skies." There was a moment of awkward silence before Zhang Yang started laughing stiffly. "Ha ha ha, teacher. I wonder what kind of treasure that lotus leaf over there is. I don't understand it at all. Ha ha ha." If they had known that their teacher was the conferred God King of the Nine Skies, they never would have dared to brag like that. Ever since they had come under their teacher, every single time they thought that they had finally grown stronger, their teacher would pummel them heavily and put them back in their place. While they had grown tremendously over the past month, somehow, their instincts were screaming at them that if they went through with the battle, they would be beaten up so badly that they would be wailing at the end of it. A gentle smile formed on Zhang Xian's lips as he said, "The lotus leaf over there might be eye-catching, but let's not lose sight of what we are going to do, all right?" Seeing that his attempt to distract his teacher was futile, Zhang Yang's face collapsed in despair as he cried, "I wouldn't dare to challenge teacher to a battle. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Let's begin right away," Zhang Xian replied. Boom. Just as Zhang Xian and his direct disciples were celebrating their long-awaited reunion with a good mix of physical intimacy and screams of joy, the lotus leaf in the air suddenly released a loud explosion sound. Its leaves had fully matured, and they were radiating a blinding glow. Great streams of concentrated spiritual energy were flowing out from it. Even just absorbing the bits that leaked out was enough to leave those gathered around feeling revitalized. Everyone immediately turned toward the lotus leaf. Unlike before, new inscriptions had appeared on the lotus leaf, giving it an enigmatic yet ancient appearance. That is, the geographical terrain and constellation map of the Nine Skies? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. He had seen the geographical terrain and constellation map of the Sky of Spirit Origin, Sky of Drifting Spectre, and Sky of Ling Long, and he could see them depicted clearly through the inscriptions on the massive lotus leaf. He could tell that the lotus leaf was a natural artifact of the firmament, yet it had been born with a complete map of the Nine Skies. This was extremely perplexing. Not only so, I can also sense the aura of the Nine Skies from it. Just what in the world is that lotus leaf? Zhang Xian was bewildered. Without a doubt, the lotus leaf was a treasure beyond anything he had seen before. If he could assimilate it, it would do his cultivation much good. Even pushing for a breakthrough to the god-monarch realm on the spot was not completely impossible. Now, all of a sudden, conferred god King Lu Yin bellowed before rushing straight for the lotus leaf. He knew that they would not stand a chance once Zhang Xian and the others made their move, so he decided to make the first move. As long as he could successfully grab the lotus leaf, he would immediately rush to the outer perimeter of the flooding sea and inform God Monarch Zhuayang to teleport him out right away. Then, no matter how powerful Zhang Xian was, there was no way he could snatch the lotus leaf from the hands of the God Monarchs. The other conferred God Kings also made their moves. With their powers, They weaved together a massive net that swiftly closed in on the lotus leaf. Through this, they could ensure that no one could get to the lotus leaf before them. Teacher. Seeing that someone was trying to beat them to it, Zhao Ye and Zhang Yang's eyebrows shot up in displeasure. It was one thing to be beaten up by their teacher, but they would not allow a treasure that would benefit their teacher to be taken before their eyes. It won't be that easy for them to take the lotus leaf. Let's just wait and see, Zhang Xian said as he stopped his direct disciple from getting involved. He could not tell what kind of treasure the lotus leaf was, but just from the inscriptions and the aura of the 9 skies it was emanating, it was clear that it was not an artifact that a couple of average conferred god kings could handle, as he had guessed. While the massive net was about to wrap itself around the lotus leaf swayed a little, and the space in the surroundings immediately shattered. Pacha! A spatial shockwave rippled outward. Pung pung pung. The conferred god kings that had gathered around the lotus leaf were struck on the chest, and a deep laceration appeared on their bodies. They were knocked flying into the distance as blood spewed from their mouths. Frightening. Zhang Yang and the others narrowed their eyes in shock. Even though their fighting prowess far surpassed these veteran conferred god kings, they were not certain that they could have coped with that attack if they had been the ones facing it. That was how powerful the lotus leaf was. Realizing this, Zhao Ye looked at her juniors and said, "Let's go together." With a determined nod, the 11 direct disciples of Zhang Xian each took a deep breath before charging toward the lotus leaf together. Unlike the veteran conferred god kings, their teamwork was nearly impeccable. In the blink of an eye, they had already gotten into position to form a collaborative formation. Their combined might was probably enough to face even a god monarch for a short period of time. Unable to withstand their might, the surrounding space began to tear as a massive spatial storm broke out around the lotus leaf. The lotus leaf seemed to be a little pressured facing such a furious onslaught of attacks. It suddenly began expanding larger and larger, reaching a size comparable to the sky itself. Then, with a twist, it swept itself across the cultivators standing against it. Ch**t. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. He immediately drew the crimson heaven sword and slashed it down on the lotus leaf. The sword chi carried an unyielding will and bolted toward the lotus leaf. Just as it was about to strike its target, the massive lotus leaf suddenly swayed once again. In an instant, Zhang Xian suddenly experienced a bout of weightlessness. The space around him began warping at an insanely fast pace, and he suddenly found himself standing in the midst of a lush field. It was a boundless grassland that extended to the horizons. "I have returned to the firmament?" Zhang Xian was stunned. The land beneath his feet felt different from that of the flooding sea, and he could sense the aura of the 9 skies around him. He seemed to have returned to the firmament. "No, that isn't right. I have entered the firmament inscribed on the surface of the lotus leaf." Zhang Xian swiftly noticed that something was amiss. The firmament was closed off, but it was not isolated. The real firmament still carried a link to the rest of the myriad worlds, but he could not feel it there. He paid close attention to it. There were more differences between the area where he was and the real firmament. "Teacher," a voice echoed not too far away. Zhang Xian quickly turned his head, and he saw Zhao Ye and the others flying in his direction. Fortunately, it did not appear that they were injured. He heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Gazing into the sky, he said contemplatively, "There is something really weird about the lotus leaf. To think that it has an expanse of space comparable to the 9 skies within it. Not to mention, it was able to pull us in here so easily. With their strength combined, they were strong enough to even deal with the god monarchs. Yet, they were far too helpless in the face of the lotus leaf. Just what kind of artifact was it to possess such unfathomable prowess? The flaw probably lies here." Zhang Xian quickly looked around the area, but he was unable to find an exit. So, he lifted the crimson heaven sword in his grasp and hacked it down on the ground beneath him. If there was no way out in sight, the most plausible way out would be the ground. While the lotus leaf wielded enigmatic abilities, Zhang Xian did not think that it would be able to withstand an attack of his full might. So, he channeled his spirit, soul, and psyche into his sword and struck down with all his strength. Voila! A burst of sword chi inflicted a massive crack in the ground, and spiritual energy immediately poured out from there. Without any hesitation, Zhang Xian and his direct disciples leaped into the crack, and the next moment, Luo Qiqi's anxious face appeared before their eyes. "Are you all okay?" Luo Qiqi asked worriedly. Zhang Xian nodded before speaking his thoughts aloud. "I don't understand. Just what kind of treasure is that? I'm not sure. However, I think I heard those injured veteran-conferred god kings calling it the Nine Skies Lotus Leaf," Luo Qiqi said. As she had been outside the whole time, she had overheard the discussion among the other conferred god kings. Nine Skies Lotus Leaf? Zhang Xian was a little taken aback. A familiar-sounding name popped up in his head as he muttered, "The Nine Skies Lotus Embryo?" Chapter 2261, Primordial Golden Lotus of the Nine Skies. He had never heard of the Nine Skies Lotus Leaf before, but for reason, its name reminded him of the Nine Skies Lotus Embryo. It was the material that he had used to forge his clone. It was due to being made of such a material that his clone was practically indestructible and possessed superior fighting prowess. Even Zhang Xian, when he cultivated the perfect Heaven's Path divine art, was no match for it. It was only after he started comprehending the pathos of heaven that he managed to overpower his clone a little. The Nine Skies Lotus Embryo and the Nine Skies Lotus Leaf. Could they somehow be related to one another? With such a thought in mind, Zhang Xian brought out his clone. As of this moment, his clone's cultivation had also reached conferred God King Realm Pinnacle, making them roughly on par. "Take a look at that lotus leaf over there." Zhang Xian pointed. The haughty clone tilted his chin upward to look at the lotus leaf, and his eyes lit up. "I don't know what that thing is, but I somehow feel my body being drawn to it." As the clone spoke, he began flying toward the massive lotus leaf. At the same time, the massive lotus leaf seemed to have sensed something as well, and it began shrinking. With a slight sway, the clone landed on top of the lotus leaf before morphing into a lotus core that seemed ready to blossom to any moment. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. It was how the Nine Skies Lotus Embryo had looked before he had forged it into his clone. Tzz. The powers of the lotus leaf surged into the lotus core, nourishing it with energy. A pure white flower blossomed from it before slowly becoming transparent. Boom! An intense burst of energy rippled from the lotus as a nine-colored lotus flower blossomed in full, emanating a scent that intoxicated one. "To think that it's the primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies," conferred God King Lu Yin muttered with eyes widened in disbelief. "You know about it?" Zhang Xian asked with a frown. "Legend has it that before the Nine Skies were created, the primordial energy of the universe gave birth to the primordial golden lotus to establish order in the five elements and the four extremities. 1. However, before it could mature, it suddenly vanished without a trace, resulting in the rise of chaos in the world. From the chaos came the four legendary beasts, who eventually came to be known as the god monarchs of the northern sky, southern sky, eastern sky, and western sky. As one of the older conferred god kings to have served the god monarchs, he had heard of many things that were not recorded in the books. "I thought that the primordial golden lotus was just an artifact of the history, but to think that it would appear here. Furthermore," conferred god King Lu Yin clasped his mouth in shock. The primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies was a treasure that even god monarchs would find difficult to tame, but the young man had managed to forge it into his clone. This was unbelievable. "If I'd known that you'd already tamed the lotus, I wouldn't have come here to snatch it from you." Tzz. Zhang Xian could feel his clone growing stronger by the moment as it continued to fuse together with the lotus leaf. Its power had already exceeded that of a conferred god king by this point. He could not help but heave a sigh of relief. His clone seemed to have far more fortuitous encounters than he did. At this rate, his clone was likely to become a god monarch before him, and once that happened, he would probably become a truly indestructible and unrivaled existence in the world. All this time, he had been wondering just what tier of artifact the Nine Skies Lotus Embryo was to be able to defeat him, a practitioner of the perfect Heaven's Path divine art. It was only at this moment that he discovered just how frightening a background his clone had. I should have long thought of it, Zhang Xian said with a bitter smile. In any case, given that the lotus has bloomed fully, my clone should be able to make a breakthrough to the God Monarch realm. However, it'll probably take some time before he completes the process. The Nine Skies lotus embryo carried the name of the Nine Skies, so he should have realized it when he finally came to the firmament. It was just that he could not have imagined that his clone would actually be so formidable. Taking a closer look at the lotus, he saw the lotus becoming more and more brilliant. Through their telepathic connection, he could sense that his clone had already fully assimilated the lotus leaf. Once the two energies finally fused together, his clone would become a God Monarch. I first found the Nine Skies lotus embryo back on the Master Teacher continent. Initially, I thought that it was an unripe Nine Hearts lotus due to its gray color, so I nourished it with my Heaven's Path Shenqi. It was only then that its color started changing. Now that I think about it, the reason the Nine Skies lotus embryo was in such a state back then could be the result of that bizarre gray energy as well. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. Back then, there was a soul oracle by the name of Emo Hunching possessing the Nine Skies lotus embryo, and through it, he was able to survive tens of thousands of years without dissipating. All this time, Zhang Xian had thought that it was his Heaven's Path Shenqi that had led to its maturity, but now that he pondered upon it once more, he felt like it could have been the doing of the same gray congregation of energy that had suppressed Feng Zhouge's cultivation. It was due to him neutralizing the gray energy with his Heaven's Path Shenqi that it reverted to its original color. That was probably the reason he had eventually managed to forge a clone out of such a powerful artifact. Most likely, the bizarre gray energy had already devoured all the energy within the Nine Skies lotus embryo by the time it got to his hands, allowing the transcendent mortal him to assimilate it easily. Be it the Nine Skies lotus embryo or the Deathless Monarch, it seems too much of a coincidence that I managed to get involved with them. It feels I am walking down a path that someone paved for me, Zhang Xian mumbled with a frown. He felt that it was simply too lucky for him to stumble upon such fortuitous encounters, especially when he was on the lower Master Teacher continent. What were the odds of it happening? If it was just a slightly more powerful artifact, he could still attribute it to his good luck. However, the Nine Skies lotus embryo was a precious treasure that even God Monarchs would die to get their hands on. Yet, he had ended up forging it into his clone unknowingly. On top of that, he had somehow tamed the Deathless Monarch, one of the 9 strongest experts of the myriad worlds, and even the strongest God Monarch Lingxi of the Sky of Freedom ended up as his girlfriend. No matter how one looked at it, something was off. How much luck did one need for all that to occur to one person? It was not as if he was the protagonist of some novel. Zhang Xian knew that Kong Shi had played a hand in orchestrating some matters, but he felt like there was another enigmatic force that had been pushing him to grow all this while. Unable to figure it out, Zhang Xian decided to put it aside for the time being. Instead, he turned to look at his direct disciples. Zhao Ye stepped forward and presented a storage ring to him. "Teacher, here are the treasures you have acquired at the flooding sea. We hope that they will be of some use to you." Zhang Xian accepted the storage ring and took a look at the contents within. Then, he nodded and remarked, "Not bad." The items that his direct disciples had gathered were far more valuable than what he had found. There were at least 10 items in there that were on the same tier as the condensed earth essence and a few more that exceeded it. For them to be willing to present the invaluable treasures they had procured to him, he could really feel their sentiments toward him. "It looks like I don't have to search any further. With these, I will be able to push for a breakthrough to the God Monarch realm without any trouble," Zhang Xian said with a smile. However, when he was taking a second look through the items in the storage ring, he suddenly noticed something that made him frown. This is weird. Aren't you the ones who took away the Midnight Flower and the Desolate Iron?" He realized that the Midnight Flower and the Desolate Iron, which had vanished by the time he arrived in the vicinity, were not in the storage ring. Was it possible that there was someone other than his direct disciples who possessed the ability to claim the treasures from those dangerous locations? Midnight Flower? Desolate Iron? Zhao Ye and the others tilted their heads in confusion. "We've never heard of those items before. What does this mean?" Is there someone else who possesses great capabilities lurking in the flooding sea other than you all? Zhang Xian frowned in alarm. 1. Four extremities refers to the four directions of the world. Chapter 2262, Finale 1. The Midnight Flower and the Desolate Iron were located in perilous locations that even someone of Ao Feng's prowess was unable to enter. There should have been no one else other than Zhang Xian and his direct disciples that were capable of entering those areas to claim those treasures. As such, he had assumed that it was their doing all along, but clearly, he was mistaken. Was there another power in the flooding sea that was discreetly collecting all the treasures in the flooding sea? Someone else? Zhang Yang frowned for a moment before nodding in agreement. Now that you mention it, that does seem possible. There were several areas we visited where the treasures had already been claimed by someone else. We thought that it was the doing of the conferred God King of the Nine Skies, but that doesn't appear to be the case. That person was able to collect all of those treasures without a hitch while leaving little to no trace at all. That means that they're no weaker than the rest of you. Zhang Xian was starting to feel a little bewildered by the situation. Based on what he had heard from Ao Feng thus far, he and his 11 direct disciples should have been the strongest existences in the flooding sea. If so, where did this elusive expert come from? I heard that demon monarch Qinkuan has accepted another successor other than me, and he's even forged a body for him, Lu Chong suddenly said. He forged a body for him? Once Lu Chong said that, Zhang Xian also recalled hearing about such a thing before. Yes, that's right. That successor appears to have arrived in the firmament ahead of us, and he appeared through the netherworld pool. Given his powerful soul cultivation, it might have been possible for him to find those treasures ahead of us and take them away with ease, Lu Chong said. In a place like the flooding sea, other than having a veteran lead one around, another factor that played a crucial role was the strength of one's soul. The stronger one's soul cultivation was, the more sensitive one would be to the presence of treasures. This played a crucial role in finding and securing the treasures hidden all over the area faster than others. If he arrived in the firmament earlier than us, it means that he isn't native to the firmament. If so, who could it be? Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Outside the flooding sea. So what if those people are Zhang Xian's direct disciples? I still have a hidden piece. He'll be able to secure a good deal of treasures in the flooding sea. Demon monarch Qinkuan smirked smugly as he looked at the communication jade token in his hand. Even though they were unable to peer into the flooding sea with their consciousness, they were still able to receive news from those in the area through the use of special artifacts. Just a moment ago, Demon Monarch Qinkuan had received a message from the hidden piece that he had planted in the flooding sea. Based on the message he received, the hidden piece had secured a lot of treasures for their sky of drifting specter. Browsing through the list of items, Demon Monarch Qinkuan felt tempted to look up to the sky and laugh heartily. If his hidden piece could successfully bring all those items out, he would be able to advance his cultivation considerably. While it was unlikely that he would be able to surpass God Monarch Lingxi, at the very least, he should still be able to rise to the top of the other 8 God Monarchs. Seeing how smug Demon Monarch Qinkuan was acting, the Cloud Dragon Monarch asked with a cold harumph, "How strong is the hidden piece you prepared?" He isn't as strong as Lu Chong, so it'll be hard for him to match Zhao Ye and the others. However, his soul is exceptionally strong, making him highly suited for covert operations and treasure hunting, Demon Monarch Qinkuan replied confidently. So what if your hidden piece has a strong soul? Once the conferred God King of the 9 Skies lays his hands on that hidden piece of yours, you'll still end up with nothing. Fairy Linglong poured a bucket of cold water over Demon Monarch Qinkuan's smugness. They were currently feeling frustrated at how their efforts had ended up benefiting only their enemy. Yet this darned old man dared to celebrate gleefully before them. It went without saying that they had to rain on his parade to even things out. That's only if the conferred God King of the 9 Skies is able to find him. I instructed him clearly not to head to places with many people and to try his best to conceal his presence, Demon Monarch Qinkuan said proudly. It seems like my plan worked out just fine. Seeing how prepared Demon Monarch Qinkuan was, everyone could only shake their heads helplessly. As expected of the wily old fox, he sure was cunning. From the looks of it, Demon Monarch Qianquan was likely the greatest winner of them all. Wang. While they were sighing over this matter, they suddenly sensed an intense reverberation occurring within the flooding sea. They could vaguely feel spiritual energy that had flowed out reversing back into the flooding sea. "What's going on?" the Cloud Dragon Monarch asked with a frown. "It seems like another legendary treasure has surfaced. The treasure is absorbing the spiritual energy within the flooding sea, causing the spiritual energy that has diffused into the firmament to flow back in," Fairy Linglong said as she stared at the black sea ahead of her intently, hoping to somehow peer through the darkness to see what was happening within. "A legendary treasure? I wonder what it is," God Monarch Voyang remarked with eyes filled with excitement, but a moment later, he shook his head with a bitter smile. Even if a legendary treasure appeared, it was unlikely to end up as theirs. Without a doubt, the conferred God King of the Nine Skies and his direct disciples would claim it for themselves. It is actually not that difficult to find out what it is. I'll just have to get my hidden piece to check on it. Maybe I should get him to swipe it while he's at it. Demon Monarch Qianquan chuckled gleefully. Fate always favored the prepared. This would be a lesson that the other god monarchs should start learning. It had not been easy for him to one-up all the other god monarchs, so he was extremely pleased with such an outcome. He quickly sent a message over to his hidden piece, and a moment later, he received a reply. He has been making sure to hide himself well in order to avoid meeting other cultivators in the flooding sea, but right now, he's heading over to see the true form of that legendary treasure. Demon Monarch Qianquan chuckled. He waited quietly for a moment before swiping on his communication jade token once more, and the next instant, his eyes lit up with far more excitement than he had experienced over the past tens of thousands of years. It's the primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies. Primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies? All the god monarchs widened their eyes in astonishment. While most conferred god kings might not have heard of such an artifact before, as god monarchs, they knew just how powerful that legendary artifact was. It was an existence created by nature to enforce laws upon the universe, making it an artifact no weaker than them god monarchs. If any one of us obtains the primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies, we'll be able to immediately raise his cultivation to a level comparable to God Monarch Lingxi. The Acheron God Monarch, who had been quiet thus far, could not help but speak up in agitation. The primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies was an artifact that was even more ancient than them. Assimilating such an artifact would surely raise their cultivation by leaps and bounds, allowing them to easily overcome their current bottleneck. Indeed, the crowd nodded in agreement. Even though their faces were turning green in envy, they knew that it was impossible for their conferred god kings to obtain it with Zhang Xian inside. "I'll get my hidden piece to snatch it no matter what price he has to pay," Demon Monarch Qianquan murmured beneath his breath as a glint flashed across his eyes. He could not allow himself to miss the primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies just like that. So, with a swipe of his finger, he immediately relayed his orders through the communication jade token. "No matter what, I still have a shot at this. While the cultivation of my hidden piece cannot compete with Zhang Xian and the others, his concealment and treasure-gathering abilities are top-notch. As soon as he lay his hands on the lotus, I'll teleport him back to the firmament," Demon Monarch Qianquan thought as his heart thumped in agitation. The chances of success were slim, but they were not negligible. If his hidden piece somehow succeeded, it would be a huge victory for him. His hidden piece was a secret card that he had prepared with great care, such that it was impossible for him to turn against him like Lu Chong, who, just as Demon Monarch Qianquan was pacing around anxiously, waiting for the response of his hidden piece, his communication jade token suddenly shook once again. He immediately lowered his head to look at the received message, and his eyes slowly widened in disbelief. One could visibly see how the excitement on his face collapsed into despair, and it looked as if the old man would really pass away from the shock. The other god monarchs looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" My hidden piece said that, with an expression on his face that looked as if he was going to burst into tears. Demon Monarch Qianquan cried out. Zhang Xian is his young master, so he has already presented all of the items he has gathered to him. The other god monarchs. Just a moment earlier, demon monarch Qinkuan had been bragging to them with a gleeful look on his face, but in the blink of an eye, he ended up with a fate even worse than them. There was no way demon monarch Qinkuan could accept this, and the other god monarchs were also staring at one another in frenzy. It was already hard enough for them to swallow the fact that the cultivators they had taken in and nurtured were all Zhang Xian's disciples, but at the very least, Zhao Ye and the others did give them a heads-up beforehand. So, they had no choice but to accept this. But even the hidden piece that demon monarch Qinkuan had secretly prepared turned out to be Zhang Xian's servant. This was just a little insane. Did Zhang Xian plant spies all around them? What in the name of the heavens is going here? Demon monarch Qinkuan looked as if he was going to lose his mind. The hidden piece had come from the netherworld pool, and he had spent a great deal of time and effort to groom him from a fragmented soul into a powerful conferred god king. How did he become Zhang Xian's servant? He had thought that he was the smart one, but it felt like the young man was always one step ahead of them all. For a moment, demon monarch Qinkuan suddenly felt like he had lived so many years of his lives in vain. Serves you right. Fairy Linglong chuckled softly beneath her breath. Show off more, why don't you? Karma really does come around in the end. Looking at the middle-aged man who was kneeling before him, addressing him as young master, Zhang Xian was utterly stunned. Wei Changfeng? A red-eyed Wei Ruyan also walked over with a trembling body as she cried out, Father. The person who had appeared before them was none other than his servant on the master-teacher continent, who had gone around stealing all kinds of treasures in order to treat his daughter's weak constitution, Wei Changfeng. Back then, he had died at the hands of a saint beast while trying to procure a medicinal herb, and Wei Ruyan had grieved over him for a long time. Who could have known that he would come back to life and appear there? How did you? Zhang Xian stared at Wei Changfeng in disbelief. I have no idea how it happened either. Right after I died, I felt a powerful suction force pulling my soul in, and by the time I came to, I was already in the netherworld pool of the firmament. Words could not begin to describe just how excited Wei Changfeng was seeing his daughter and Zhang Xian before his eyes. When he learned that there was no way for him to return to the master-teacher continent, he had despaired for a very long time. He had thought that he would have to part with his daughter for good. After embracing Wei Ruyan tightly in agitation, he finally began explaining how everything had come to be. According to what demon monarch Qinkuan said, I seem to have a unique constitution. That seems to be the reason Ruyan was born with the innate poison body. Unique constitution? Zhang Xian frowned. He had checked on Wei Changfeng's condition using his library of Heaven's Path when he met the latter on the master-teacher continent, and there was nothing special about him. He was an ordinary man through and through. Was it possible for the library of Heaven's Path to have made a mistake? Did demon monarch Qinkuan mention what kind of unique constitution it is? Zhang Xian asked. Yes, he said that I possess the innate embryonic soul. I have an embryonic soul that allows me to retain the bare foundation of my soul even if it dissipates. It ensured that I did not lose myself even after I came back to life from the netherworld pool. Wei Changfeng replied. Innate embryonic soul? The frown on Zhang Xian's face deepened. He had never heard of such a unique constitution before, but it was indeed a very formidable ability. Not even the deathless monarch had been able to remain himself after resurrecting from death. That was probably why Wei Ruyan turned out to be so talented. As for why the Library of Heaven's Path had been unable to see through Wei Changfeng's constitution, Zhang Xian figured that it might be because it was too weak back then. It could also be because the ability was lying dormant within Wei Changfeng's soul, and it was only triggered after his death. In any case, it was a huge relief that Wei Changfeng was alive. Zhang Xian could tell that Wei Ruyan had always been conflicted over how her father had died sacrificing himself for her survival, and it was a hurdle that she had never been able to overcome. When she thought of her father, she felt grateful and loved yet guilty and resentful. Hopefully, such a turn of events could liberate her from the shackles of her father's death. Young master, these are the treasures that I have gathered from the flooding sea, Wei Changfeng said as he presented a storage ring to Zhang Xian. Looking at the contents of the storage ring, he swiftly spotted the midnight flower and the desolate iron, and that made him heave a sigh of relief. In the end, It turned out that it had been Wei Changfeng who was competing with them over the resources all along. I need you all to guard me. I'm intending to go into seclusion right now to push for a breakthrough to the God Monarch realm. With everything in place, Zhang Xian was just about to start cultivating to push for a breakthrough when the ground beneath him suddenly started shaking. There was a frightening aura that was swiftly devouring the surroundings. Alarmed, Zhang Xian turned his head around, only to see that a massive dimension rift had divided the sky in half. The spiritual energy that had flowed out to the firmament was swiftly being swallowed by the dimension rift, and the sudden influx of spiritual energy was causing great instability within the flooding sea. The entire place was already on the verge of collapse. Conferred God King Lu Yin and the others trembled fearfully as they asked with pale faces, "What's happening?" "Teacher." Zhao Ye and the others also quickly turned their gazes over toward Zhang Xian with nervous looks. It appears that someone has taken away the 3 stalks of monarch spirit grass. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes coldly. Earlier, he had found 3 stalks of monarch spirit grass that were used to stabilize a dangerously unstable dimension rift. However, it seemed like someone had taken them away, resulting in its abrupt growth. The dimension rift was growing exponentially larger, and it did not take long for it to cover the entire sky. The area where they had fought over the possession of the condensed earth essence earlier had been split in 2, and there were many more areas that had been swallowed whole by the dimension rift. The barrier of the Lake of Comets was also being swiftly torn apart by the spatial turbulence gushing forth from the dimension rift. From the looks of it, the flooding sea was only moments away from total collapse. "Teacher, what should we do?" Zhao Ye asked anxiously. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before the dimension rift expanded to envelope the firmament as well. "We have to find a way to seal off the dimension rift or at least stabilize it," Zhang Xian replied grimly. The flooding sea was, strictly speaking, not in the firmament, but it was still linked to it. If the flooding sea was destroyed, the firmament would suffer great devastation as well. Many lives would be lost. It was because Zhang Xian knew this would happen that he did not attempt to take away the monarch's spirit grass earlier. But this, Zhang Xian looked at the glistening primordial golden lotus of the 9 skies, and it appeared that it would still be some time before his clone could fully fuse the 2 powers together. Seeing that there was no way out of this, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Follow me." Then, he began flying toward where the dimension rift was. Zhao Ye and the others followed him without any hesitation. "Ha ha ha." A resounding laughter echoed from the void. "Weren't you trying to kill me earlier? Let's see who will kill who now." Zhang Xian lifted his head and saw the epitome monarch pill whom he had chased after earlier in the Lake of Comets floating in midair with a vicious smile on his face. He had swallowed the 3 stalks of monarch spirit grass, causing his cultivation to grow a step further to reach a level comparable to the god monarch's. After that fellow escaped, he had headed straight for where the monarch's spirit grass was located and eaten them without any hesitation. As a result of that, the force that had been holding back the dimension rift all this while was torn apart, resulting in the current disaster. Seeing how his failure to kill the epitome monarch pill had resulted in a great catastrophe, Zhang Xian clenched his teeth in fury. "You're courting death." With a furious roar, he drew the crimson heaven sword and charged straight for the epitome monarch pill. If the flooding sea really collapsed, countless lives would be lost in the firmament, and all of this was caused by this darned fellow. How could Zhang Xian possibly not be angry? Achuala. He slashed his sword furiously to execute the pathos of Heaven 4 Dan sword art in order to subdue the epitome monarch pill. "Did you think that the same trick would work on me again? Your naivety is hilarious." The epitome monarch pill sneered as he thrust his palm downward. Wong. Space seemed to have suddenly halted in that instant, and Zhang Xian found himself unable to move at all. With this single move, Zhang Xian's sword art was sealed. It was apparent that he was no longer a match for the epitome monarch pill. "Teacher." Seeing this, Zhao Ye and the others quickly rushed over to back him up, only to hear a voice shouting in their ears, "Don't bother with me. Hurry up and stabilize the dimension rift." "Yes, teacher." Zhao Ye and the others clenched their fists tightly. They were worried about their teacher, But they also knew that the dimension rift would only get more and more dangerous if it was left unchecked. So, they followed their teacher's order and turned their attention toward the dimension rift instead. Voila! Meanwhile, Zhang Xian released a surge of sword intent from his body and forcefully tore apart the frozen space around him. Then, he began to charge toward the epitome monarch pill once more. We need to think of a way to seal off the dimension rift, or else it'll result in a huge calamity for the firmament. Zhao Ye and the others stared at the dimension rift with narrowed eyes. In the first place, there was already the dimension fissure above the flooding sea that was sucking the spiritual energy out of the firmament, and the 9 god monarchs were utterly helpless against it. If another dimension rift appeared within the flooding sea, they could not even begin to imagine just what kind of disaster it would bring to the already precarious firmament. Let me do it. Luo Qiqi charged to the forefront of the dimension rift and morphed into the dimension silencer. Then, she began to freeze the space around the dimension rift in order to prevent it from expanding any further. With her effort, the expansion of the dimension rift actually came to a halt. However, such a course of action seemed to be taking a huge toll on Luo Qiqi. The orb that she had morphed into trembled non-stop under the strain, and it felt like she would suffer an overwhelming rebound very soon once the space she was freezing broke free from her restraints. Quick, we need to help Qiqi. Zhao Ye and the others rushed over and channeled their Zhenqi toward Luo Qiqi in order to supply her with the energy she needed to sustain this. The dimension rift was indeed stopped for a while under their efforts, but before long, it began wavering once more. Then, everything continued to fall into the dimension rift yet again, be it rocks, spiritual energy, or treasures. All of them vanished without a trace after entering the dimension rift. Pooh! Luo Qiqi spurted a mouthful of blood as she was forcefully jolted back into her human form. Blood flowed down her chin from the massive impact she suffered. At the same time, the faces of Zhao Ye and the others also turned ghastly pale. Sla! Without the dimension silencer to stop it, the dimension rift grew bigger with greater ferocity. In just a few moments, it had already devoured a huge chunk of the flooding sea, as if it was determined to reduce this area to nothing. I can't stop it, Luo Qiqi cried out in despair. The flooding sea and the flood of spiritual energy were temporary measures put in place by the world in order to slow the receding spiritual energy, and it had been unstable right from the start. The abrupt expansion of the dimension rift was like the first domino to fall, and once the process started, there was no way to stop it. Even with Luo Qiqi, Zhao Ye, and the others' superior strength, they were powerless in this situation. Teacher, only our teacher can seal off the dimension rift, Zhao Ye exclaimed as she quickly turned her gaze to Zhang Xian. At this very moment, the battle between Zhang Xian and the epitome monarch pill had reached its climax. The epitome monarch pill had successfully made a breakthrough to the god monarch realm after consuming the monarch spirit grass. While he had not gained the recognition of the 9 skies yet, in terms of raw power, he was no weaker than the god monarchs anymore. On the other hand, while Zhang Xian had managed to raise his Zhenqi cultivation to conferred God King Realm Pinnacle, his strength was a little lacking to deal with the epitome monarch pill. As a result, he had been in a disadvantageous position the whole time. Ha ha ha, that's what you get for challenging me. It's time for you to die. Seeing how the young man who had arrogantly sliced his limbs off earlier was finally suppressed by his strength, the epitome monarch pill burst into excited laughter. He raised his palm and channeled his overwhelming strength to strike down Zhang Xian yet again. The flooding sea was already on the verge of falling apart, and the relentless attacks from the epitome monarch pill were only hastening the destruction process. The entire space fell into chaos as spiritual energy surged around messily. There were quite a few god kings who had already been sliced into pieces as a result of the chaos that was going on. Usually, most god kings would still be able to walk out of flooding sea alive, but within 5 minutes of the outburst of chaos, more than half of the god kings had met their end. In fact, even conferred god kings were starting to fall. Within a short period of time, the death toll had exceeded that of a decade ago. Seeing how the epitome monarch pill was fighting more and more carelessly as time went by, Zhang Xian's complexion turned awful. I need to quickly deal with this, or else we will all die here. At this rate, everything would be over by the time he was done with this fight. But I am already exerting my strength to my limit. If I want to subdue him quickly, I'll have to find a way to raise my cultivation somehow. He was already driving his zhenqi and soul cultivation to his limits and executing his strongest sword arts. But the epitome monarch pill was overflowing with energy after devouring the monarch spirit grass. He did not stand a chance at all in his current state. I'll just have to make a breakthrough. Paying no heed to the palm strike descending upon him, Zhang Xian took a deep breath before pulling out all the treasures that his disciples had given him. With a burst of his zhenqi, he immediately tore apart all those treasures to extract their spiritual energy within. Tzz. Concentrated spiritual energy flowed endlessly into his acupoints and streamed through his meridians, nourishing his body. Seeing how his opponent was still attempting to make a breakthrough while fighting him, the epitome monarch pill harumphed coldly as he hastened his attack. It is too late for you to start thinking about making a breakthrough. I have more than enough time here. Zhang Xian mumbled to himself as he immersed his consciousness into the great codex of spring and autumn. If he cultivated in there, his time would be accelerated by a rate of 10,000 times of the outer world. So, a second out in the flooding sea equated to 10,000 seconds in the great codex of spring of autumn, which was roughly 7 hours. That should be more than enough for him to become a god monarch. Calming himself, he drove his zhenqi rapidly, and the bottleneck that he had chosen not to overcome the previous time appeared before him once more. Shatter! With a deep roar, he converted the energy within his body into sword chi to tear down the bottleneck, blocking his path. Boom, boom, boom. He struck on the bottleneck with the greatest might he could muster, but he was still unable to tear it down. Damn it! Even after comprehending a god monarch realm cultivation technique, it seems like it's still no easy feat to make a breakthrough. When he felt the urge to make a breakthrough back when he was on the moon, he had thought that he could overcome the bottleneck as and when he liked. However, it seemed like he had been underestimating the level of difficulty. God monarchs were the highest existences in the world. It was a level that all lives craved to reach. But since time immemorial, the only one who had succeeded was Kong Shi. It was a feat difficult enough to be labeled with the word impossible. It isn't just about the bottleneck within me. More than that, the heavens aren't allowing me to make a breakthrough. After attempting a few more times, Zhang Xian finally understood the crux of the problem. It was not just a problem about his own cultivation. More importantly, he could sense the presence of a force in the world suppressing him, preventing him from successfully making a breakthrough. It was as if the heavens were guarding this final rite of passage. Anyone who tried to pass through it would be dragged out. It was a place that existed, but no one was allowed to enter it. Seal. Knowing that the culprit was likely the library of heaven's path inside of him, Zhang Xian unhesitatingly sealed it off with his soul cultivation. Boom. He attempted to make a breakthrough again, but his energy was still unable to reach the ultimate level of consummation to overcome the final hurdle to God Monarch. I'm still lacking in energy. Zhang Xian cursed beneath his breath. Simply too many cultivation resources were required for him to become a God Monarch. Even after devouring all the treasures that his disciples and Wei Chongfeng had collected and presented to him, he was unable to gather sufficient momentum to overcome the final barrier. There was only one solution that he could think of. The enemy that he was facing, the epitome monarch pill, was also a cultivation resource, a god monarch realm one at that. If he could just devour it, along with his prior accumulation, the final hurdle to becoming a god monarch should not pose a problem. He would be able to burst through it with a decisive kick. But how could he go about doing that when he was not a match for the other party? With a click of his tongue, he quickly pulled his consciousness out of the great codex of spring and autumn before launching yet another sword art to barely defend against the descending palm strike. Seeing through the problem that Zhang Xian was facing, the epitome monarch pill scoffed mockingly. Ha ha ha. If it was that easy to become a god monarch, I would have left the flooding sea long ago. I wouldn't have been trapped in this darned place for so long. Pa pa pa. The cracks in space that were caused by the destruction had already crept to Zhang Xian's side. Taking a swift glance around him, The flooding sea was in a complete mess from the forces raging all around. It was not too far away from being completely obliterated. If I can't make a breakthrough before the flooding sea collapses, it'll be even harder for me to make a breakthrough once I return to the firmament, Zhang Xian murmured anxiously. He would come under the suppression of the nine skies once he returned to the firmament, and that would make it nigh impossible for him to become a god monarch in the short term. He would have to earn the recognition of those in the firmament and collect a great amount of anima of yearning in order to be officially acknowledged by the nine skies. However, he needed the strength to deal with the crisis right now. He did not have that much time to spare. Despite the tattered state of the flooding sea, it was still holding on due to the reflux of spiritual energy from the firmament. Once all the spiritual energy was gone, the flooding sea would collapse. 1 minute. That's all the time I have right now. I need to become a god monarch within 1 minute. That was Zhang Xian's estimation before the collapse of the flooding sea. However, it would be difficult for him to pull that off even with the aid of the great codex of spring and autumn. It was nigh impossible to achieve. After all, the success of his breakthrough was built on the foundation of defeating the epitome monarch pill, and that was, in turn, built on the condition that he needed to have the strength of a god monarch. It was like an infinite loop that he could not break out of. An idea suddenly popped into Zhang Xian's head. Unless I am able to comprehend a god monarch realm sword art, it would be impossible for him to subdue the epitome monarch pill and devour it within the next 60 seconds in his current state. He would have to find a way to raise his fighting prowess somehow in order to pull that off. Since he could not raise his cultivation, he could only raise the prowess of his sword art. The god monarch realm cultivation technique that he had comprehended was based on love. Even the heavens and earth are limited by time, but our feelings shall be eternal. If he could figure out the sword art and exert it with his full force, he might just be able to slay the epitome monarch pill. However, the cultivation technique of the pathos of heaven was separate from its sword art, and deciphering the sword art before he had made a breakthrough was even more difficult. After all, he was trying to figure out a sword art intended for god monarchs before even becoming a god monarch. In terms of difficulty, that might be even tougher for him than making a breakthrough in his cultivation to become a god monarch. However, he had no other choice. So, he began brandishing his sword in accordance to the god monarch realm cultivation technique that he had comprehended, trying to shape it into a sword art. But each and every time, he would suddenly find his energy stopping at some point. He simply could not get it to flow smoothly outward. Wrong. 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 It's still wrong. After trying 10 different types of sword intents to drive his sword art in vain, his zhanqi fell into disarray from his haphazard attempts to circulate his zhanqi. Time ticked by. In the blink of an eye, 30 seconds had already passed. The flooding sea was swiftly reaching its limit. The shaking had become more intense, and from the looks of it, it was hard to tell whether it would be able to last another next 10 seconds or not. I sure am interested to see how many blows you can survive. The epitome monarch pill cried out excitedly as he sent yet another palm flying toward Zhang Xian. He could see through Zhang Xian's intention, so he wanted to crush his final sliver of hope. The force he exerted this time was far greater than before, and it choked out the final breath of life within the flooding sea. The surrounding space began to collapse inward and crush down on both Zhang Xian and the epitome monarch pill. This was a strike that would determine the life and death of two individuals. If Zhang Xian could not withstand the strike, it would be his death. If he managed to do it, it would be the epitome monarch pill's death. Teacher, Zhao Ye and the others watched with reddened eyes. They wanted to rush over to help him, but before they knew it, they had already been forcefully ejected from the collapsed space. The only ones remaining on the battlefield were the two of them. Except for god monarchs, no one was able to get close. It looks like I won't be able to comprehend it after all. I already knew it right from the start. Time is simply too tight, and it's impossible to figure out a god monarch realm sword art in the spur of the moment. I was simply praying for a miracle to happen, Zhang Xian muttered derisively beneath his breath. So far, he had somehow been able to resolve any danger through his swift thinking and a stroke of luck. He had hoped that the same would happen this time, but he had simply been too optimistic. There were some things that were simply impossible to pull off in the world. Just because he wished dearly for something to happen did not mean that it would. Knowing that it was impossible for him to succeed, he gazed upward and watched as fragments of space exploded like fireworks in the sky before slowly crumbling to an endless void. In that instant, time seemed to have slowed for him. He returned to the time when he was still on the Master-Teacher continent, the moment that he activated his Zhang clan bloodline. Countless memories that he had made ever since his transcension 2 years ago played in his mind in slow motion. In order not to be driven out of school, he had worked hard to be a better teacher. From there on, he had slowly advanced a step at a time. There had been so many things driving him forward along the way, be it his students, his family, his lover, or his friends. Looking back, he seemed to have been fighting all this while without stop. Perhaps this would be a good place for his journey to end. He had thought that his fate was to meet his end under Luo Ruoxin's blade while competing over the fragments of the heavens, but it looked like he would be spared from such awkwardness. A bittersweet smile crept onto Zhang Xian's lips as he suddenly thought about Luo Ruoxin. If I die and can't be revived anymore, she'll be really upset, right? Maybe she knew that this would be our fate when she agreed to get together with me. Thinking back, his ignorance all this while could be considered a blessing. There was probably nothing more painful in the world than having to wait for the arrival of an inevitable, tragic fate. She must have suffered a lot ever since meeting him. Thinking about it, the god monarch of the sword hut said that my sword art has too much yearning but lacks protection, and that's why it lacks the determination to push through at all costs. Is that the reason I failed? To protect meant to keep one's loved ones free from harm, but in the end, it felt like he could not protect anyone at all. It seemed like he really was not suited for this. He was not like Kong Shi, who carried great compassion for everyone and wholeheartedly wished for the prosperity of the world. He had never wanted to become the savior of the world either. That was not the path he wanted to walk. That was not the path that he had chosen. I am just me. I don't hope to become enlightened and truly liberated from the world. All I hope is to be accountable to my own conscience. If we can't be together alive, at the very least, we will be together after death. Let this be the final desperate struggle for my obstinacy. May we reunite if I survive this ordeal, and I pray that we'll continue living on in each other's minds should I fall in this fight. Hong Long. A brilliant glint surfaced in Zhang Xian's eyes as he compressed his surging sword intent together into the crimson heaven sword. Sla. With a slash of his sword, a burst of sword chi shot right into the heavens and tore the attack of the epitome monarch pill in two. This. What kind of sword art is that? How are you able to execute such a powerful move? The shrill cry echoed in the air as the epitome monarch pill muttered in disbelief. His body burst apart and morphed into a tornado of condensed spiritual energy before surging furiously into Zhang Xian's body. With this, the restraints that had held Zhang Xian back previously were swiftly overcome, and his cultivation surged furiously. With a victorious smile, Zhang Xian looked into the sky and bellowed with a regal voice that echoed in the depths of countless souls. Today, I shall become a god monarch. And just like that, he overcame the final bottleneck to the peak of the firmament. God monarch realm. Reached. Boom. The flooding sea finally burst apart like a brilliant firework. Chapter 2263 Finale 2, half a minute earlier. Something happened to the flooding sea. Seeing how the black entrance before them was shaking ceaselessly, the faces of the Cloud Dragon Monarch and the others warped in shock. All this while, they had assumed that the flood of spiritual energy had become part of the natural cycle of the firmament, a phenomenon that would come without fail every decade. Only upon seeing this did they realize that it was something that could collapse and vanish. Once it disappeared, the firmament would lose its final pillar of support. The spiritual energy of the firmament would drain without stop till everything finally dried up, leaving behind nothing but a dead, desolate world. Stop it! The present god monarchs raised their hands and channeled their powers into the black hole right before their eyes. They were hoping to use their powers to delay the collapse of the flooding sea. Kacha! Kacha! But barely after hanging on for a while, a massive tear suddenly appeared on the seal on the dimension fissure, causing spiritual energy that had just returned to the firmament to be swallowed by the dimension fissure once more. The tear continued to grow larger and larger, inching its way across the entire dimension fissure at a steady pace. First and foremost, we should stabilize the firmament, the Cloud Dragon monarch bellowed. They knew that this was not the time for them to be competing with one another. It was the time for them to protect the firmament and their home. So, 7 pulses of energy surged toward the dimension fissure, where the spiritual energy was escaping, to reseal it. Through sealing the dimension fissure, they were able to stabilize the state of the firmament for the time being. However, the condition of the firmament had already been badly shaken, and the receding of the spiritual energy into the dimension fissure could not be undone. The earth shuddered and the stars in the sky dimmed, looking as if they would fall at any moment. Countless buildings crumbled to the ground. It looked as if the end had come. The firmament is coming to an end. I thought that this day would come, but I didn't know it would come so quickly. Don't bother running anymore. If the firmament collapses, there'll be nowhere safe no matter where we escape to. In cities all over the firmament, countless cultivators were staring at the sky with desolate looks on their faces. Ever since spiritual energy began receding from the environment more than 40 years ago, they had known deep inside that it was only a matter of time before the situation escalated into something beyond their control. They just did not expect it to come so soon. Let's just wait and see. If the 9 god monarchs can save the firmament, we might stand a chance. Otherwise, the only fate that awaits all of us is death. There's no need to feel so conflicted about this. A high-tier god looking at the panicked crowd said. Before he could finish his words, a voice suddenly echoed in the depths of their hearts, as if the will of the world had seeped into his body. Today, I shall be a god monarch. God monarch? Someone has managed to make a breakthrough. It's god monarch Zhang Xian. Isn't Zhang Xian that apothecary? How did he manage to become a god monarch? Indeed, that's him. Back then, when the heaven subjugation monarch became a god monarch, I also heard a voice like that. Everyone was taken aback by such a turn of events. In Twilight City, after hearing the voice that sounded in his mind, Mo Yun Laosher's mouth fell open as he muttered in absolute shock, God monarch Zhang Xian. A month ago, when he first met the other party, he had been extremely weak, only a god realm primary stage. Who would have thought that he would become a god monarch within a single month, reaching the very zenith of the firmament? He became a god monarch? The teapot that Qi Linger was holding fell to the ground, but she did not even notice that. She had known all along that the young man was no ordinary person, and she was convinced that he would grow stronger and stronger and eventually become a powerhouse of the firmament. But she did not think that he would actually become a god monarch, and at such a swift pace at that, as expected of the conferred god king of the 9 skies. Just like the heaven subjugation monarch, he really managed to make a breakthrough in the flooding sea, Fairy Linglong said with a conflicted look on her face. The flooding sea had completely collapsed, but in the depths of the darkness, a young man stood imposingly in the sky. His face reflected the lofty look of an individual who towered over the world. It was the same young man whom she had seen back on the moon. When she first met the young man in the sky of Linglong, she had intended to kill him over the issue regarding Bei Qinghong. Back then, she could not have imagined that a few days later, he would actually transcend the level of a conferred god king to become a god monarch like her. Furthermore, as a conferred god king of the 9 skies, it was likely that the strength he wielded as a god monarch was superior to the rest of them. It's no wonder the deathless monarch acknowledged him as his master, and god monarch Lingxi fell heads over heels for him. He's indeed an extraordinary individual. She had always prided herself for her sharp eye, but it seemed like she still was not as far-sighted as those two. The cultivators whom we have taken in are all his direct disciples. Though he was born a mortal, he carries the air of a true monarch. Just like the heaven subjugation monarch, his ascension to the top might have been inevitable from the very start. The cloud dragon monarch, god monarch Zhuoyang, and the others sighed deeply. They had been thinking that they could suppress the conferred god king of the 9 skies to prevent his ascension, but it seemed like their efforts had been futile from the start. There was no way they could have defied the will of the nine skies. He didn't make use of the primordial golden lotus of the nine skies for his breakthrough. Demon Monarch Qianquan suddenly exclaimed. Those words startled everyone. They had subconsciously assumed that the young man's breakthrough had something to do with the primordial golden lotus of the nine skies, as, in their opinion, only such an artifact could allow one to overcome that final bottleneck. They had been so preoccupied with dealing with the destruction of the flooding sea that they did not notice the blossomed lotus amid the void. The lotus had an ephemeral appearance that looked as if it had been carefully chiseled from a piece of jade, and its beauty held great temptation even for the god monarchs. If he hasn't used it, it means that we still stand a chance. If we can obtain it and use it for ourselves, we'll surely be able to raise our cultivation. God Monarch Fuming exclaimed. The primordial golden lotus of the nine skies represented an opportunity for them to overcome their current self and possibly become an existence on par with God Monarch Lingxi. It would have been one thing if Zhang Xian had consumed it, but upon realizing that it was still intact, there was no way they could continue holding themselves back. Zhang Xian has only just made a breakthrough, and he's still in the midst of reinforcing his cultivation. He won't be able to assimilate that treasure anytime soon. It's mine then. Without any hesitation, God Monarch Fuming rushed right toward the primordial golden lotus of the nine skies to claim it for himself. Hold it right there. It's mine. Demon Monarch Qianquan shouted as he quickly dashed over. The Acheron God Monarch, Cloud Dragon Monarch, Fairy Linglong, and God Monarch Zhuayang immediately followed suit. No one was willing to miss this precious opportunity. All sorts of forces swiftly gathered in the air, forming bursts of energies that flew toward each of the 6 god monarchs. The god monarchs were trying to slow down their rivals so that they could reach the lotus before anyone else and rise to a position of unparalleled power. Boom! But before any of the 6 god monarchs could reach the lotus, a powerful barrier suddenly formed around the lotus, blocking them. Following that, before everyone's astonished gaze, the lotus began to glow brilliantly as 9 bursts of light irradiated the firmament. It was as if another sun had risen in the sky. Pung 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 pung. The sudden outburst of light from the lotus knocked back the 6 god monarchs, forcing them to retreat several steps simultaneously, and the impact left their faces pale. It was clear from this clash that the lotus possessed strength at least comparable to them. Wang. With incredulous looks on their faces, the lotus before their eyes began to morph into the form of a young man. The young man cracked his neck leisurely before turning to look at Zhang Xian with an exasperated look on his face. To think that you managed to make a breakthrough before me? How am I to show off like this? He muttered in annoyance. Then, he raised his head and declared, I am a god monarch like this damned ass here. 2 god monarchs? Is this really happening? 2 god monarchs actually appeared one after another. No, that isn't it. It's only one. Haven't you realized that he is Zhang Xian's clone? His clone also became a god monarch, the Cloud Dragon Monarch, Fairy Linglong, and the others grew ever more frenzied. God monarchs were the strongest existences in the world, and for the longest of time, there had only been the 9 god monarchs in the firmament. Everyone had believed that it would remain that way till the end of time, all the way till the heaven subjugation monarch appeared. It was then that everyone had realized that it was possible to cultivate to the level of a god monarch. Nevertheless, the 9 of them had remained confident that their positions were unshakable, till, on this very day, 2 god monarchs ascended one after another, and they were even in a master-clone relationship. What the heck was happening? When did it become so easy to become a god monarch? More importantly, the first declaration that one made upon becoming a god monarch was the best opportunity to build up one's reputation. But for some reason, this clone of Zhang Xian seemed to appear exceptionally frustrated because it had lost to its main body and was not able to brag about its accomplishment. The heck? You are a god monarch. We are lofty existences that have transcended mortality. Can you at least play your part as one of us instead of pulling down our reputation? You are making us look like ruffians on the street. Not only were the god monarchs stunned, everyone in the firmament was taken aback. They had never thought that the day would come when they heard a god monarch hurling vulgarities. Besides, Why were so many god monarchs popping up as if they were bamboo shoots after a rain? It really felt like the prestige that came with the title was slowly degrading over time. An individual of 2 god monarchs, the conferred god king of the 9 skies. This is my master. Little Chick cried out hearteningly. As expected of his master, he was always cool no matter where he was. Meanwhile, oblivious to his clone's narcissism and everyone else's shock, the real Zhang Xian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He had thought that he was doomed, but in the final moment, he had successfully comprehended a god monarch realm sword art and slain the epitome monarch pill, thus resulting in his ascension as a god monarch. He had come so close to death, but he had managed to overcome the crisis. Zhang Xian closed his eyes and perceived the raging energy flowing through his body as he clenched his fists tightly in agitation. He felt very different from how he had before. In his current state, he felt like he held the entire world in his control. With a thought, he could make the world crumble. Somehow, I am 2 times stronger than I expected. It must be due to the influence of my clone. With the breakthrough of his clone as well, his 2 severed souls had successfully become god monarchs. As a result of that, his physical body, soul, and Zhenshi far exceeded those of the other god monarchs, reaching an unfathomable level. Boom, boom. While Zhang Xian was in the midst of exploring the newfound strength in his body, the sky suddenly grew dark. Ominous clouds swarmed in, and it felt like the cloak of night had been cast over the firmament. The dimension fissure that the god monarchs had sealed with difficulty began expanding once more, and it felt like the firmament would fall apart under this ordeal. It's the monarch heavenly tribulation. Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes. When one's cultivation finally reached a level that the world could no longer withstand, a tribulation would fall upon one. This was similar to the ancient sage ordeal of the master-teacher continent and the semi-divinity ordeal of the Azure. In the firmament, this was known as the monarch heavenly tribulation. One who wanted to become a god monarch had to overcome this tribulation. Isn't this monarch heavenly tribulation way too big? Fairy Linglong asked with quivering lips. His tribulation looks as if it wields the force to tear apart the entire firmament. How frightening. Not even the heaven subjugation monarch's tribulation back then was this powerful. The cloud dragon monarch muttered to himself. Back then, the heaven subjugation monarch became a god monarch by himself, whereas Zhang Xian made a breakthrough together with his clone, resulting in his prowess being doubled. Naturally, the tribulation he has to face is several times more powerful as well, Demon Monarch Qinkuan remarked with a bitter smile. It was both a good thing and a bad thing that Zhang Xian and his clone had made a breakthrough simultaneously to become god monarchs. The good thing was that his strength had doubled, granting him the fighting prowess to stand on par with the strongest god monarch even though he had only just made a breakthrough. But the bad thing was that the cultivation ordeal he had to overcome would be extraordinarily powerful as well. He could lose his life shortly after his breakthrough. Watching as more and more destructive energies gathered above him, ready to lay waste to him, Zhang Xian smiled. The tribulation sure looks terrifying, but it means nothing to me. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for a person who had just become a god monarch to overcome such a powerful lightning tribulation. However, it was a different case for Zhang Xian. He had already comprehended a god monarch realm sword art, allowing him to summon a force far beyond one's imagination. With the power at his disposal, this mere lightning tribulation did not pose a threat to him. Hula! Zhang Xian took out the crimson heaven sword and slashed it right toward the lightning tribulation above him. This single attack created a brilliance that pierced through the darkness shrouding the firmament, blinding everyone's sight for an instant. The ominous clouds that loomed in the sky were vanquished. With a single strike, he had overcome the monarch heavenly tribulation. Sla. With the end of the tribulation, Zhang Xian heard fabric ripping echoing around him. Turning his head, he realized that the dimension fissure in the sky above the flooding sea had grown even larger. Be it the collapse of the flooding sea or the monarch heavenly tribulation, the firmament had suffered heavy impacts one after another in swift succession, causing its very foundation to be rattled. It had already gone beyond the tipping point of what the firmament itself was able to repair, and right now, it was starting to progress toward a fate of destruction. Seal. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian poured his Zhenqi into the dimension fissure, hoping to forcefully close it up, but the effects were minuscule. It was just like how, once a mirror was cracked, even the strongest glue would not be able to repair it to how it was. Seeing how the dimension fissure was continuing to grow, Zhang Xian turned to Little Chick and asked, "Are there any other ways out of this?" No matter what, Little Chick was still a god monarch who had lived since ancient times. He might just have a solution in mind. "I don't know what we can do either." Little Chick shook his head bitterly. Earlier, when the 6 god monarchs vied for the primordial golden lotus of the 9 skies, he had remained behind to keep the expansion of the dimension fissure under control, but he was unable to hold it back even after pushing himself to his limits. "There's no way out of this anymore." Just as Zhang Xian was at an utter loss as to what to do, a composed voice echoed beside him. Glancing over, Zhang Xian saw Luo Ruoxin standing right next to him with a deep frown. Knowing that she was the one who knew the most about the current situation, he asked, "What is happening to the firmament right now? My earlier slash might not have been weak, but it shouldn't have resulted in it becoming tattered like that." He knew that the situation was not looking good for them, but it had not been so bad that it was irresolvable earlier. Yet, shortly after his breakthrough, it felt like the condition of the firmament had suddenly deteriorated, reaching a state of hopelessness. Hearing Zhang Xian's question, Luo Ruoxin shook her head and sighed. The firmament is like an ancient relic that has reached its limit. It was no longer able to support the birth of any strong powers, but the sudden ascension of you and your clone sapped away the final slivers of its foundation. Sapped away its foundation? Zhang Xian frowned in incomprehension. As the heavens have been fragmented, the ability of the firmament to regulate itself has been slowly eroding. In its current state, it is unable to withstand the breakthrough of new god monarchs, Luo Ruoxin further explained. So, if I didn't make a breakthrough to the god monarch realm, the firmament might still have been able to survive for a long while? Zhang Xian asked. Did he make a fatal mistake? Of course not. Even if you haven't made a breakthrough, the firmament still wouldn't have been able to survive to the end of the next month. If the firmament is to have any chance of surviving this ordeal at all, you needed to make a breakthrough eventually. Luo Ruoxin sighed deeply. Wait a moment, the firmament wouldn't have survived to the end of the next month? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. The other god monarchs were dumbstruck as well. Clearly, they were unaware of this matter. If the firmament collapsed, everything would be over. Their pursuit of power and prestige would have all been for naught, and their effort thus far would have become nothing more than a joke. Do you know where the flooding sea came from? Luo Ruoxin asked as she pointed to the shattered flooding sea. The Cloud Dragon monarch interjected into the conversation at this point. It seems to have appeared 50 years ago, when the disaster of Spirit Origin Royal City occurred and the deathless monarch suddenly disappeared from the firmament. 50 years was not even the lifespan of an ordinary mortal, but to the immemorial firmament, it had changed by so much within this short period of time. Indeed, the flooding sea first appeared during that period. Look at the entrance of the flooding sea. Doesn't it look like a huge hole that has been torn away from the firmament? Luo Ruoxin asked once more. It does. Zhang Xian nodded. He had noticed this when he first arrived before the flooding sea. It looked as if someone had forcefully torn an irreparable hole in the sky of the firmament, but he had swiftly put the thought aside as he did not think that someone would have the ability to do that. After all, the firmament had the ability to restore any instabilities in its space. It was for that reason that most dimension rifts that were created by cultivators closed soon enough, posing no threat to the firmament at all. It was hard to imagine what could have happened in order to create such a lasting mark on the firmament. It was torn by a person. Luo Ruoxin shook her head as she explained with a grim look. Everyone froze in place. Every single one of them present had the ability to create dimension rifts, but those would close soon enough due to the laws of the firmament. Yet, the dimension fissure had appeared above the flooding sea 50 years ago, but still had not closed. Not only so, it even continued to expand over time. They could not begin to imagine how powerful the person who had done this was. Could he be even more formidable than them, the god monarchs of the firmament? If that was really the case, where could that person have come from, and why would he make a move on the firmament? While everyone was shocked by the revelation, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the massive palm print that he had seen in the flooding sea. He had harbored similar doubts earlier, but he did not dare believe it back then. Could it really have been the case? 50 years ago, a palm suddenly descended from the sky and tore a massive hole in the firmament. Luo Ruoxin revealed what she knew about the incident 50 years ago without hiding anything. Huge swathes of land were devoured by the dimension fissure that was formed as a result of the hole, creating what eventually came to be known as the flooding sea. The deathless monarch of the sky of spirit origin was one of those who tried to fight against the palm, and he eventually ended up getting killed by it, and spirit origin royal city ended up being struck into chaotic space as well. In fact, the heavens of the firmament also ended up being fragmented into 3 pieces that very day. Of those 3 pieces, heaven's order and heaven's imperfections fell through the cracks of space and flowed through the chaotic space for countless years. Eventually, those 2 pieces fell into the hands of the heaven subjugation monarch and Zhang Xian. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian's body shuddered. It seemed like his guess had been spot on. But who had launched the palm strike against the firmament? How did the person gain such power? I don't know where the palm came from or why it would attack the firmament. However, what I do know is that the palm's strike wields strength beyond what we, the god monarchs, are capable of opposing, Luo Ruoxin said with a hint of fear in her voice. And to make things worse, that person's attack carries malignant energy that harnesses the power to neutralize the heavens. This, Zhang Xian suddenly recalled the gray currents of malignant energy that he had seen in the abyss beneath spirit origin royal city. It had the ability to neutralize the heaven's path Shenqi to form a brilliant green light before vanishing from sight. And he had found the very same malignant energy in the flooding sea. If such was the power that lingered in the dimension fissure, it would explain why the firmament had not been able to seal the anomaly. It was similar to how a wound would never heal if one applied a layer of chili paste over it instead of leaving it be. Unable to be closed, the dimension fissure continued to sap spiritual energy from the firmament relentlessly, causing it to grow weaker and weaker. With the fragmentation of the heavens and the gradual depletion of spiritual energy from the firmament, it's already a miracle that we have been able to last through the past 50 years. Based on my estimates, the firmament would have collapsed within the next month after this flood of spiritual energy. However, due to you and your clone's simultaneous breakthrough, as well as that powerful sword art that you executed to overcome the monarch heavenly tribulation, the deadline ended up being brought forward, Luo Ruoxin said. Even though it would hasten the doom of the firmament, Zhang Xian had to make this breakthrough by hook or by crook. He needed to become a god monarch for the fragment of the heavens that he possessed to fully mature. Only then would they stand a chance at reversing the fate of the firmament. Otherwise, what they would be doing was just delaying the inevitable. What do we do now? Zhang Xian asked Luo Ruoxin anxiously. She had been preparing for this moment for the past 50 years, so if anyone had a plan to resolve the situation, it could only be her. There are 2 solutions. First, we can rid the malignant energy that has been neutralizing the power of the heavens. Second, we can repair the heavens to make it whole again, Luo Ruoxin replied. Zhang Xian pondered over those 2 solutions for a moment before asking, how can we get rid of the malignant energy that has been neutralizing the power of the heavens? He had encountered it back when he was in the abyss beneath spirit origin royal city, and the malignant energy had formed a massive gray wall over there. If he wanted to clear away the malignant energy there, he would need an unimaginable amount of heaven's path Shenqi. Furthermore, given the point that they had reached, could they really avert the destruction of the firmament just by neutralizing the malignant energy? I have a strong feeling that over the past 50 years, the malignant energy has already developed its own consciousness and transmogrified into the form of a human. Otherwise, the dimension fissure above the flooding sea wouldn't have grown so quickly. If we wish to resolve the problem, we'll have to slay the consciousness of the malignant energy in order to halt the destruction. Then, all we have to do is put the fragments of the heavens together once more in order to save the firmament, Luo Ruoxin said after pondering for a moment. Transmogrified into a human? Zhang Xian was stunned. Was it possible for that malignant energy to transmogrify into a human? That's right. Luo Ruoxin nodded. I have never met it before, so I can't really say for sure. It's just conjecture on my part, but I believe that the possibility of that happening is very high. I see. Assuming that your conjecture is correct, how powerful do you think it is? Also, do you have any idea where it might be? Zhang Xin asked. These were the questions that he was the most concerned about. If it was still not too strong, as long as they pooled their powers together, they might still stand a chance. I don't know for sure, but I don't think that will be a match for it. Even with the strength of me, the 8 god monarchs, you, and your clone, our chances of winning against it will be slim at most, Luo Ruoxin said. You also know that it has the strength to tear apart the fabric of the firmament and has left us utterly helpless for the past 50 years. Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly upon hearing those words. Indeed, if it was that easy to deal with it, they would not have been at a loss as to what to do for so many years. You mentioned putting the fragments of the heavens together earlier. You are referring to the War of the Heavens, right? Zhang Xian asked with a hint of trepidation to his voice. Indeed, both you and Kong Shi carry a fragment of the heavens in your bodies. In order to make the heavens whole again, we have to— Luo Ruoxin's voice slowly trailed off near the end as she began trembling a little. She could not bring herself to say those words out loud. It was an inevitable fate, but she was reluctant to face it. I understand. Zhang Xian nodded with a wry smile. It's fine. You should just kill me. You have already obtained Kong Shi's heaven's order, and now that I am a god monarch, I can join the War of the Heavens. Since it's the War of the Heavens, how can it be that simple? If we could solve the situation by having one of us sacrifice ourselves, I would rather be the one who is killed. Luo Ruoxin shook her head and sighed. In the War of the Heavens, you don't gain the eligibility just by becoming a god monarch. Rather, you have to prove yourself first. The first condition to do so is to gain the acknowledgement of the 9 skies. Acknowledgement of the 9 skies? But aren't I already the conferred god king of the 9 skies? You mean challenging the 9 god monarchs? Zhang Xian asked. Based on what Kong Shi had done, it seemed like there were 2 ways to gain the acknowledgement of the 9 skies. One was to become a conferred god king of the 9 skies, and the other was to defeat the 9 god monarchs and receive their acknowledgement. He had managed to become the conferred god king of the 9 skies, but becoming the god monarch of the 9 skies was much more troublesome than that. Otherwise, Kong Shi would not have had to go around challenging the 9 god monarchs one after another just to receive their acknowledgement. Luo Ruoxin nodded to acknowledge Zhang Xian's words. Meanwhile, demon monarch Qinkuan and the others, who had been listening from the sidelines, suddenly felt a cold chill run down their spines as a piercing gaze slowly fell on them. Are we going to be pummeled yet again? Who the hell is the one who came up with such darned rules for the War of the Heavens? We are bystanders. Innocent bystanders. It's like a person venting their anger on their own cat after being beaten up by someone else. What did the cat ever do to you? Make some sense, won't you? While those god monarchs were shuddering in fear, Zhang Xian's lips curled up as he said, "Come at me together then." With a dual breakthrough to god monarch with his clone and his god monarch realm sword art, he no longer feared any of the god monarchs. He might have been slightly lacking compared to Kong Shi when he was at his peak, but against this bunch of fellows, he was definitely more than capable of dealing with them. The heck? Some of the god monarchs burst into tears. Bruh, I know that you want to flaunt your new strength, but you don't need to do this, right? It was already embarrassing enough for them to be defeated one by one, but that fellow wanted to pummel them as a group. Do you think that we have no dignity at all? We are god monarchs. You shouldn't do this to us. Their faces reddened as they were conflicted over what they should do. Accepting the challenge was not an option, but rejecting the challenge would be equally humiliating. In this instant, they were at a loss as to what they should do. There's no need for us to fight. I admit defeat, Little Chick said. Since the young man as his master, there was no shame in him admitting defeat. Seeing that the deathless monarch had admitted defeat, the others also looked at one another in hesitation. A moment later, they sighed deeply and said, "We admit defeat as well." What else could they do? It would only be more humiliating if they were forced to surrender under his fists. Zhang Xian and his clone were both god monarchs, and he even had a god monarch-tamed beast that he could bring into battle as well. It was obviously a battle that they could not possibly win. They would be facing 3 powerful god monarchs simultaneously. More importantly, they had seen how the young man sliced through the monarch heavenly tribulation with a single slash of his sword. The might of that sword art was at the level where they could only barely block it with their powers put together, so there was no way they would be willing to face him individually. With their pride, they could not stoop to the level of getting into a collaborative formation to deal with an enemy. Luo Ruoxin's eyebrows twitched at the sight before her. Back when Kong Shi challenged them, he would present his name scroll to them and make an appointment beforehand. All the formalities were done properly. Even when one side lost the battle, it did not feel as humiliating due to how ceremonial it was. Yet, Zhang Xian simply walked up to them and told them to come at him all at once. You must not think much of god monarchs at all, huh? The moment that the Cloud Dragon Monarch, Acheron God Monarch Fuming, Demon Monarch Qinkuan, God Monarch Shuayang, Fairy Linglong, and the Deathless Monarch admitted their defeat, the seals of Supreme Monarch that they carried released a burst of power that shrouded Zhang Xian, bestowing him with the acknowledgement of those 7 skies. With these acknowledgements, he had gained the ability to tap into the anima of yearning of the cultivators in those 7 skies. That doesn't seem right. It's not 7 but 8 skies. I have already received the acknowledgement of 8 skies? Zhang Xian was taken aback. He could feel a sense of intimacy with 8 skies in the firmament rather than 7. Had the god monarch of the Sword Hut also acknowledged him at some point? It's the Crimson Heaven Sword, the sacred sword of the sky of Heavenly Sword. By giving it to you, it means that the sky of Heavenly Sword has acknowledged your strength and your potential, Luo Ruoxin said. Those words made Zhang Xian nod in realization. The god monarch of the Sword Hut had mentioned that he had spent decades trying to forge this sword. Given so, even if the sword was not the seal of Supreme Monarch, it also carried a similar significance to it. Zhang Xian turned to the young lady before him and asked, now that I have received the acknowledgments from the other 8 skies, am I eligible to participate in the War of the Heavens? Kong Shi had challenged Luo Ruoxin only after defeating the other 8 god monarchs and receiving their acknowledgement. Luo Ruoxin lowered her head slightly as she quietly asked, are you certain about this? Yes, I am certain about this, Zhang Xian said. Glancing at the firmament beneath him, he could see that chaos had spread everywhere. Out of desperation, cultivators had started killing one another to vie for the limited resources. Not even the God Kings were able to calm the chaos. He could delay the fight a little more if he wanted to, but every moment wasted would mean more deaths. He might not be selfless, but he was not willing to bear the burden of so many lives. He already knew that this fight was inevitable, so it was meaningless to delay it any longer. Let's begin then. Luo Ruoxin took a deep breath before whipping out her sword. She felt indignant and reluctant, but her feelings would not make a difference. Ever since she accepted his confession, their fate had been sealed. They could not escape from it, and there was no changing it. Their relationship was doomed to end in a tragedy. Yes, let's begin, Zhang Xian replied with a smile. They drove their cultivation to their limits as they prepared for the final showdown. Just as they were about to make their move, an overwhelming energy suddenly burst forth from above. Boom, boom, boom. The dimension fissure above them grew even larger than before, and the black entrance of the flooding sea began to revolve slowly, forming a black hole to devour all beings in the world, be it spiritual energy, land, or life. Everything was being sucked into it before dissipating amid a shimmer of green light. This is bad. The consciousness behind the malignant energy has made a move, Luo Ruoxin exclaimed with a grim look. The consciousness behind the malignant energy? Zhang Xian repeated as he turned his gaze over as well. Earlier, Luo Ruoxin had mentioned that it was highly likely that the malignant energy that could neutralize his Heaven's Path Xinqi had already gained consciousness, allowing it to transmogrify into a human-shaped monster. From the sound of it, it seemed like it was going to appear before him. Hong long long. As the black hole devoured more and more things, the space in the firmament began to distort. Those who were close to the black hole, Ao Feng and the other conferred god kings, could hardly stand their ground against the powerful suction force coming from it at all. Zhang Xian quickly channeled his energy into his crimson heaven sword before slashing it toward the black hole. However, it stopped right before the entrance of the black hole before dissipating. It's too strong. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in shock. This was an attack that had allowed him to dispel the monarch heavenly tribulation earlier, yet it could not do anything to the black hole. Just how powerful could that transmogrified being be? It's coming out, Luo Ruoxin exclaimed as she drove her Zhenqi to her limits, preparing herself to make a move if needed. Along with her words, a black silhouette began walking out of the revolving black hole. Everything that stood in its way, no matter how powerful it was, would be disintegrated into dust before disappearing amid a shimmer of green light. It's the malignant energy. Zhang Xian felt his heart turning cold. Having faced the malignant energy before, he knew how frightening it was. It possessed the power to neutralize even his powerful Heaven's Path Zhenqi without any issues. Before it, the strongest artifacts in the firmament swiftly corroded into nothing at all. Upon walking out of the black hole, the black silhouette looked around him before his lips curved into a gentle smile. Zhang Shi, long time no see. Zhang Xian's body stiffened upon seeing the true face of the black silhouette. How can that be? The person who had appeared before him, the consciousness of the malignant energy that could neutralize his Heaven's Path Zhenqi, turned out to be a familiar face to him. Vicious. He quickly turned his attention toward his book of Heaven's Path, only to realize that it was completely empty. Vicious, who should have been imprisoned there, had vanished without a trace. And he did not notice a thing at all. He clearly remembered that the other party had still been around when he entered the flooding sea. So when in the world did he disappear and grow so powerful? Seeing through Zhang Xian's doubts, Vicious smiled a little to himself. You look confused. You must be wondering how I managed to leave the Book of Heaven's Path even though I should have been suppressed by its force. That only made Zhang Xian further narrow his eyes. The Book of Heaven's Path is indeed very scary, but you have neglected the fact that the golden page you have sealed me with only possesses the power of the Master-Teacher Continent's heavens, Vicious said. When my cultivation rose to pseudo-immortal realm in the Azure, I was able to break free from the seal easily. I chose to remain in the Book of Heaven's Path of my own volition. Would you like to fathom a guess as to why? Zhang Xian's heart skipped a beat upon hearing those words. He had indeed neglected such a possibility. As he ascended through the worlds, his library of Heaven's Path had gotten proportionately stronger. When he was still on the Master-Teacher Continent, his golden page only wielded the ability to slay ancient sages. When he rose to the Azure, his golden page was able to deal with high immortals with ease. In the firmament, the golden page was able to subdue any enemies beneath the God Monarch realm. From that, it could be seen that the prowess of the golden page was dependent on the world he was in. Vicious had been following him since his time at the Master-Teacher Continent, and when they entered the flooding sea, the other party's cultivation had already reached the God King realm. With such strength, how could the golden page formed on the Master-Teacher Continent possibly continue restraining it? It should have been obvious, but he had neglected such a simple fact. I told you that my body is suited to the firmament, so I have been able to cultivate faster ever since arriving in the firmament, Vicious said. However, I didn't grow by absorbing the spiritual energy of the firmament, but the malignant energy that is destroying it. This is especially so when you brought me into the depths of the abyss. I realized that I could absorb it and grow swiftly. Of course, just the malignant energy in the abyss wasn't enough for me to make a complete transformation. The flooding sea was the key that allowed me to truly spread my wings. The flooding sea was an area that was free of the firmament and its heaven's restraints, so the Book of Heaven's Path couldn't suppress me any longer. While you were searching for the epitome monarch pill, I discreetly escaped to absorb the malignant energy, and eventually, I came to possess powers far exceeding any of you. I was also the one who led the epitome monarch pill to where the monarch spirit grass was. How else do you think it was able to reach a medicinal herb that it was unable to gather over the past few decades so suddenly? Those words made Zhang Xian widen his eyes in realization. He had been thinking that it was weird how the epitome monarch pill did not devour the monarch spirit grass, even though it had been wanting to make a breakthrough to the god monarch realm in order to escape the flooding sea. It was too much of a coincidence for it to have only found the monarch spirit grass after encountering him. It turned out that someone had helped it. After all, the area where the monarch spirit grass grew was extremely chaotic and fraught with danger. Zhang Xian had only managed to enter the area by tapping into Luo Qiqi's unique abilities as the Dimension Silencer. Otherwise, there was no way he could have even come close to it. Given so, it should have been even more impossible for the epitome monarch pill to approach the monarch spirit grass. I am the great Vicious who once dominated the world, Vicious roared furiously. Back then, Kongshi schemed against me and nearly caused my death. And you forced me to bow down to you as your servant and ordered me around as if I was your dog. It'll be hard for me to quell the rage burning in my heart if I don't rip you into shreds. He was a being who had ruled over the master-teacher continent tens of thousands of years ago, and it had not been easy for him to come back to life. Yet, he had been subdued by a mere junior and forced to obey his command. It was inevitable that he felt resentful for it, but due to his circumstances, he could only lower his head and tolerate it till he finally had enough power to turn the tables. You aren't the consciousness born within the malignant energy. Instead, you took control of it, huh? Zhang Xian finally came to realize what was going on. Most likely, Vicious had somehow managed to absorb the malignant energy and turn it into his own strength. You are still as sharp as ever. We of the Spirit Tribe originated from the gods of Spirit Origin Royal City. But 50 years ago, a hand thrust us into chaotic space, forcing us out of the firmament. I thought that I would be able to return to the firmament with my own strength, but who could have known that the darned malignant energy would continue to plague us, slowly devouring our strength? Vicious gritted his teeth in anger. Back then, I thought that if I could somehow turn this power into mine, I would be unstoppable. But even after I conquered the master-teacher continent, I was unable to figure out a way to do so. It was only during Kongshi's ascension to power that I finally understood it. The malignant energy is an antithesis to the Zhenqi we cultivate. It's impossible for any cultivator to tap into that power, unless I give up on my own cultivation and start anew. So, I willingly died at the hands of Kongshi. Otherwise, given the strength of that brat back then, do you think that he could really have killed me? Zhang Xian fell silent. He had read through the records of the master-teacher continent, but there were no books that detailed how Kongshi managed to kill Vicious. Most books simply described the battle to be a gruesome one that lasted days. And when he had asked Vicious about it, the latter had kept repeating that he did not remember a thing at all. Could that really be true? Did Vicious really allow Kongshi to kill him of his own accord? And his only motive for that was to give up on his cultivation and start anew, so that he could absorb the malignant energy? That could very well be true. Even if Vicious had been continuously weakened by the malignant energy, it was unlikely for a god like him to have been killed by Kongshi. Perhaps even Kongshi had been duped by Vicious' act. Since you are also from the firmament, shouldn't you help to prevent the collapse of the firmament instead of controlling the black hole to hasten the destruction? What do you stand to gain from the firmament's destruction? Zhang Xian asked. He knew that Vicious was intentionally stalling for time in order to gain more power so as to gain a decisive advantage, but he could not help but ask about the other party's true goal. If the firmament was destroyed, everything would be gone. All that would be left was emptiness. What did Vicious stand to gain from such an outcome? So what if I am from the firmament? Back then, when we were thrust into the chaotic space, what did those god monarchs do? Nothing at all. They left us to despair in the lower worlds as our cultivation was slowly nibbled away by the malignant energy. This corrupted system of the firmament should have been long torn apart and rebuilt. Vicious sneered coldly. How many times had he prayed to the spirit god to save them and bring them back to the firmament? Yet, all he received was silence and disappointment. It was at that moment that he realized that it was futile to rely on others. If he wanted to survive, he had to grow strong enough to save himself. So, he devised a way to absorb and cultivate the malignant energy so that he could rise to the very top of the world, and his efforts did not fail him. He had finally succeeded. Enough. I have said all that should be said. Now that your curiosity has been satisfied, you can die. With a cold sneer, Vicious released his massive power, and innumerable dimension rifts opened all around the place, threatening to tear Zhang Xian apart. One last question. We should have sealed a soul contract with one another, and there should have been no way for you to liberate yourself from it. How did you do it? Zhang Xian asked. Chapter 2264 Finale 3. As long as he did not cancel the soul contract from his side, there should have been no way for Vicious to liberate himself from it. This was similar to how the Deathless Monarch, despite being a god monarch, was unable to free himself from a soul contract on his own. In order to prevent Vicious from turning against him, he had made sure to seal a soul contract with him while they were on the Master-Teacher continent. This way, even if Vicious gained the ability to escape from the Book of Heaven's path, he would still be bound by the laws of the soul contract. Ah, the soul contract? It was a headache to me for quite a while, but I realized that my worry was unfounded. What I have in me is the malignant energy that can even neutralize the heavens. As long as I can obtain sufficient strength, it isn't too difficult to tear apart that farce of a soul contract. Vicious smirked. The soul contract was a binding force that held one soul hostage to the other, but the malignant energy was a force that could neutralize even the heavens. As long as it was used properly, it should not come as a surprise that it could neutralize a soul contract as well. Is that so? Zhang Xian murmured as a glint flashed across his eyes. Have I satisfied your curiosity now? It is my repayment to you for bringing me to the firmament. You can die in peace now. Vicious scoffed. An ancient, distant aura flowed from Vicious' presence as the abyss beneath him grew even larger. While they were talking, Vicious had managed to absorb a lot more energy, allowing him to further reinforce his cultivation. Luo Ruoxin also noticed that something was amiss, and she hurriedly sent a telepathic message over to him. Zhang Xian, the more the black hole devours, the more powerful he will become. Let's make our move then. With all his doubts resolved, Zhang Xian brandished his sword and said, Since that's the case, shall we fight it out then? Hong Long. A powerful burst of sword intent gushed forth from his body as he executed his God Monarch realm sword art. This technique carried all his persistence, pushing his pathos of heaven cultivation technique to its very limits. With a single slash, he sought to split Vicious in half. Luo Ruoxin also made a move at the same time. With a flick of her wrist, she charged forth with a sword in her grasp. Her sword art was extremely similar to that used by the God Monarch of the Sword Hut. It carried a relentless momentum reminiscent of a cavalry unit charging toward an enemy, but at the same time, her movements felt free and unrestrained. Splendid. Your attacks are indeed remarkable, but it's still lacking a little to go against me. Vicious chuckled as he pushed his hand downward. In an instant, his palm seemed to have covered the entire sky. The surrounding space shattered under the pressure, and it felt like even the sun, moon, and stars would be knocked down from the impact of his attack. Pooh! Zhang Xian and Luo Ruoxin were knocked flying simultaneously under the force of the palm strike, and fresh blood spurted from their mouths. Even with the two of them collaborating with one another, they were still no match for Vicious. Just what kind of realm had that fellow reached? Insolent! Zhang Xian's clone suddenly bellowed loudly as he began walking over. Every step that he took was accompanied by the blossoming of a lotus flower, and faintly, one could hear a running stream from within the void. Looking at it from afar, he did have the air of a true expert. Having assimilated the primordial golden lotus of the nine skies, his cultivation was no weaker than the current Zhang Xian. He raised his fist, and summoning unbelievable might in his arms, he punched Vicious. In retaliation, Vicious waved his hand, and his clone was sent flying as well. He was unable to match Vicious in terms of strength as well. Watching this sight, Zhang Xian clasped his own face. Even after becoming a god monarch, his clone was still unable to kick off its show-off personality. Instead of wasting his effort on creating such decorative effects, It would have been better for him to channel all his energy into that punch. That fool. We need to make a move as well. If they fall, we'll be next. Little Chick bellowed as he unfurled his black wings, setting the sky ablaze with his black flames. The other 6 god monarchs also swiftly brought out their own attacks. The combined might of the 7 god monarchs was enough to utterly obliterate any of the skies. But the enemy they were facing was vicious, who had already absorbed all the malignant energy. As their attacks approached vicious, the black hole suddenly grew massive before devouring the attacks of the god monarchs. A moment later, those attacks rebounded at the god monarchs with greater ferocity than before. Pung pung pung. The 7 god monarchs, along with Zhang Xian, his clone, and Luo Ruoxin, were knocked flying by that onslaught of attacks. Even with the combined might of the god monarchs, they were unable to withstand even a single attack from Vicious. How in the world was that scoundrel so powerful? Playtime is over. You can die now. After knocking all 10 god monarchs back, Vicious took a step forward as he raised his fist once more to press down on the crowd. Insolent, you wretched demon. A loud bellow suddenly echoed in the air, and the Elder of the Sky of Heavenly Sword suddenly appeared before them. With a slash of his sword, he formed a silver river of sword chi before them, protecting everyone. God Monarch? He is a God Monarch as well? Zhang Xian narrowed his eyes in shock. All along, as the Elder had taken his position behind the young man whom he thought was the God Monarch of the Sword Hut, he had assumed that the Elder would be a conferred God King at the very most. However, as soon as the Elder exerted his strength, he realized that the other party was a God Monarch. But if the Elder was a God Monarch, who was the young man? He is the God Monarch of the Sky of Heavenly Sword, Luo Ruoxin explained as she struggled to rise back to her feet. Wait, then who is the young man whom I met the other day? Zhang Xian was bewildered. He is. Luo Ruoxin was just about to answer the question when the space ahead of them suddenly began distorting, causing the silver river of sword chi to bend away. Following that, the God Monarch of the Sky of Heavenly Sword was knocked flying before crashing into the ground, forming a huge depression. Even Zhang Xian, whose cultivation and mastery of swordsmanship far exceeded that of the Elder, was no match for Vicious, so there was no way that he could last for long against Vicious. Ha ha ha, God Monarchs? Nothing more than a bunch of old fools who have stagnated with time. Today, I shall obliterate the 9 skies and destroy the firmament, returning everything to ground zero. After subduing the God Monarch of the Sky of Heavenly Sword as well, Vicious began laughing frenziedly. The space all around collapsed rapidly, signaling the impending downfall of the firmament. What else can we do? Zhang Xian clenched his fists tightly. He could continue pitting his life against Vicious, but it would be foolish to keep trying the same things when they had failed before while hoping for something different to happen. Both he and his clone had already exerted their greatest power, and Luo Ruoxin had utilized her strongest trump cards. Yet, they were still unable to stop Vicious. Was he already invincible in the firmament? Did they really have no choice but to watch the collapse of the firmament helplessly? The only way is to have your heaven's imperfection return to the heavens and have the heavens suppress him, Luo Ruoxin said with tightly clenched fists. Return my heaven's imperfection to the heavens? Zhang Xian understood the meaning behind those words. The library of heaven's path in his body was a fragment of the heavens, and if he relinquished it, the heavens would finally be completed. With the reinstatement of the heavens, the laws of the heavens would swiftly be enforced, and they might be able to fix the dimension fissure and expel Vicious from the world. It was just that there was a problem with that plan. The current Vicious is simply too strong. If even our forces combined are unable to suppress him, will the heavens, even complete, really be able to do so? Zhang Xian shook his head skeptically. The laws of the heavens were indeed powerful, but they were not absolute. The fact that God Monarchs were able to tear open dimension rifts and travel through space was evidence of that. Given Vicious' overwhelming strength, could the heavens really enforce their laws and crush him? This, Luo Ruoxin contemplated for a moment before her face sank a little. You're right. The heavens won't be able to suppress him. However, If the heavens are made whole once more, he might be able to wake up. With his strength, he should be able to slay vicious easily. Zhang Xian frowned. I'll bring you over to meet him now. He's in the sky of freedom. Taking a deep breath, Luo Ruoxin grabbed Zhang Xian's hand and quickly tore open a dimension rift. Trying to escape right before me? Vicious harumphed coldly as he pressed his palm down once more. Pung! Luo Ruoxin was knocked down from the sky. You be *starred. Angered by Vicious attack, Zhang Xian immediately executed his sword art once more to slash at Vicious. Ding ding ding. Yet again, it was easily deflected by Vicious powers. The two of you should quickly head over. We'll hold him here for the time being, Little Chick exclaimed. Knowing that the two of them were leaving the area not to escape, but to figure out a way to save the firmament, the rest of the god monarchs immediately charged forward to tie Vicious down. At the same time, Luo Qiqi also morphed into the dimension silencer to freeze the surrounding space. Let's go. Seeing how everyone was charging forth without fear of death to cover them, Zhang Xian's eyes reddened a little. He knew that time was tight, so he quickly wrapped his hand around Luo Ruoxin's waist before creating a dimension rift and leaping into it with her. The next instant, they were in the sky of freedom. The sky of freedom no longer looked like the paradise it did before. The collapse of the firmament had caused great chaos everywhere, and this center of the firmament was no exception to the rule. Zhang Xian looked at the young lady in his embrace and asked, "Where is the person you spoke of?" If the person she spoke of could really save the firmament, it would be a small price to pay for him to sacrifice his own life. He's my father. Luo Ruoxin quickly regulated her Jinqi to recover her wounds as she explained. The blood inside the pendant I have you belongs to him, and the deathless monarch used to be his tamed beast. Your father? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in realization. That explained why the blood in the pendant resembled Luo Ruoxin's so much, but still somewhat differed. That was also probably the reason the will left behind by the deathless monarch unhesitatingly acknowledged him as his master after seeing the pendant. Is your father a god monarch as well, or does he possess powers surpassing that of a god monarch? Zhang Xian asked. The blood in the pendant had the ability to calm his library of Heaven's Path and restore rationality to his mind. That was an ability that even the current him did not possess. Furthermore, based on what he had heard from Luo Ruoxin thus far, it seemed like he was much stronger than her. If that was the case, why did he fall into a coma? And how would making the heavens whole again allow him to regain his consciousness? Luo Ruoxin clenched her fists tightly before answering his doubts hesitantly. He isn't a god monarch, but the heavens. Heavens? You are saying that your father is the heavens? Zhang Xian found it hard to believe what he was hearing. That's right. 50 years ago, my father was unable to withstand the prowess of that massive hand, and he ended up falling into a coma. At the same time, the heavens split into 3 fragments, and the heavens' order and heavens' imperfection fell into the chaotic space. I became the overseer of the heavens' nature, and I have been working ever since to ensure the stability of the firmament. The only way for my father to regain consciousness is to gather all of the scattered pieces. It's for that reason that I was so determined not to fail. I descended to the master-teacher continent to study the great codex of spring and autumn, wanting to decipher a way to triumph over Kong Shi. Before I fought with Kong Shi, I also entrusted him with this matter, hoping that he could save my father in my place if I lost my life in the battle, Luo Ruoxin explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. Shortly after they met each other on the master-teacher continent, Luo Ruoxin had told him that she was working to save her close kin, but as she had never spoken about the matter after that, it had eventually slipped his mind. From the looks of it, it seemed like the person she wanted to save was her father, the heavens of the firmament. But was it really possible for the heavens to morph into the form of a human and give birth to a child? Zhang Xian noticed an anomaly in her words and asked, "You mentioned that you are the overseer of the heavens' nature. Does that mean that you don't have any fragments of heavens in your body?" Being the overseer of a fragment of heavens was different from possessing a fragment of heavens. I am only controlling it for the time being. It doesn't belong to me, Luo Ruoxin said. Hearing those words, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. That meant that as long as he could extract the heaven's imperfection from his body, everything would be resolved. There was no need for her to die for this. Of course, he did not want to die either, but he did not wish for the young lady before him to come to any more harm than this. So, if I extract the heaven's imperfection from my body, will your father come back to life and resolve this crisis? Zhang Xian asked. This? I'm not too certain, Luo Ruoxin replied hesitantly as she looked at the collapsing firmament around her. As the heavens of the firmament, she was not certain whether her father could really awaken when the firmament was already in such a tattered state. Even if he regained consciousness, would he still have enough strength to defeat the powerful Vicious? Even though she viewed this as their greatest hope, she was unsure about it. It looks like you aren't certain about it. Since that's the case, I think it'll be better for us to keep that as our last resort. It'll be safer for us to rely on ourselves instead of a stroke of luck. Let's think of a plan together, Zhang Xian said. With you, me, my clone, the 9 god monarchs, and Kong Shi, I don't think that it's utterly impossible for us to achieve victory. Kong Shi? But he... Luo Ruoxin frowned. Kong Shi is dead. Is that what you were going to say? He isn't really dead yet. According to what I heard, his death in the duel between the two of you was just a way to free himself from the restraints of the heavens. Most likely, just like Wei Changfeng, he possesses the innate soul embryo, Zhang Xian said. After seeing Wei Changfeng, he finally understood what the key for Kong Shi retaining his previous consciousness was. If he possessed the innate soul embryo as well, he would not lose his sense of self even after death. With all the cards that Kong Shi had prepared for this event, it should not take too long for him to come back to life. Hearing those words, Luo Ruoxin was taken aback. She did not expect Kong Shi to have prepared such a hand. We'll know once we head over to take a look. If I'm not mistaken, he should have already recovered. Otherwise, his disciples would have come to the flooding sea. Given the huge calamity that was going on, even though ancient sage Ziyuan and the others were lacking in strength compared to the god monarchs, they would have headed over in order to offer their help. The fact that they remained absent meant that there was something more important that they had to attend to. And this important matter likely had something to do with Kong Shi's revival. This? Luo Ruoxin widened her eyes in realization as she found Zhang Xian's words perfectly logical. Let's head over. With a flick of his finger, Zhang Xian created a dimension rift that led directly to where Kong Shi had left. Traveling to the other side, he swiftly saw an old man floating in midair. Noticing their arrival, the old man greeted them with a smile. You're here. Who else could the old man be other than Kong Shi? The world's teacher was back. Just as Zhang Xian had guessed, he had discreetly come back to life while everyone's attention was preoccupied with the happenings over at the flooding sea. You. Luo Ruoxin widened her eyes in astonishment. She knew that Kong Shi would have prepared a way to come to life, but she did not expect him to recover so quickly. Well, I have been concealing quite a few cards from the heavens, Kong Shi said with a smile. For one, I have left a soul imprint in the netherworld pool to accumulate anima of yearning quite a few decades ago, all in preparation for this moment. In our battle back then, I made use of the opportunity from my death to free myself from the restraints of the heavens, but in return for that, my body and soul ended up being devastated. It took me the last few days to make a recovery. Skilled in the manipulation of temporal laws, even though only a few days had passed on the firmament, in truth, decades might have passed for Kong Shi. After recovering from the shock of seeing that Kong Shi had really returned, Luo Ruoxin shook her head and said, We are indeed quite strong, but it still won't be easy for us to defeat Vicious. Earlier, they had all collaborated with one another, but they were still unable to stop Vicious. Even if they added another Kong Shi into the mix, would it really make a huge difference? The situation would likely remain the same. I agree with what you're saying. Even if we put our strength together, it isn't likely that we will be a match for the other party. However, what if we channel all of our strength into a single person? Kong Shi asked with a smile. Channel all of our strength into a single person? Both Luo Ruoxin and Zhang Xian were a little confused as to what Kong Shi was getting at. That palm from 50 years ago was able to tear through the firmament and dissipate the heavens, Kong Shi said. There's no doubt that it wields tremendous strength, far beyond what we can handle. Vicious has absorbed the entirety of this power, as well as 50 years of spiritual energy from the firmament. If we fight him normally, there's no way that we'll be a match for him. However, if we channel all of our powers into a single person, we might just be able to change the result. How do we do so? Luo Ruoxin asked. Such a thing was easier said than done. God monarchs were already the strongest existence in the world. If it was that easy to absorb the powers of another person, her cultivation would not have remained stagnant for so many years. My idea is very simple. We'll channel all our strength into Zhang Xian and have him overcome the limits of a god monarch. If he succeeds, he will be able to save the firmament, Kong Shi said. Me? Zhang Xian was taken aback. Why me? God monarch Lingxi cultivates the conceptualization of freedom, pursuing a state that transcends nature and desire. However, she is tied down by her father and the heavens, and she also has someone whom she yearns for. She will never be able to transcend in her current condition, Kong Shi said. He turned to Luo Ruoxin and asked, if I'm not mistaken, during our battle on the moon, you also once thought of giving it all up to die at my hands, right? Luo Ruoxin was unable to say a word. Such a thought did flash across her mind during their battle. It was for that reason that they had ended up subconsciously holding back, making it appear like an ordinary spar instead of a life-and-death duel. One who is unable to transcend oneself will not be able to transcend nature. You won't be able to overcome the limitations of a god monarch, no matter how much spiritual energy you absorb. As for me, Kong Shi sighed deeply. I am an ambitious and greedy person. I wish to enlighten the whole world, but I don't want anyone to sacrifice themselves for me in the process of doing so. I have too much compassion in me, and that's a flaw. If I could harden my heart back then to exterminate the otherworldly demonic tribe, we wouldn't face such a crisis now. Back then, after he killed Vicious, the ranks of the otherworldly demonic tribe had swiftly collapsed. Yet, he had chosen to let them off in the most decisive moment due to the benevolence in his heart. If only he had hardened his heart and pushed on, they would not have been facing such a situation. So, I am not suited. On the other hand, Zhang Xian, your cultivation technique is aligned with your will and intent, and there is no flaw I can see in you. You seek to live your life to the fullest. Even at the cost of your death, as long as you are able to live with your conscience, you will be able to charge forward bravely and overcome any obstacle. Such a person is more flexible and has more room for development. That's why you will be able to reach a height beyond the two of us. Kong Shi said. This, Zhang Xian frowned. He did not expect Kong Shi to have such an evaluation of him and Luo Ruoxin, and he was just about to say something when Kong Shi waved his hand. You don't need to feel bad about this. We don't have the time to groom anyone else anymore, and even if we were able to make it in time, I don't think that anyone would be able to do better than you already have. God Monarch Lingxi might not possess a fragment of the heavens, but years of controlling heaven's nature has granted her a deep understanding of the heavens. I govern the heavens order. If we pass our powers over to you, you will gain the complete powers of the heavens. Together with your clone, the primordial golden lotus of the nine skies, you will surely be able to stabilize the firmament, reverse the tides, and vanquish the intruder. Seeing how Kong Shi's mind was already set up, Zhang Xian turned to look at Luo Ruoxin, only to see her nodding in agreement. Since that was the case, he nodded as well. All right then, let's go with that. Hong Long. They swiftly sat down and soon, two surges of energy began flowing into Zhang Xian's body. This caused his body to stiffen a little. In that moment, he felt as if he had morphed into a manifestation of the heavens, soaring above the nine skies. Be it his soul, physical body, or zhenqi, all of them were being cleansed and reinforced, making them grow stronger and more powerful. The lot of you dare stop me as well? Very well then. I'll start with you before hunting down Zhang Xian. Vicious sneered coldly as he knocked Luo Qiqi, Zhang Xian's clone, and the others flying. The combined prowess of them all was indeed formidable, but they were still sorely lacking. The flooding sea had devoured all the spiritual energy in the firmament, except for the spiritual energy in the cities, and this massive bulk of energy was now under Vicious control. This granted him the destructive power to obliterate anything that stood in his path. Even though these god monarchs and conferred god kings were already the strongest existences in the world, they were powerless before him. The current Vicious was like the indomitable tyrant of the firmament. No one could stop him. If the firmament falls apart, there will be no point in us living. I, the Cloud Dragon Monarch, will fight you down to my final breath. The Cloud Dragon Monarch morphed into his original form, a humongous 5-clawed golden dragon, and charged right at Vicious. You aren't worthy. With a wave of his hand, Vicious held the 5-clawed golden dragon tightly in his grasp. No matter how the latter struggled, he was unable to escape from Vicious' clutches. Old friend, wait for me. God Monarch Fuming roared furiously as he morphed into a white tiger and charged as well. The Deathless Monarch also turned into his original form, the Deathless Celestial Phoenix, and loomed over the sky. The Acheron God Monarch turned into a massive tortoise that shook the lands with every step that it took. The 4 beasts guarded the 4 extremities of the firmament, so with them morphing back into their original forms, the collapse of the firmament began slowing down. It felt like 4 pillars had risen from the ground to support the falling firmament. Pung 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 pung. But with 4 consecutive palm strikes, Vicious subdued the 4 beasts with ease. Killing intent flared in his eyes as he said, "Since you are courting death, I'll fulfill your wish." With a furious bellow, he was just about to kill all the god monarchs present when he suddenly felt his hand freezing in midair. "Have you asked me for permission to kill them yet?" Before everyone's shocked gazes, a silhouette slowly walked over from the horizon. Zhang Xian. The young man was at least 10 times stronger than when he became a god monarch earlier, and power was overflowing from his body. He had turned to a completely different person ever since returning from the sky of freedom. "You've grown quite a bit." Vicious slowly retracted his hand as he assessed Zhang Xian with narrowed eyes. Clearly, he was shocked by how Zhang Xian had grown so quickly within just a few minutes. "So what if you've grown stronger? Even the firmament is unable to hold me back. I don't believe that you can stop me." With a cold harumph, Vicious raised his palm to strike Zhang Xian down, and Zhang Xian raised his sword to meet Vicious. The two of them began clashing with one another, and powerful shockwaves blasted everywhere, opening dimension rifts all around. Over in Kong Shi's base in the Sky of Freedom, Luo Ruoxin worriedly asked, "Can Zhang Xian win against him?" After both Shi and Kong Shi transferred their powers to Zhang Xian, their cultivation had fallen to the God King realm, making it too dangerous for them to head to the battlefield. However, their experience was still there. As long as they could acquire sufficient energy, they should be able to regain their cultivation soon enough. Kong Shi pondered for a moment before replying. Even with his current strength, it'll be difficult for him to achieve victory, unless he comprehends a power stronger than the god monarchs. Vicious was an opponent whom they could not defeat even with their powers combined. Even if they had transferred all their powers over to Zhang Xian, it was unlikely that Zhang Xian would be able to triumph over him. The only reason they did it was to allow Zhang Xian to touch the tip of the God Monarch realm. Only then would a window of opportunity open for him to overcome the limits of the God Monarch realm and transcend himself. Comprehend a power stronger than the God Monarchs? Luo Ruoxin muttered to herself. Back when her father was still conscious, he had said similar words to her. However, as hard as she had tried, she had never been able to break through that limit. Would the man she loved really be able to do it? Trust him. He'll be able to do it. His sentiments for the world and his unyielding heart will allow him to do so, Kong Shi replied with a chuckle. Pung pung pung. After a few blows, Zhang Xian's finger was already bleeding profusely, and a deep gash had been inflicted on his chest. Just as Kong Shi had said, even if Zhang Xian had formed the complete heavens within him after taking in their powers, he was still not a match for Vicious. "Ha ha ha, I was wondering how formidable you would be, but it turns out that this is all you've got," Vicious sneered coldly. Taking a few steps back, Zhang Xian gasped for air as he looked at Vicious and said, "Since I'm not a match for you anyway, why don't you fulfill one final wish of mine? I would like to see the strongest attack that you have. Are you finally ready to accept your fate? Very well, I shall fulfill that final wish of yours." With a cold sneer, Vicious slowly raised his palm, and green light began suffusing his hand. Voila! Then, he struck it down in a decisive motion. The tremendous might of the attack caused the entire firmament to scream under the overwhelming weight, and a massive depression was struck into the ground. In the face of such an attack, Zhang Xian closed his eyes, as if a person resigned to his fate. Pong! His head burst apart, and his soul dissipated into the void. Zhang Xian. Seeing such a sight, everyone's faces paled. Luo Qiqi staggered backward as she stared ahead, horrified, as if she was going to go insane. The Cloud Dragon Monarch and the others narrowed their eyes in disbelief. Even Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin were stunned by that scene. They had given their powers to Zhang Xian to allow him to push for a breakthrough beyond the God Monarch realm. So why did he still give up without fighting back? What was their sacrifice for? No, that's not right. It's the Deathless Monarch's quintessence of deathlessness. Kong Shi suddenly cried out. Luo Ruoxin quickly took a closer look at the screen, and she saw the crimson pendant that had been hanging around Zhang Xian's neck, all this while breaking apart, causing a droplet of blood to float in the air. The droplet of blood burst into flames, forming a sea of inferno. Amid the inferno, an unharmed figure walked out calmly. Luo Ruoxin widened her eyes in astonishment. He made use of vicious power and the blood in the pendant to sever the heaven's imperfection from his soul. Unlike the Zhang Xian before, the resurrected Zhang Xian did not possess the library of Heaven's Path anymore. Free of the interference of the heavens, he finally managed to transcend the heavens. How did he manage to do it? Kong Shi was taken aback as well. Their souls had been too deeply intertwined with the heavens, such that they could be considered as one. That was also the reason Kong Shi needed his soul to be disintegrated thrice before he could finally free himself from the restraints of the heavens' order. Yet, the young man was able to free himself from the heavens so easily. Just what kind of method did he use? I see. Luo Ruoxin nodded in realization. He used the method that Vicious used to liberate himself from the soul contract. The soul contract was a binding contract that was carved into one's soul. Unless the master released the servant's life would forever remain in the control of the master. That was the same for the relationship between Zhang Xian and the Library of Heaven's Path. In essence, it could be considered an even stronger form of a soul contract. It was a contractual relationship that was binding even after death, which was why Kong Shi had resorted to special means to liberate himself. However, Vicious had explained to him how the malignant energy had the power to liberate a person from a soul contract, and it was probably at that moment that Zhang Xian had begun formulating such a plan. That was also why he had tried to convince Vicious to use his strongest attack against him. Through tapping into the malignant energy within his strongest attack, he would sever the bond with the Library of Heaven's Path from his disintegrated soul. And everything worked out as planned. I see. So this is the method to exceed the God Monarchs. Walking out of the flames of resurrection, Zhang Xian had a faint, enlightened smile on his face. He seemed to have understood something from his earlier death. With a wave of his hand, he beckoned his clone over, who then morphed into a lotus. In that instant, everyone felt as if Zhang Xian had become the Nine Skies, and the Nine Skies had become his. With a stomp of his feet, stability returned to the chaotic Nine Skies. The primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies was born with the power to stabilize the world, and through the connection between him and his clone, Zhang Xian was able to utilize such a power. Not only so, after absorbing the cultivation of the primordial golden lotus of the Nine Skies, he could feel the bottleneck that he had finally felt after taking in Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin's powers loosening a little. There was a higher realm above him, and he was going to reach for it. The relationship between a master and his subordinates, the camaraderie of brothers, the ties between a teacher and a student, the sentiments between a parent and a child, the love that binds people together. It is an amalgamation of all these things that created the world. This is what it means to be alive. Zhang Xian muttered to himself with a smile on his lips. The moment that his soul was liberated from the Library of Heaven's Path, he had finally understood it. Did the world come into existence because a life became cognizant of its surroundings, or did the world nurture the first life? Was it the wind moving, or was it the heart that had moved? 2. These were questions that had confounded countless people over the years. And of course, to the current Zhang Xian, all of them were unimportant. Without life and sentiments, what would the meaning of the existence of the world be? So, beyond love were the sentiments of the world, the sentiments of all beings interweaved in the world. All beings in the world possess sentiments, and it was only with sentiments that the world came into existence. That was also what was sustaining all life in the world. Love was a sentiment. Hate was a sentiment. Joy was a sentiment. Pain was a sentiment. The interactions in the world were all tied to sentiments, be it farewells or reunions. And I shall channel the sentiments of the world for my own use. With a deep roar, Zhang Xian finally overcame the bottleneck trapping him, becoming an existence transcending the god monarchs. In that instant, it was as if a brand new world had appeared before him, and his soul swiftly grew under nourishment. Primordial energy swiftly surged into his body, bringing him to a new height. He could only advance his cultivation through absorbing spiritual energy in the past, but with this advancement, this restraint had been released. Be it the spatial turbulence, the primordial energy lingering in the air, or even the green light formed from the neutralization, he could tap into everything. Not only did Vicious Attack unexpectedly fail to kill Zhang Xian, he even inadvertently helped the latter make a breakthrough. Trembling with fury, he bellowed in anger as he launched yet another attack. You resent the lofty god monarchs for failing to save you from the chaotic space. That is a sentiment. You feel indignant and humiliated to have served as my servant. That is a sentiment. You wish to destroy the world to vent your fury. That is a sentiment. You wish to rise beyond the masses to gain ultimate power. That is a sentiment as well. You are a being controlled by your sentiments, so how can you possibly not fall under my control? Zhang Xian spoke with a voice that crescendoed with every word. With a raise of his hand, the sentiments that made up Vicious swiftly intertwined to bind him tightly together, sealing off his movements entirely. Just like that, the indomitable Vicious had been stopped. As long as a being had sentiments, it would fall under his jurisdiction. Vicious eyes widened in horror. Zhang Shi, I am your servant. Please don't kill me. I'm willing to offer my soul to you once more. It's too late for you to be saying all of this now. Zhang Xian looked upon Vicious coldly as he shook his head. Standing before him was a person who had hurt his girlfriend, Luo Qiqi, his direct disciples, and so many of his friends. He had tried to destroy the entire firmament just to vent his own anger, killing many lives in the process. How could he show mercy to Vicious? No. Sensing Zhang Xian's decisiveness, Vicious narrowed his eyes as he tried to escape, but the next moment, he felt a stabbing pain piercing through his entire body. Pong! Vicious blew up, turning into countless surges of spiritual energy that surged over the entire firmament. The energy that had been devoured previously by the dimension fissure and the flooding sea had all returned to the firmament, returning life to the barren wilderness. Has everything ended just like that? The Cloud Dragon Monarch, Deathless Monarch, Fairy Ling Long, and the others were flabbergasted. They could hardly believe their eyes. They had crossed blows with Vicious earlier, so they knew just how terrifying his strength was. Yet, such a powerful individual had been killed just like that. Just how powerful had Zhang Xian become? Was there really another realm above the God Monarch realm? He succeeded. Kong Shi and Luo Ruoxin were finally able to release their tightly clenched fists. This is the final fragment of the heavens. I'll return it to the firmament now. The heaven's imperfection that he had torn out from his body was floating above Zhang Xian at this moment. Wang, with a wave of his hand, the library of Heaven's Path, which had accompanied him ever since his transcension, flew up and fused with the sky of the firmament. The loud chiming of a bell echoed in the air, and the devastated firmament started to come back to life. Order began returning to the chaotic flow of spiritual energy in the air. It looks like the firmament is going to enjoy an era of prosperity from the resurgence of spiritual energy. Zhang Xian chuckled. The dimension fissure had closed after the completion of the heavens, and it would only be a matter of time before the firmament returned to its peak. Zhang Xian, come over here. After that was all done, a voice suddenly echoed in Zhang Xian's mind. He was slightly stunned at first, but he took a step toward where the voice was coming from. This single step seemed to take him across countless boundaries, bringing him right before a young man. It was the young man who had taught him swordsmanship back then. Elder you. Seeing that it was him, Zhang Xian was slightly taken aback. He had thought that the young man was unfathomably powerful back then, and that was indeed the case. Even in Zhang Xian's current state, he realized that he was only a sliver stronger than the young man. The young man had already reached the very peak of the god monarchs, wielding powers that far exceeded those of Luo Ruoxin and Kong Shi. I am Nie Tong. You can call me by my name, the young man replied calmly. Nie Tong? Zhang Xian repeated the name contemplatively. This was the first time that he had heard the name. Follow me. I'll bring you to meet my elder brother, Nie Tong said as he took a step forward. Zhang Xian followed behind him, and after traveling an unknown distance, they finally arrived before a mountain peak. Standing before them was yet another young man who had eyes that seemed to be as deep as the abyss, making it nigh impossible to see through him. This strength. Zhang Xian shuddered a little. He could tell that this young man before him was far stronger than him. He had transcended the limits of god monarchs as well, and his cultivation was much deeper and more stable. I am Nie Yun. The young man introduced himself to Zhang Xian with a smile. I am also Nielingxi's. Perhaps you might recognize her more as Luo Ruoxin father. Ruoxin's father? Zhang Xian was astonished. You are the heavens of the firmament? Luo Ruoxin had told him earlier that her father was the heavens of the firmament, but he did not expect him to be such a young man. Back then, I divided myself into 3 wills, and a will of mine became the heavens of the firmament. Besides, this world was created by me. It isn't wrong to say that I'm the heavens of the firmament, Nie Yun explained with a smile. Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. The firmament had actually been created by the person standing before him. How powerful must he be? No, that isn't right. If you were the one who created the firmament and you are the heavens themselves, why would you watch by the sidelines as Vicious tore apart the firmament? Zhang Xian asked. If it was not for his breakthrough, the firmament could have been torn apart. Was the other party going to watch as everything he had built fell to ruin? Was he not concerned about his daughter at all? Instead of answering Zhang Xian's question, Nie Yun gazed into Zhang Xian's eyes and asked, do you think that there are even stronger life forms above the firmament? Even stronger life forms? Zhang Xian pondered for a moment before nodding. I guess so. He might not have met anyone else, but since he had been able to cultivate to this level, there should be others who had done the same. The young man before him was one such example. I have always wondered about this question, so I tried to use my powers to peer above. However, as a result of my actions, it brought about retribution from a higher world. A palm descended from above to tear apart the firmament, Nie Yun said. If I had dodged, the firmament would have been utterly destroyed by that strike, and all life would have fallen to ruin. So, I gathered all my strength to withstand the palm strike, but as a result of that, the heavens ended up splitting into 3 fragments. I could have recovered with a single thought, but I knew that if I wanted to overcome the limits of the firmament, uncover the origin of the palm, and explore the world beyond the firmament, it would be impossible for me to do it alone. So, I wanted to see if there is anyone else in the world who could transcend the boundaries of the god-monarch realm to stand on the same level as me. Thus, I sent the fragments of the heavens to the lowest world, and I bestowed one of them to a soul in this world, and the other to a soul that belonged to another world. And you have not let me down, Nie Yun explained with a smile. A soul that belonged to another world. So, my transcension to this world was your doing as well? Zhang Xian widened his eyes in astonishment. He did not think that there would be such a truth to his transcension. Haha. Nie Yun chuckled softly. Those who are native to this world carry great deference toward the world and the heavens, making it harder for them to transcend nature. It was a decision I made on the spur of the moment, but you fared far better than I thought you would. Zhang Xian's face reddened. If it wasn't for Kong Shi, I never would have reached my current level. His achievements were built upon the guidance of his predecessor. Had it not been for many others paving the path ahead for him, it would have been hard for him to reach his current level. I gave him a chance as well, but he didn't grasp it well. His fight with Lingxi was the ideal opportunity for him to make a breakthrough, but he chose to back down. He prepared a hand that allowed him to overcome fate, but in exchange, he lost the determination to charge ahead in the face of adversity. Without such a spirit, there's no way he'll be able to face life forms that far surpass us, Nie Yun said. Zhang Xian fell silent. He had witnessed the battle back then, and Kong Shi was indeed lacking decisiveness. It stemmed from his unwillingness to sacrifice Luo Ruoxin in order to climb to a higher height. With that, he lost the opportunity to make a breakthrough. But if Kong Shi had won, Ruoxin would have lost her life. Zhang Xian exclaimed with a deep frown. Did the other party not care about the life and death of his daughter at all? I am around. I wouldn't allow anything to happen to her, Nie Yun replied. You have also reached the same realm as me. Do you think that I wouldn't be able to save them in a battle of their level? If he had made a move, he could have saved Luo Ruoxin at the very last moment while ensuring that no harm came to her. There was simply a huge difference between a god monarch and an existence who had transcended the god monarchs. Lingxi was born from my wife, Luo Qingqing, and that's why she chose to use the surname Luo for her persona. In order to convince her of the situation to prevent her emotions from getting ahead of her, she still thinks that I'm in a coma at the moment. Nie Yun shook his head with a derisive smile directed at himself. I sure am a vicious father, aren't I? I think it would be best for you to explain everything to her. After all, she has already devoted all her feelings to you. I reckon that she barely has any thoughts left for me. Haha, I think I shan't appear before her for a period of time, or else she might just flip everything upside down. Looking at Nie Yun with a conflicted expression, Zhang Xian could not help but lament at how Luo Ruoxin had such an unreliable father. With a deep sigh, he nodded. All right, I'll tell her about it. What else could he do? If he wanted to take Luo Ruoxin as his wife, he needed the approval of his future father-in-law. He would just have to leave Luo Ruoxin to deal with Nie Yun in the future. The Library of Heaven's Path is an artifact formed by my thoughts. It is both a foundation and a limiter. Through relying on your own abilities in the end to advance your cultivation, you have proven your own capabilities and potential. I believe that you will achieve great things in the future. As a father, I am relieved to entrust my daughter to you. Nie Yun nodded with a satisfied smile. Zhang Xian nodded for a moment before he suddenly thought of something. He turned to Nie Tong and asked, Elder, are you the one who comprehended the god's sword intent in the azure? Based on what he had heard, the founder of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion, just like Kong Shi, had risen to the firmament, but Zhang Xian had not heard of the other party's name yet. A person who was that talented could not possibly have remained unknown in the firmament. It was a heritage that I left behind with a sliver of my will. I wanted to help you avoid some detours so that you could quickly advance through the ranks and catch up to my brother. He has been alone for a very long time now, Nie Tong replied calmly as he glanced at his elder brother with a deep look in his eyes. It was as if there was no one in his eyes other than his elder brother. To him, leaving behind a sliver of his will in a lower world like the azure was nothing at all, but it had indeed helped Zhang Xian a lot along the way. It was that experience that had solidified his will to further his swordsmanship, allowing him to become the person he was now. I see. You have my gratitude. Zhang Xian nodded. It seemed like they had been observing him all this while, and this left him a little conflicted within. You should return for now and focus on your cultivation. When your cultivation finally stabilizes, I'll bring you to a greater world beyond so that you'll know just how big the world is. Nie Yun laughed heartily before waving his hand. With a distortion in space, Zhang Xian returned to the sky of freedom. Standing before him was none other than Luo Ruoxin. Zhang Xian. With a beautiful smile, the young lady leaped right into his embrace. 1. 5-clawed golden dragons are usually weaved into the robes of Chinese emperors as a symbol of ultimate authority. 2. This is from a famous Buddhist story about two monks arguing over a moving flag. Monk A says that it's the flag that is moving, and Monk B says that it's the wind that is moving. An enlightened monk then comes in and say that it's their heart, mind, that has moved. Chapter 2265 Author's Wrap-Up, Library of Heaven's Path has finally come to an end. I wanted to write my wrap-up yesterday, but a friend came over yesterday, so I ended up delaying it till now. This book has brought me a lot of honors. I became a God-tier and platinum author, and my book was first in the overseas market as well. But it is also the hardest book I have written in all these years. I have gone through joyous events. My son was born, but I have gone through sorrowful events as well. The death of my father. There were happy times and sad times. There were times I was excitement and times I was confused. There was a period of time I thought that I had the world in my grasp and I could do anything at all. There was also a period of time when I felt like there was nothing I could do and I was useless. I think some of my emotions ended up seeping into the book, so it isn't as wholesome as I thought it would be. Well, allow me to talk about a few major plot points that I have designed but didn't manage to pin them down. In my storyboard, Luo Qiqi would die while trying to save Zhang Xian in the Azure, and she would morph into the Dimension Silencer and enter the firmament. Out of rage, Zhang Xian would finish cultivating the divine eyes of the ninth netherworld, but as a result of that, he would lose his sense of sight as well. I already wrote the foreshadowing for that, but due to some events, I didn't dare write it anymore. I could only abandon my original storyboard and go for a lighter story. Well, who can I blame for seeking my own death? There are some readers who say that the ending is a bit rushed, but it is actually not rushed at all. I wanted to finish the book during the highest climax, when Zhang Xian is the brightest of all. If I continue writing beyond this, it'll just be a little too draggy. Our Xian likes to brag, and if you keep him alive and don't let him brag, he would rather that you just kill him. So, Library of Heaven's Path ended. How is it? Are you satisfied with my reason? This is already the best one I can think of. If you aren't satisfied with me, you can come here to hit me. Though I can't defeat you, I will proudly show you my most magnificent kneeling position. However, there's no need for you to feel anxious. I'll write a few side stories when I have time, such as the one for Luo Xianqing. I have already put some foreshadowing in place, but I didn't write him in at the end because I wanted to give him a special side story. To be honest, I also want to know how he'll react when he hears Zhang Xian's declaration of becoming a god monarch. As for Luo Qiqi's ending, I am still thinking about it at the moment. I'll give her some closure, and I'll write it in the side stories. The side stories will be posted on my public WeChat account, so you can head over and search for Hung Sa Tianya and follow me. There will be notifications informing you of it once I post the side stories. Last but not least, allow me to talk about my new book. I have 2 drafts at the moment, so I'm a little conflicted as to which one I should write about. As for the genre, it'll still be Xuanhuan fantasy, similar to the Library of Heaven's Path. It'll be light and humorous, and I guarantee that it'll be innovative. I have quickly scanned through the various genres, and it's different from the others book on Qidian. Definitely no one has written about it before. You know, I am very serious about creativity. As for when I'll launch it, allow me to rest for a period of time. I feel like I have been sapped dry by this book, so I need some time to rest and recharge. However, I won't drag it out for too long. It should be out before the Mid-Autumn Festival. As for what the book name will be, I'll post it on my WeChat public account in advance. Alright, I shan't talk too much more. There'll always come a point in time where we have to part. I know that there are many flaws with my story, but I have written it with my full heart. My feelings for Zhang Xian definitely exceed those for anyone else. When I wrote the ending, it was already 4 in the morning. I sat quietly in my chair, dazed, for nearly an hour. My Library of Heaven's Path, my Zhang Xian, has finally come to an end. However, I'll deliver brand new stories depicting brand new worlds for everyone in the future. A story different from that of Zhang Xian and Ye Yun. If you like me, please add my next book to your collection. You should receive some news about it within 2 months. Last but not least, I wish everyone who has read my book prosperity. Chapter 2266, Side Story 1. Luo Xianqing, we're finally out of there. Together with Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao, An unkempt Luo Xianqing looked at the grand spirit mountain behind him with a fatigued yet relieved look on his face. Even though he had managed to become a god, and his zhenqi and soul had been nourished greatly by Zhang Xian's blood, he was still among the weakest in the firmament. Thinking about all the suffering he had gone through, he felt both helpless and stifled. So, this is the firmament. Luo Xianqing sighed deeply as he shook his head. Be it the Azure or the Master-Teacher continent, he was a top-notch genius respected by his peers. Even though he was not as radiant as that man, there was no doubt that his name would go down in history. Despite only having cultivated for a few decades, he had risen from an ordinary human to become a god. This was a feat that had almost never been accomplished in the history of the Azure. Not even the talented sect leader Han Jianqiu of the Ascendant Cloud Sword Pavilion had managed to do it. Despite that, after reaching the firmament, he had still ended up being chased by a rabbit for 3 days straight for digging up its carrot. There were also incidents such as the ones where he was assaulted by a caterpillar, when a flying ant nearly slit his throat with its wings, when a green blade of grass pierced his skin and caused him to bleed profusely. This was really a freaking land of frights. Even the gentlest animal in the Azure could turn out to be a deadly beast there. He could not even begin to explain how thankful he was to have been able to walk out of the Grand Spirit Mountain alive. Even though the 3 of us have become gods, we still nearly lost our lives in the mountain. Back then, Zhang Xian was the only one who managed to make a breakthrough to godhood, and he was carrying a huge bunch of semi-divinities with him. How in the world did he manage to survive on the Grand Spirit Mountain? Hu Yaoyao exclaimed in disbelief. Luo Xianqing and Yu Feier looked at one another before falling silent. In terms of the time of the firmament, it was roughly a month ago that Zhang Xian had headed over with his 11 direct disciples, his parents, and Sun Chong. Back then, those 14 people had not managed to reach godhood yet, meaning that not only would they be of no help in surviving on the Grand Spirit Mountain, Zhang Xian even had to scour for food to feed them as well. Without a doubt, the danger he faced must have been far greater. Even an ant or a mosquito, insects that they had been able to kill with just a clap of their hands before, could easily kill a semi-divinity in the firmament. He must have gone through a lot on the Grand Spirit Mountain. It took us 5 days to find a way out of that darn place. It would have definitely taken him even longer than that, Luo Xianqing remarked. Then, his eyes suddenly lit up as he said, he might have just left the mountain range and be residing in a nearby town right now. Let's search around the area then. We might just be able to find him. This time, I'll make sure to keep up with his pace. I don't believe that he'll still be able to defeat me now that we are in a brand new environment. He had deeply conflicted feelings toward this old friend of his. He hated him for making his younger sister suffer, but at the same time, he was impressed by the latter's talents and decisiveness. If not for Zhang Xian paving the way forward, it was likely that he would still have been on the Master-Teacher continent at this moment, unable to even become an ancient sage. It was such conflicted feelings that fueled his desire to overcome Zhang Xian. He wanted to teach that young man a lesson for having let his younger sister down, but it was a pity that such emotions of his had never been fulfilled on the Master-Teacher continent nor in the Azure. It was likely that the firmament was his last chance to do so. Yu Feier suddenly pointed to the area ahead of them and exclaimed, "Look, there's a group of people up ahead." Luo Xianqing looked over and saw a couple of people dressed like students walking toward a nearby mountain forest. Their cultivation was only at the semi-divinity realm, and it looked like they were still a way off from becoming gods. They aren't even gods yet, but they still dared to enter the mountain forest? Are they courting death? Luo Xianqing was baffled. So, he began walking toward them to advise them against that. Initially, the students were a little guarded against Luo Xianqing, but after chatting for a while, they slowly lowered their guard. Hearing that the 3 of them had grown up near the mountains and had never been to a city before, a good-hearted student advised them kindly. There's a city nearby called Twilight City. City Lord Wu Fangxing is a celestial god, possessing strength unrivaled in the vicinity. So, you must make sure to tread carefully once you are in the city, or else you'll be tried and punished for flouting any rules. Ever since the receding of spiritual energy, rules had been of the utmost importance in the cities of the firmament. The authority of a city lord was greater than ever, and only a fool would challenge that. He was worried that the passionate caveman Luo Xinqing would step out of line and be punished for that. Celestial god? Luo Xinqing widened his eyes. Thinking that Luo Xinqing might not even know about the cultivation realms, the good-hearted student began explaining, yes, celestial gods are incredibly powerful experts. As you might know, gods are classified into low tier, middle tier, and high tier, and only a person who has made a breakthrough from high tier god can become a celestial god. Every single cultivator who is able to become a celestial god is incredibly talented, and they are respected in the firmament no matter where they are. The eyes of the kind student were shining in reverence as he spoke. Putting aside celestial gods, even high-tier gods are already qualified to start their own clan and become a powerhouse in Twilight City. High-tier gods? Celestial gods? Luo Xinqing clenched his fists tightly as he swore to himself that he would one day reach the same level. It had not been long since he arrived in the firmament, but he realized that there was a huge gap between every single cultivation realm beyond godhood. Putting everything aside, even if he had ample cultivation resources, it would likely take several years of hard work for him to advance from low-tier god to middle-tier god. Indeed, I dare not even dream of becoming a celestial god or high-tier god. My greatest wish in life is to become a real god, and once I graduate from school, I'll find a good job in a prestigious clan or become the guard of the city lord manor. With the wages I earn, I shall get myself a pretty wife and climb to the top of the world. The kind student smiled sweetly as he thought about the bright future he had planned for himself. Not everyone could become a celestial god, and he knew that his talent was only slightly above average among his peers. He dared not dream that ambitiously, and all he hoped for was to successfully graduate from the academy and find a high-paying job. His life would have no regrets if he could just do that. Being a guard is not too bad. I'll become a guard after I enter the city too. I'll earn a decent wage and continue cultivating hard, Luo Xinqing thought in determination. The starting phase would always be the most difficult. They were completely broke in the firmament, so there was an urgent need for them to improve their finances. As long as they were able to find a job and worked hard at it, they should be able to earn enough to raise their cultivation fast enough. With luck, he might be able to become a middle-tier god or even a high-tier god within the next decade. By then, what would Zhang Xian mean to him? Besides, given that nasty temper that Zhang Xian had and his compulsive desire to humble brag, even if he applied for the position of a guard, no one would want to take him in. So, Luo Xinqing still had quite an advantage, right? May I ask you something? We have a friend whom we parted ways with on the mountain roughly a month ago. If I'm not mistaken, he should have headed over to Twilight City. So, I was wondering if you might have heard of him, Yufei suddenly said. The kind student shook his head and said, I don't think it's likely that I would have heard of your friend. Twilight City is quite big, and there are millions of people entering and leaving the city every day. I know, but this friend of ours is quite talented and haughty. He likes to cause trouble no matter where he goes. So I was thinking that he might have done something that would make him quite known around the area. Yufei pressed on. Zhang Xian had only arrived in the firmament a month earlier than them, so the chances of others knowing about him were quite slim. Nevertheless, she was still holding onto a ray of hope. She simply had not seen the young man for too long, and her yearning had only continued to grow deeper with time. She was anxious to obtain any news about him, even if it was just the word that he was doing fine. Cause trouble? I think you might be overestimating your friend a little too much. Even a lofty dragon has to make sure to stand in line in Twilight City, or else City Lord Wu will make him dearly regret his actions. The student scoffed. A bunch of cavemen who had never ventured out of their mountain that only managed to become gods by some stroke of luck. They were thinking too highly of themselves if they thought that they could get away with causing trouble in the city. Ignorance sure was scary. Enough, Yufei. I can understand your feelings. That fellow did cause quite the commotion on the Master-Teacher continent and in the Azure, but we are currently in the firmament now. It's a place filled with the most formidable experts in the myriad worlds. He might be talented, but it would be hard for him to stand out amid so many experts. Luo Xinqing harumphed. To be honest, he felt that this was really unfair. How in the world could that dense braggart have people who fancied him? On the other hand, he was so kind and handsome, yet there was no one interested in him at all. What was this world coming to? Were terrible men the trend? I know. Yu Feier's body slumped a little as she shook her head bitterly. Even with Zhang Shi's talent, it was indeed impossible for him to achieve anything incredible in one short month. All right, let's stop thinking about. All right? That fellow, Zhang Xian, has always been a restless fellow. Even if there are no signs of him now, it's only a matter of time before we catch wind of him. What we have to do now is focus on our cultivation, so that we can wow him when we finally meet him once more. Hu Yaoyao comforted Yu Feier. Yu Feier nodded. Yes, you're right. Just as they were about to bid the students farewell, they suddenly noticed that the students were staring at them with widened eyes. The teeth of the kind student whom they had been talking to were even clattering together. Who did you just mention? Zhang Xian? A young man roughly 20 years of age who suddenly appeared in the firmament a month ago. Elder Zhang Xian? Elder Zhang Xian? The three of them glanced at one another in bewilderment. Luo Xinqing asked with a frown. Yes, indeed. But how did you hear about that name? Of course I have heard of that name, the student exclaimed as his body trembled in agitation. Elder Zhang Xian is my idol. You know, my idol? He appeared from the mountain a month ago, and it was there that he met Imo Yun Laoshi, Senior Wu Xiaoxiao, and the others. After entering Twilight City, within just a few days, he actually managed to overcome his bottleneck to become a celestial god. You can't imagine just how huge a commotion it caused in our city. And just recently, I heard that he has managed to reach the God King realm, and there are rumors that he has even killed a conferred God King all on his own. Due to the vast popularity of the Beauty Pill and Breakthrough Pill, Zhang Xian was renowned throughout the entire firmament. As a result, bits and pieces of news regarding him began floating around, and as words spread from person to person, it eventually forged a legend. He managed to become a celestial god in just a few days? Luo Xinqing was stunned. He has already become a god king and even slain a conferred god king at that? Thinking that a caveman like Luo Xinqing might have no concept of what god kings and conferred god kings were, the good-hearted student began to explain. Well, god kings are cultivators even stronger than celestial gods, and they can be considered the top experts of the firmament. As for conferred god kings, they are god kings who have been personally conferred by a god monarch, and they possess strength only second to the 9 god monarchs. When news that Zhang Xian had managed to kill Bei Qinghong spread across the firmament, he had immediately become the idol of all the youths in the sky of drifting specter. Is that so? You mentioned the 9 god monarchs earlier. Who are they? Luo Xinqing asked with trembling cheeks. They are the true rulers of our firmament. There have only been 9 god monarchs ever since the founding of the firmament, and it'll remain that way until the end of time. It's a realm that you can't reach no matter how hard you cultivate. It's simply that awesome and incredible, the student explained. But before he could finish those words, the ground suddenly trembled, and a voice echoed in their heads. Today, I shall become a god monarch. As those words sounded, a silhouette standing proudly in the sky appeared in everyone's minds. He gazed upon everyone with eyes filled with authority. Zhang Xian. Wait a moment. He has managed to become a god monarch? Didn't you mention that they are the greatest existence in the world, and that it's impossible for anyone to reach it no matter how hard they cultivate? Luo Xinqing nearly fainted on the spot. What the heck is this? I gritted my teeth to survive that darned rabbit and freaking ant nest all in the hope of catching up with you one day. And yet, you have already become a god monarch? You are toying with me. My heart hurts. Why does it feel like I suddenly can't breathe anymore? Yu Feier and Hu Yaoyao also widened their eyes in disbelief. They knew that Zhang Xian was a restless fellow who would cause a commotion wherever he went. Yet, they did not think that it would be a commotion of this proportion. In just a month after coming to the firmament, he had already become a god monarch. The other students also did not expect such a situation to occur, and all of them fell dazed in shock. But not too long later, yet another figure appeared in their heads. To think that you managed to make a breakthrough before me. How am I to show off like that? I am a god monarch like this damned ass. Everyone looked at one another in shock. Hu Yaoyao and Yu Feier had their mouths opened so wide that an egg could slip right through. This meant that not only did he manage to become a god monarch, even his clone had become a god monarch as well. Even more shockingly, when they turned their heads around, they saw Luo Xinqing bawling with snot dripping down his nose. The hell? Even if you don't want me to trouble you, you don't need to cultivate that fast to traumatize me, right? You are already a god monarch, but I still can't even hunt down a rabbit at all. How am I supposed to win against you like that? Damn it. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.